Welcome back to the World Racing League. It's round 3 here, the Golden State Endurance Cup, World Racing League's first foray out to the West Coast here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, just outside Willows, California. We've been treated with a great weather weekend. I'm excited for some endurance racing. I've got JT Tammy with me. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
JT, can you get enough of this, just waking up at a semi-normal time and a reasonable time to watch race cars and instead of having to be up at like 5 a.m. to do this same thing? It's the best. The best thing ever. It's been wonderful coming back to where DriversEye Live really had its roots here doing the 25 hours of Thunderhill for years, moving on to working with WRL to greener pastures, and now we've come full circle. We're right back here. So right now we're watching the GTO field go through turns 12 and 13 down the back stretch here. And if we flip to the next camera, it will be turns 14 and then 14 and 15 after this. Thunderhill Raceway Park, JT, doesn't feature heavily in most mainstream sim racing corners of the internet.
That is true for sure.
I know that there's is it an Assetto Corsa mod that's floating around out there for this track, but otherwise, not a whole lot of people know about it. Still a club track here on the West Coast that not a ton of folks have seen, but lots of opportunities for passing, lots of opportunities for not passing. It's a track that's got a great flow. JT, have you been around here before?
Not personally, not on a vehicle.
Not personally, SMH. So it's just me with the experience. I'll have to talk us through that.
Just you.
Excellent. So as we're going through turn 2 here, there's actually a lot of elevation change that isn't super clear. You can kind of see it with this camera angle I picked, where you go down into kind of a bowl, and then as you exit this bowl, it's back uphill. And if we hit the next camera, you get up to the top of the hill and then turn back down to the right, and you're back to going downhill. And it's just a really good flowy section here at the first half of the lap. And then if you go to turn 4, of course, that's turn 4, and then you start to head up to turn 5. I don't have a direct shot of it, but this is coming down turn 5. This is the exit of 5, a pretty steep hill. This is not the steepest configuration, JT. I understand there was some last-minute discussion about maybe not using the steepest part of the track here. And then this is further from the exit of 5 through the exit of 6. They go on to the back end here, turns 7 and 8, pretty high-speed left-hand corners that in some cars you can take almost flat out. In most, you'll have to at least breathe off the throttle or indeed tap the brake. This is going to be the apex of turn 8. They're going to come up towards us to turn 9. Turn 9 is going to have another crest and hill. That'll be a left-hand turn. It then comes down a pretty steep hill, which you won't quite get to see, but you'll at least get to see the uphill portion of it. The cars are then going to drop away pretty steep, coming down the backside of the hill towards turn 10, and we'll have a turn 10 camera that will show us. I think it'll show the cars. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to get there. There it is. So not quite enough camera coverage here. This track is deceptively long, and as you can see, bereft of places to place cameras for the most part. So you got to make do with what we have, but I think we'll make some changes for tomorrow. This is going to be the final pace lap, so we're going to have the cars pulling in here, or the pace cars are going to pull in here, and the cars are going to get underway for 8 hours of racing action here from Thunderhill Raceway Park. JT, anything you're looking forward to seeing?
A great race today. We're going to have the 120 from AE Victory taking us to the green with the 678 from Stack Racing with Rapscallion.
Real quick, the 120, I believe the first all-female team to have the pole position for a WRL race.
Fantastic. GP1 leaders is going to be El Diablo and Palomar in the front row, and GP2, Palomar in the 83, and Funk Motorsport, the 197.
Yes, that is Funk, F-U-N-C, Funk Motorsport. GP classes today, folks, I think are going to be dominated by folks who are from the West Coast who have had a lot of time and miles at this track for the Thunderhill 25. El Diablo Motorsports, at least a 2-time, if not 3-time winner. I'd want to go back and look that up. Here is the start. GTO is underway. AE Victory safely at the front, and they've gone to 1-2. That Ligier can't quite get it going. I think had a terrible start there. So 1-2, the 120 from the 119 going through turn 2 here.
Oh, yeah, the kind of stacking up there, GP1, GP2 coming through. Looks like El Diablo holds on to the GP1 at the moment.
Yep. At the front in GTO, you've got both of the AE Victory cars, followed by both of the Ligiers from Rapscallion Stack Motorsports, and then returning to WRL for the first time in some time, NFC Motorsports in the Mercedes-AMG GT4.
Yeah,
El Diablo already way off the front. They, JT, were in the 157 range, the only car in GP to dip into the under 2-minute range. I think the next closest competitor was a 201. So they already have a tremendous advantage here and passed the dyno after quali. So I think they'll be happy with where the car is. That's experience speaking for itself.
Yeah, experience is definitely going to be very helpful here. A lot of these corners are a bit, I don't want to say bland, but they're deceptively dangerous in terms of not a lot of visual aids to help, and there's lots of runoff. So you want to maximize your exits, but you do not want to be going off track.
No, it's a super, super cool track. Like you say, there's not a lot of visual aids, and it is a really rhythmy track. You want to make sure you get the car balanced the way it needs to be to get through the corner quickly, and it's about using the throttle to get the platform seated the way you want to make it through the turn the way you would like. So this is going to be going back to the front stretch. This is 14-15. That's where we'll see people taking the pit lane. So as we can see here, the front of GTO has not changed. Looks like the 144 is going to try to go down the inside of the SoCal Wrestlers car. Can't quite get it done. That SoCal Wrestlers car doing a lot better this weekend than they have before. I think something we expected, JT, with the Samson Racing Communication folks, also have a ton of experience at this track.
Yeah, they do. Which is great to see them joining us today.
Absolutely. So we're on track here. We're starting, I believe this is going to be lap 2 or 3. 2. This is going to be the start of lap 2 here. That NFC car trying to get going. I talked to Lanny Toops a little bit actually at the hotel today at the Holiday Inn, and he said it had been 10 months since he's driven a race car in anger in any type of road racing capacity. So they're trying to get their feet wet again and get back out there. But that car, always a threat. Well, I think one of the best built cars that we've seen in WRL in quite some time. That GT4 car with all of the cool goodies added to it. Of course, the power to weight BOP is still working the way it's meant to keep that car relatively in line. We've also got the return of Moorhead Speedworks, JT, in the Jannetta, the Chevy V8 powered. I don't want to say it's a sports prototype because it's not, but pretty lightweight GT car. Very popular over in Britain as like a development series car. And this one, a heck of a machine. It's going to be at the end of this line, the white one with the black hood. Sounds amazing. Pretty lightweight car. I think the right tool for this track. I mean, a track that rewards power, but also rewards having enough downforce and having enough grip to do what you need to do. So I think a tough one to set up for.
Yeah, I don't believe we've seen them in the opening rounds this year. I believe the last time we saw them was Sebring of last year when they were running the other car, I believe.
Well, and they've been attempting to move shops from South Carolina to North Carolina. I believe they're in Kannapolis now. I have an interesting story to tell you offline, JT, about the house that one of the team members is currently living in. Please remind me to tell you that later.
Slow car turns 12 and 13. Driver's right.
Yeah, look at that. So that's going to be, is that PC Racing? Or is that HQ Autosports?
I'm leaning towards HQ, but I need a better
I'm also leaning towards HQ. Yeah, it's going to be HQ because you can see the red on there. Yeah. So that car not doing what they needed to do here. About 5 minutes into the race.
Nope.
Moving a little bit. Interesting. So I wonder if that's an installation issue or some other trouble that they're having with that car. I hope to see them opt for the pit lane here, and indeed they have. Or maybe not. It's hard to tell. Not a whole lot of good camera spots for this last corner going towards pit lane, but we'll see in a minute if they decided to come through or not. And indeed, that car is back underway, so no harm, no foul, I guess, but something we'll have to keep an eye on for the rest of the race here is any issues they have with electronics, things of that nature.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, you're 6 minutes into the race and your car's coming to nearly a standstill. That's not a good sign for things to come for your day. So hopefully just a miscommunication issue with something in the car and back up to speed.
Absolutely. Go ahead and carry me, JT, here while I figure out the onboard situation.
Radio. All right, so leading GTO, it is the 120 still from a victory. Just ahead of the sister car, the 119, about 2 seconds back. Similar gap to the Stack Racing Rapscallion cars, the 678 and the 669. So your top four all within about 4 seconds at the moment. We did see the Mercedes from NFC Motorsports did get around SoCal Rustlers at the start, moving up into 5th at the moment. SoCal Rustlers very close with Forza and Moorhead out on track. GP1, you did have El Diablo with a great start. That car definitely has very good pace. So we're expecting to see them do quite well today. Currently we have the, I believe it's a 383 from Palomar in GP1 running second. A couple seconds back will be PC Racing running third, just ahead of the 118 from Blaze Racing. Rounding out the top 5 in GP1 is going to be the 121 Dive Bombers, a Toyota MR2. I believe those are newcomers to WRL this weekend.
Yeah, newcomers to WRL, but I think another team that out here on the West Coast has some experience in endurance racing, not only at this track, but lots of other West Coast tracks as well.
Excellent. We see El Diablo come through shot there.
Yep, that bright green BMW, that's the leader in GP1. Not looking back, consolidating their position at the front of the GP field. Absolutely the favorites this weekend. As soon as qualifying happened, Brendan and I yesterday sort of realized that with that kind of pace, as long as they can keep the car on the island, I think they're going to be happy with their result this weekend. Oh, we've got some black smoke coming out of the back of one of the cars here at turn 3. I believe it is the E90, that black one right there, yeah. I believe that is the E90 BMW in GTO.
So, okay, so that's Stein Motorsports, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Down in GP2 at the moment, it's the 83 from Palomar. About a 2-second lead over the 55 from AOA Racing. The 55 is the 2011 BMW 3 Series.
Yep.
And then Funk Motorsport down into third, just a half second behind in the 197 in their very reminiscent Turner Motorsports livery.
Yeah, and it's an OMP livery. It almost looks like a really good Nürburgring 24 livery. Like,
yeah,
it's
definitely.
just really rich color on it. It looks fantastic.
It really pops.
I think part of coming to a new track that attracts a different set of entrants than we usually see is we get to see all these cars with new liveries and stuff that just looks really different on camera, and I love seeing it. That I think as much as a lot of the liveries in WRL are good, you can only see them so many times before it becomes normal. Like the Palomar livery, the green and yellow and blue, looks incredible, but I've seen it, 30, 40 times, whatever it is. And so having just a little bit more variety as we come check out some of these new teams and new tracks, pretty excited. Pretty excited by that. JT, did you hear the other good news?
I did not.
About this track for next season?
I did not.
So there's no announcement to be made, but a lot of interest has been inquired and then received from the entrants about perhaps reviving a long-form endurance race here at Thunderhill next season by WRL.
Very cool.
It would be very cool. So if you're interested in making the trip out west for a long endurance race, kind of a around-the-clock situation, not just an 8-hour, let RJ know that that's something you'd be excited for. There was a lot of excitement in the paddock about the prospect of doing such a thing, and so I'm going to do my best to keep trying to pump that as a thing we should do so that we can get some interest here and get going. This is going to be on board the Dive Bombers GP1 MR2. Heck of a build. I walked by that car a couple times, and that thing looks super sweet and reminds me how little work I've done on my own MR2. But incredible car. Happy to see, again, a little bit more variety. A mid-engine car that isn't a Porsche. here at WRL this weekend.
Always good things. I do want to draw attention, as a couple of people in chat have pointed out, the 119 is on pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, so they had been going a little bit slowly down the backstretch at one point, and I wasn't sure if I looked at it weird or if there was a problem. But I would say that there probably is, in fact, a problem, given they're still on pit lane here. And their pit box is empty, so I imagine they're either in the paddock or they've come back out and I've missed it.
The 678 Stack Racing Rapscallion, unfortunately, did not have the pace needed. Was holding up a couple cars there. The sister car did get around, moves up into second place, and then Stack just behind them. Forza, Moorhead, all within tenths of each other there as they come across the line heading into turn 1.
Indeed.
We did see NFC Motorsports dropping back a bit. They had been running behind both the Stack Racing and both the AE Victory cars, but they have since fallen back a couple positions. Across the line, just a couple tenths ahead of the SoCar Rustlers BMW, with the Almonte Motorsports Porsche Cup car 2 seconds behind them.
So just trying to fire up another onboard here and see. We got a little bit of a battle going into turn 8 and 9 in the GTO class. If we could just hit the turn 10 camera, I think we'll see the end of that battle. Nope, turn 10. There we go. And so that is the Ginetta just trying to get around the 144. The Stack Racing with Rapscallion, Ligier having fallen back a little bit there as well.
Yes.
So the Ginetta's going to try to clear the 144 here, and then once it gets around the 144, we'll set off in pursuit of the other Ligier. Now, again, the Ligiers as well as the Ginettas, due to having a lighter car, it's going to take a little bit longer to get the tires turned on as well. Not a whole lot of energy in the track with the sun having just now started to put its full pressure on the surface. All of the photons coming out. Make it so it's going to take those cars a little bit of time to come up to speed, but once they do, they'll be a little bit lighter on tires. So it's not uncommon that we see a few laps before that Ginetta really comes on song. I think we're starting to see that here. The 120 has now gotten into the back of the GP traffic here. So one would hope that they're not being held up too bad. There's a little bit of a gap back to the Ligier, though. So we've got some time. Of course, the team car, which has run into trouble, was the primary issue. If we come back to the front stretch camera, you're going to see the El Diablo Motorsports GP1 car going around the Civic SI of Team Honda Research West, I think putting a lap on them. Nope, that's it right there. I mean, we missed it because there's no camera coverage there, but that bright green BMW making good on its pace at the front of the field here. Blaze Racing making their return to WRL as well. Currently sitting in 4th position behind PC Racing and Palomar. They're about 25 seconds off the leader, but only about half a second or so behind PC. So that's going to be a battle to watch here right now. They're right on the rear bumper of PC going into turn 4 and 5. They're just heading up towards 5 right now, so we'll see them coming down the hill shortly. That's not them. It's going to be the next car. There it is. So there's PC Racing with Palomar right behind, or I'm sorry, with Blaze right behind there. Of course, Blaze, a GP1 champion, I believe, for the Midwest or West Coast Challenge, as well as the Super Enduros last season. So having spent a a lot of time away from the families. I think they're running a lighter schedule this year, but happy to come out here, being based in, I believe, Las Vegas. Is that right, JT? Scott Mann had told us before.
Ooh, I cannot recall.
So they're going to try to take a look here going up towards turn 9, but can't quite do it. It's going to be a tough spot to get a pass done unless you have a huge run from turn 8, which those two cars, similar enough, I think, that it's going to be hard to have a big run, especially E36 versus 46. That 36 is going to be a little bit down on power compared to the PC racing car, but he's right behind, coming through turns 10 and 11, trying to stay right on the rear bumper, I think waiting for the PC car to make a mistake here so they can jump him. Again, on the long straight, they're going to have a hard time getting close enough to make the move happen. They'll have to do it in the corners somewhere. But that PC car ekes out just enough of an advantage on the straights that's going to be difficult for Blaze to outbrake them and still have enough room to make the corner.
Yeah, it's good to see Blaze back, both Blaze and 3D Racing. We haven't seen them since Circuit of the Americas last year. Missing the first couple races this year, but good to see them both back out here running pretty quick.
We saw PC Racing at Barber as well. Had a pretty good result that was ultimately taken away. I think they had some issues on the dyno, and so that win taken away from Peter Chang last time out. Only about 15 minutes in here, JT. We've already developed a little bit of a rhythm. There's battles up and down the field. Moorhead Speedworks has still stayed behind that 144 Forza Motorsport BMW. Hasn't been able to get that move done. I think a similar problem that Blaze is having right now is that 144 BMW probably a lot quicker on the straights than the lightweight Ginetta. Going to make it difficult for the Ginetta to get by. Also just combing through the results here. SoCal Wrestlers right behind NFC Motorsports, only 1.7 seconds. So NFC having some time to find their sea legs, having been a while since they've been in the car, of course. I'm supposed to have an onboard for the SoCal Wrestlers, but it says the camera's offline, which is strange. But I visited Claire with MyRaces.live yesterday, and she was able to point out their system and how to get some onboards in, so that's worked quite well. The Dive Bombers one looks lovely.
It does, yeah.
I believe I'm supposed to have one from Palomar as well. Let me just look for that real quick. The more the merrier, they always say.
Bit of traffic coming through 12 and 13 here. Super just trying to clear the GP1 cars. Is getting a bit close. I'm sorry, that's the GP1 and a GP2 car. That's 3D Racing in GP1 and the 83 at Palomar, which is your GP2 leader. They've currently got about an 8-second gap over the 55 from AOA Racing, who they themselves have their hands quite full with the 197 from Funk Motorsport.
I'm just going to try some of these, and we'll see what happens. All right, my faith is low that those are going to work, Dustin. But if they do, then we win. I put them in the... Oh, that's in the SCCA one. That's my fault. There we go.
Awkward.
All right, let's take a swing at those. See what happens. Oh, that didn't do the right thing. Come on. All right, yeah, let's try those two. And again, my faith low because this is an old link, but if it works, it works.
Last time through, looks like Tom Roberts in the 669. Pretty much same identical pace to Hannah Grisham in the 120. Currently about a 6-second lead. Coming through 12 and 13, we see Yeah, it looks like Blaze in front of PC Racing. So that would be Blaze Racing moving up into third. As they go through start finish, going to turn 2. There we go. That's Blaze Racing and the, I believe, black and yellow E36. And the PC Racing is your white and blue livered E46 BMW. I believe, while PC did unfortunately have tech issues Sunday at Barber, Saturday they did get a second place finish in GP1. So they are riding a bit of momentum coming into this weekend. Large track, and yet we will still get quite a bit of bunching up here. And still Moorhead and Forza going at it. As they dive through a little bit of general production traffic going into the final corner. It's still BMW over Ginetta.
All right, JT, and I've got my first guest of the weekend here. Just as I'm trying to click through and find some onboards, I've got Ken Sanders from Rapscallion, I believe, right?
Stack Racing.
From Stack Racing, yeah.
Yeah, we use Rapscallion for support.
Perfect.
But that's it.
Let's go a little closer right there. Beautiful. Okay.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, so with Stack Racing and the Ligier, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so what makes you pick doing the Ligier
Yeah.
over all the other options for GTO?
So we had some advice from Tim and I. Tim Adams is my co-driver and co-owner of Stack Racing, and so when we were looking to buy cars, we were both coming from just driver education days, track days,
Right.
and moving from very computer-oriented GT3 911s and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we really wanted to develop ourselves as drivers. And
Okay.
this is a raw car on purchase, no traction control, no ABS, a very, raw race car compared to what we were driving on these track days.
Sure.
And so that was the goal, is for us to get to be actual, car drivers rather than the car helping
Driving
so much.
for you.
Yeah,
Yep.
those 911s do a great job of helping you around corners. So anyway, that's how we first decided, and we looked at the Ligier, played around with it a little bit, and really liked it. So yeah, that's how we got into the French car.
It's a cool car to see, especially in a series, I think, now that's dominated by heavy duty, like GT4 off the shelf machinery.
Right.
So it's neat to have a situation where you can bring. It's a tube frame car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not like a road car chassis underneath or anything. It's a
No.
tube frame, purpose built race car, and as you're saying, not a ton of electronics on that thing. It's just pure race car on
Yeah.
there. And it's cool because especially in endurance racing, part of the game is trying to decide what direction you want to go with the rules that are available. So do you want to have a big power, heavy BMW, or do you want something lightweight with a little bit more downforce and a little bit less power? And so I think that makes for really interesting racing as you kind of have the ebb and flow. What's that like somewhere like Thunderhill, for example, where it's a really flowy track? You do have the 2 long straights and kind of the backstretch with that turn 8. Are you finding that this car is getting you enough that you need in the S's?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think you can see already we're pretty strong from turn 1 to 12, I guess, and then the 2 straights come into play. But like other tracks, maybe like Utah, if you can build enough gap in those twisty sections, then it holds the straight. And we've done some development to the car where we've got we've now reached the peak of the power that's available to us.
Okay.
We had months and months and all last year where we were way down on power, and I'm sure you can see that. We were significantly down, and the driver, Tim and I are pretty new at this, and so we were developing ourselves as well. But the car's getting really close to being fully competitive. We're always going to be a little down on horsepower just because it weighs so little. It's only about 2,400 pounds, and so that helps us a lot in the brake zones is where we dominate, and the really twisty stuff.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I think for, as you say, having not been behind the wheel of the car for that long, you guys are still doing an incredible job to be at the sharp end of this field. As I'm sure you know, the sharp end of the WRL field in GTO is not full of slouches. It's full of people who've been doing this for a long time. In a lot of cases, people who've been doing it professionally. It's like you've got Johann Schwartz in the Ginetta behind you a lot of the time. And like,
good
he
driver.
is an animal.
Yeah, he's fast. He's good, too.
Yeah.
Very good, clean. You know what he's going to do when. It's just, he's safe and fast at the same time, which is all good. We're getting better. We still got a long way to go, I think, both of us. And in the car, I'm talking about Tim and I. Some of the drivers have much more experience, and Kevin Madsen is a pro in the 678, and so he's obviously really good. But he's coaching us up, and we've got some people that in the 669 this weekend who know the track really well.
Oh, good.
And so that helped. One of the guys had never been in our car before, but he knows the track really well, and so that helps a lot.
Absolutely.
For us to be more competitive because the track knowledge and then just more experience.
It's something we were talking about yesterday during the qualifying show, which was a nightmare of a show to produce with half the people we usually have involved. But one of the things that we did cover is, especially in the GP classes, we figured that there's a lot of teams out there in the GP classes we've been talking about, especially El Diablo, notably, who are just running away with GP1 right now, that have been at this track and have done miles and miles and miles and miles of racing and are pretty successful at it. And we figured that in the GP class, you're going to have that. You're going to have the 4 or 5 teams that are out west that come to this track every year that know it. Because this track isn't on a lot of sims. It's not out there for people to learn. And we thought that, in GP1 it's going to matter. But in GTO, you've got Kevin Madsen, for example. Even if he hasn't been to this track a ton of times, I feel like he's going to be turned on pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But what we failed to realize is that, there's always somebody else in that car with the pro that's trying to get up to speed. And I think having him here is helpful. And if you've got a car full of guys who are, regulars out here, you've got a lot of data to pull from for everybody. And I'm sure they have mentioned stuff in passing to Kevin, saying like, hey, when we come to this turn, I find that this works better.
And
helps
that was that started in the minivan ride on the practice day. So that started right there. One of the guys who's out here all the time is home track, and he said, I would think about this and think about that, and we've incorporated some of those things. Kevin's got access to a pretty decent sim on this for Assetto Corsa we use.
Yeah.
That it's not great. It's got some issues, but it was better than never seeing anything. It helped us a lot to be, moving up to speed on day one.
I have the same Assetto Corsa mod for this track that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it is not perfect.
No.
One of the things, I'll see it online is people go like, well, it's not a very good representation of the track. There's not a whole lot of art. It's like, well, that's what the track looks like. There's not a lot out here at all. How does that make you guys feel as, something of amateur drivers, call it, however you want to call it, a driver, whatever.
No, absolutely amateurs, man.
How does it feel having a track here with almost nothing to hit. Does that make you feel any better? Or are you like, I don't want to get stuck in the mud? Is it worse? Would you rather be, in terms of just track safety, would you rather be somewhere like here or somewhere like Road Atlanta where there's a lot of wall, but the book is out there on how to drive the track and the wall that is there has a ton of tires?
Yeah. I guess it is different. I do feel like there's more, I guess, leeway for to push a little harder. Like yesterday during practice, I pushed way too deep into testing that brake point.
Right.
Just dropped a couple of wheels. It wasn't a problem. But if there had been a wall there, I'm probably not doing that. Right.
Exactly.
So that it's a give and a take. The problem is when you go off, it's pretty choppy. It can be pretty. Turn 2 is not that bad actually where I went off.
Right.
But some places it can be big holes. You can already see them developing even yesterday in practice, holes developing where people are dropping wheels, and that's only going to get worse, obviously. So, best to stay between the white lines, I think, most times.
Absolutely.
Some of the curbs here are okay, and some are not.
Right.
Back to the sim. What did you think there was one spot where it was really off significantly? I'll tell you.
I haven't used that in a long time because I've been trying to. The time I have spent doing sims, I've been trying to do iRacing stuff.
Yeah.
Where there's a competitive ladder for it and everything. So what's the spot on that?
Turn 9. I was shocked. I came across my first lap out. I came over turn 9, and I had my eyes exactly on the spot that I was doing on the sim, and I just nailed it. And 2 wheels were off the next second. So there's a little geometry there that would need to be tweaked. But overall, it was a great asset for us to be able to run that thing for weeks before.
Absolutely. No, it's better than having nothing for sure.
Absolutely.
And that's the other thing, too, is even tracks that you don't necessarily have on the sim, so like NOLA comes to mind, right? Where it's not out there a ton, like you don't see it a whole lot, but you can watch onboards of stuff from NOLA and kind of get an idea a little bit like, I kind of see there's not a whole lot out there for here.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty, I think, fresh thing in people's minds. And, content creators will come out here and Road and Track uses this for their magazine test at the end of the year for Car of the Year and all that. So, among the pro echelons, and if you're in the right corners, people have it, but there's just not a ton of, track video. It's part of why I enjoy being here is we get to be one of the few times that a broadcast has happened from here. It's pretty cool.
And we could see that. We could see people that had no access maybe to the sim and were really tiptoeing around the first day or two. And, that's how it goes if you don't have access to something like that, because this is a lot of blind entries and exits, and it's a fun track, though. We're having a blast out here. I can't wait. I hope this 25-hour takes off next year. That would be so much fun.
We would be beyond thrilled.
Yeah.
So, I talked about the drivers meeting, obviously, that it's a personal thing for us, for sure, but it's such a fun and cool race. I hope they don't do it in December on the traditional date because it's very cold and wet.
Yeah.
And it's a wet winter out here as opposed to a dry winter.
Do it now.
Do it now. I'm in agreement. We've lucked into the weather this year. It should be gray and windy like it was yesterday.
Really?
And today it's going to be incredible. It's usually not this mild. But no, a great track. I love being here. You can see the mountain off in the distance.
Yep.
Just fantastic place to be. When you see this pop up on the schedule, what goes through your mind? I know you guys are based out of Texas, so it's not the haul for you guys like it is some of the guys from Georgia and the Midwest and stuff. Like, it's a little ways from Texas. Tremendous.
From the kind of beginner mind, okay, Tim and I are both like, we don't care. Where do you want to go? Let's go race it. We don't care. We want to go everywhere, every track. It's fun this year because this is only our second season of doing this. And so now we're going to be seeing Road America, the Glen, for the second time. It's going to be so much more fun to not have that first day of, going up the chute 2, 3, 4 at Watkins Glen is it's a moment the first time you do that. And so stuff like that we won't have to deal with, So it's going to be fun this year to go back to these tracks but new stuff is always cool. Yeah. It's always interesting for me. I mean, we're and Tim's on the same page. I think we're both really just hungry to soak in as much of this stuff as we can.
Right.
We're loving it.
That's awesome.
We started with Rapscallion. I think you were covering you saw us out at Eagles Canyon, last year and even the year before in the Miatas, and we ran a couple of Miatas. with
Those
them.
are cool Miatas.
They are cool Miatas. I mean, when I would say
that's a long
Miata,
car.
I was like, this is a Miata. I mean, you know, not really, but
Right.
okay, we'll call it a Miata. It was a very cool paddle shifting, some kind of clutchless transmission setup. Reliability, you know, there were some issues with all that because they were trying to develop that thing. But we did 3 races 2 years ago with the Miatas. We had a DNF at Eagles Canyon, and then a 3 at Charlotte and a 2 at Coda, and we were like, oh hell, we're good at
Getting
this.
there, yeah.
We're good. We could go up, and so we did, and you know, it was humbling to drive that car at a wet Eagles Canyon with no traction control, no ABS, and the car not set up really at all. I mean, it was so interesting. Let's put it that way.
I'm guessing the sprint races where that car is typically used in Europe,
Right.
there probably isn't a whole lot of wet racing going on in general. That might not be something anybody has the setup book for, driving that car in the wet.
Yeah,
right?
it was. Well, we brought Madsen in at Daytona last year. We realized we need some actual, you know, professional driver response back to the team.
Right.
And because we're not able to really give that at that point, we're starting to get there where we can talk about, hey, I think the front is, you know, it's a fun thing to learn all this new stuff. But we brought Kevin in, and literally from Thursday practice to Friday morning felt like a completely different car.
Right.
Just the setup tweaks he made overnight.
Okay.
So that helped us a ton, and we've developed some for, you know, more downforce, more power.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's the fun part, I think, about this rule set, and you'll see with that NFC car, right, that's not a GT4 Mercedes anymore. It's nowhere in the same ballpark. But you get in GTO that room to, hey, I think if I could get a little bit more downforce out of this, it'll be more comfortable to drive. We get a little bit more lap time out of it. That's one of the last places where you can really do that. You know, in IMSA and all those places, the car's homologated.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
Set,
that's
right.
what you get.
Yeah.
And so being able to develop a car as an engineering exercise to let the Rapscallion guys kind of go crazy and hey, let's see what we can come up with.
Yeah.
And, you know, Stack Racing probably contributing on that as well.
Well, they're maximizing the strengths of the car, downforce, and, you know, we need to maximize the slower, twisty stuff, and so that's why we added downforce, and the braking is phenomenal out of the box on the thing.
I believe it.
We did add ABS. We still don't want to do traction control for whatever reason, but we did add ABS, and that helped us as drivers, I think. You know, just have a safety net.
Right.
Rarely do we feel getting into it. The brakes are so incredible on that thing. I mean, you know, as we were developing later in the year, in the beginning of this year, when some of the NPO1s are out there, we're braking almost at that NPO1 point.
Yep.
You know, it's.
So I'm just watching while we're on the screen here. You've got the Moorhead Speedworks going down the inside of one of the Stack Racing Ligiers. That's for second position right now. And so that Moorhead Speedworks car, now having, I think, turned on the tires, is now going to set off in pursuit of the 120. It's the first little bit of movement I think we've had at the top end of the field here. So it's the 669 having given up a space here.
Yeah,
the 678 still
in
down
that car.
in the field. What was that?
I think Johan is in that car right now.
I think so too.
Phenomenal driver.
And it's one of the cool things about getting to watch these over time is you learn the little vagaries of the cars and the setups and the drivers, where that car is not good at the start of the race. Like, it just isn't. Like, they're nowhere, and then you get to about this time, 20 to 30 minutes in, and the tires are turned on, and they're coming.
Yeah. And it's a similar car to the Ligier, actually.
Yeah.
It's a lightweight tube chassis, you know, purpose-built car. They use a better sounding engine than we use.
Oh, 100%. No question.
That thing sounds incredible going by. I love it. And Johan, I mean, he's a good driver. He's a great guy, too. Just the nicest guy.
Well, Johan and Ari and all those guys in that team have a ton of miles in anything. I think part of the reason they wanted to switch to that is they wanted to get closer to Ari's prototype situation. And they wanted a car that's a little bit lighter, that drives a little bit closer, versus the M3 they had for years, and GP1 was an incredible car, too. But this Jenetta's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's a cool car.
Yeah. Well, anything else you want to add? Is there a favorite part of the track, part that you've been loving, part that you're still trying to nail down?
I tell you, my favorite part is probably the scariest part is 5A. I mean, going over that hill, it's reminiscent of, you know, Road Atlanta maybe, but more more.
Yep,
I'll say
absolutely. It's
you're going
real
slower.
blind.
You're going slower, but the land is significant. It's
Yeah.
incredible. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
A lot of fun.
Even in a road car, if you try to come up over that verge and the road just drops away and you're like, where does it go? I
Right.
don't
You just have to know it's going to be there, have your vision right. The sim did have that one pretty good, I will say.
Okay.
Thank God.
Right.
And then I guess 8. It's just fast, and you got to commit to that throttle early, and it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Those 2 places probably my favorite.
That's awesome. Well, Ken, thanks for coming by to chat with me. I appreciate you. You guys are welcome up anytime.
Good talking to you.
Yeah. Good luck
have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah.
As we've been watching on our screen here, we've been keeping an eye on this overall fight for the lead of the race. With AE Victory, the 120 Toyota Supra leading, we did see the Moorhead Speedworks Genetic get past the Stack Racing JS2R, moving up into second place. They come down into turn 10 here. Yeah, that Moorhead Genetta just right there, directly behind the Supra. I do want to also make note that we did have a couple cars run into some reliability issues here. The 383 from Palomar Racing had been second in GP1 at the time. Unfortunately, did go a bit slow on track. Mike Anderson says might maybe drop the cylinder. They're on pit lane at the moment. Also the 55 from AOA Racing, which had been having a very close fight with Funk Motorsport in GP2. Also ran into issues of some sort. They have dropped back to 5th in GP2, I believe. They've come back out on track. We'll have to keep an eye out for them. Super running just a little bit wide there through 3.
JT, are we surprised at all that the 290 has now found the pace and is trying to grind for the front of the race here?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's very reminiscent of what we've seen previously in the last few years of of what Moorhead is able to do with the Genetta. But we've also seen, a couple races where the Genetta, for whatever reason, it isn't, dialed in right. It's not hooked up, and
right.
So this is a bit of both. It's very good to see, right here at the front of the train, or trying to be.
Well, especially for your first race back in several months after having moved shop, and you're trying to get everything squared away and together, and now they've got it going where it needs to go.
Yeah, they get a little bit of traffic here. HQ Autosport from GP1.
Ooh, they're going to try to make a move. I don't think they're going to have the legs enough. Yeah. I don't think that's even trying to sell the fake to the outside. I think that's just trying to get in a little bit more clear air to see if you can get a better run out of 15 here and up the front stretch. Unfortunately, they will disappear here for a moment until we see them on the front stretch camera. As you know, JT, that is the start-finish line right there at the 5 board.
Yep.
The start-finish line is not actually where the flag stand is. Unique quirk of this track.
One of many.
Yep. Other thing that people were having problems with JT on the practice and qualifying was using the blend line all the way to the top of 1. There's a lot of people that would get to kind of pass the 1 board and they'd start to come back across. And it was something that, it's unique to this track that you have to stay by the blend line almost the same way you would at Road Atlanta, where you really have to respect the blend line if you're coming out of the pit lane all the way to the end of the blend line, which feels bad because you're already supposed to have come back across. And so that was a point of contention, I think, for a couple drivers, and it was explained in the drivers' meeting that, hey, this is what we need to do. It looks like we're hearing the move is done, and indeed it is. So the Moorhead Speedworks Janetta has gone into the lead past the 120, which had set the fast qualifying time in GTO. So the pole sitter now down into second. And I think going to start falling back into the clutches of the Stack Racing with Rapscallion Ligier. Just talking to Ken with that team. They're having a great time, it sounds like.
Yeah, this battle slowed up both cars a bit, as did traffic. But that allowed the 669 to close the gap, being about a second and a half quicker that last time through.
So that Moorhead Speedworks car now, I think, comfortably in the lead. I do believe they're going to check out here, especially in clear air. They'll be able to make that car work the way it's intended at this track, get a little bit better apex speeds, and do what they need to do to put themselves in position to do well for the rest of the race. Of course, we've got about 45. We're only about 45 minutes in. Still got about 7 hours, 15 minutes remaining. Going to check back in on GP1. Blaze Racing has gone around PC. They are about a second or so ahead of PC Racing. So they haven't checked out hugely, but the 118 has gone around the 43. Randy Mueller behind the wheel of the 43 at PC Racing. El Diablo Motorsports still comfortably ahead in the 159s when they need to be. Otherwise in the low 2-minute range, whereas the next cars on track are 202, 205, 203 for best laps. So El Diablo routinely running 2 seconds a lap faster here, and that's just local knowledge, JT. That's a team that's won E0, which in those days probably a similar lap time to GP1, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm not going to say
I'm going to look it up and make sure I'm not just totally crazy. They do run a different tire, as I recall.
Yeah, and it's to be clear, it's not just local knowledge. They are a quick car in general.
Yes, absolutely.
We at Circuit of the Americas, for example, we had a 28 GP1 car field, and they came away with a third place finish on Saturday.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Second place at Watkins Glen Saturday as well. It's a very competitive car regardless, but their knowledge of this track is just helping them even more so.
So El Diablo in 2015, which would be the year that I remember them winning, their best time during the race was a 156 in their 325, and it was a E36 at the time. So they're running a hair slower than they were back then, but I believe on slick tires with a tire sponsor back then.
Yes.
So pretty good speeds. They're more running like an E1 pace right now, which is what Honda Research West in the Civic, that's about the class that they were in for the time. Edge Motorworks, or Edge Autosport, also in that 2015 race. I was really hoping, JT, that we would see Valkyrie, but they have not showed up. I'm a little disappointed in that. I'm going to level with you.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Yep.
Looks like a little bit of traffic has helped PC Racing directly on the back end of Blaze Racing in their fight for second. As they come down to the final corner side by side, Blaze on the inside. PC's going to try to go around the outside here. It's a very long corner here, so we'll see how much speed they can carry onto the front straight here. This will give them the inside 4-1, but they have enough that they're able to clear the E36. I also want to point out a little bit of a problem here in GP1. The MR2 from Dive Bombers had been running fourth in class for a bit here, but I believe they had come on pit lane, or they lost quite a bit of time. Unfortunately, I can't be too certain as my timing screen has shown every single car on pit road at the moment, which is not the case.
Yeah, that's been an issue since yesterday as well.
And I'm also showing the 80. I'm showing both Palomar cars in pit lane. So I believe that that is going to promote the 197 to the lead in GP2, bringing the 49 Velocity Group FRS up into second, and the 322 Honda Research Civic SI to third in GP2 at the moment.
So I'm just looking back at old Thunderhill 25-hour results pages. 2016 in E1, third place, the number 9, Trimtex with Jay Balicki behind the wheel.
Oh, wow. All right, and confirmed by Mike Anderson, 83 in the pits. And gotta say, it's pretty crazy to see reliability already striking down quite a few cars, and we're not even an hour into the race yet.
That's a little wild to me, especially you figure you're going to make the big tow out here. This would be when you wanted the car refreshed, is on the day when you know it's going to take some time to get out here. You really want to make sure you get your money's worth once you get the car out here. The good news is with less traffic density, I think we'll have a lot fewer incidents going on. El Diablo also won in 18, so that does make 3 wins, which is what my initial thought was. Also surprised we're not seeing TAPG, but they're in Michigan now, so maybe they're going to go to Road America instead. JT, we're going to Road America next. Did you know that?
All right. Good track.
Great track. Be flying out there to beautiful Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Currently trying to decide which airport I'm going to fly into for that event. It's contentious right now. I'm fortunate that half of my travel for these events with the current issues going on is not really a problem because I leave from SFO where they haven't had any trouble because they have a third-party TSA. So it just runs like normal and there's no delays. Other than there was no delays until this week, JT. Did you see the news about the flight pattern for SFO?
I did not.
So you can no longer do tandem, parallel landings at SFO. That's going to cut their arrivals down from 60 to 36 per hour.
Ooh.
So even though the TSA isn't messed up, it's going to mess up other stuff. So the plane travel, as I'm sure everybody's aware of, is tough right now. So still trying to figure.
I mean,
I wasn't sure, frankly, if you were on the mic or not, if you could be heard or not. So that's why I was not responding. Oh, you can't be heard. Oh, well, then you're not going to kill it because I'm not going to respond if you're not on the mic. That's producer Justin All is trying to join in on the conversation, but he doesn't want to be on the broadcast. Says he's not being paid enough. PC Racing has gone back around Blaze Racing, the 43 from the 118. Just want to try to find that battle here. We usually have the Blaze on board. Isn't that one we typically have, JT?
Not sure. I think we have in the past.
Let me see if I can hunt down an old link for that and just see if it works. Blaze. Jump. No, I don't have that one saved. Wait. Zach. Nope. 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 Nothing. I got nothing. All right. Well, good try. Let's see. I will also hit up the folks at Sentinel and see if I'm missing any.
Yeah, the 669 continues to follow the Supra around. Gap expanding just a little bit at the moment, but surely it will close up once we get to the tighter, twisty bits. Turns 1 through 8.
Forget, if I come all the way over to this computer here, I can make graphics happen. Need a 120. The gap behind. All right, let's see it. Show me graphic. Boom! Let's go. I love it when stuff works the way it's meant to. So it's been in that kind of 1 second range for the last few laps. Second and third, AE Victory and Stack Racing with Rapscallion. And then if I do this one, we can see how the gap to the leader has played out. Yeah, all right. And so not checking out at the speed that I think they did. Now, part of me thinks that they might be conserving. Like, they know they have the lead now. They don't need to be tremendously far ahead. There's going to be some ebb and flow with traffic as well. The traffic here, I think, going to play a big role amongst some of these battles. There's really only one lane, JT, for a lot of this track, that if you're not on the preferred line, you're going to have to move significantly slower.
Yeah.
To try and get by. We are seeing right now through turns 4 and going up towards turn 5, the HQ Autosports car makes a move stick on the MR2. Imagine having a BMW and going around the outside of an MR2 through a set of S's. Don't think I've seen that before. They're going to come down through turn 6 now, so that move is done. Yeah, so as Dustin points out for us, we got the overall leaders as well as Blaze and PC in this little pack here. Just rounding off the first hour of the race here. We've got the Porsche 911, I believe it's the Almonte car, is on pit lane. I believe they are doing regular service on that right now.
First time we've seen that car, too.
Yeah, new car for them. Very excited. Spoke to some folks on the grid about that. They're happy to be here, happy to have a heck of a machine.
Yeah, because last time Almonte was racing with us, last year Daytona, they were running in GP2. So
yeah.
Definitely a step up.
The traffic currently hurting the Ligier's ability to get up to the bumper of the 120 as they come through turn 5. Unfortunately, that's a battle where people can't really afford to just give time away to let people through nicely, given that everybody's kind of battling for position for the lead in class in that kind of gaggle of 5 or 6 cars. Well, as we reach the top of the hour here, I think we're going to take a quick ad break, and I'm going to run downstairs momentarily. So if we could fire up the ad machine, that would be lovely. We'll get that would be the Continental Tires ad. I hope so too. If it's a different tire brand, you'll see us get rid of it really quickly. Okay, so if it says Conti, I feel comfortable saying that is the Continental Tire ad. So we'll be back here in a couple of moments here from the Golden State Endurance Cup at Thunderhill Raceway Park in Northern California. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
back here, Thunderhill Raceway Park. Join the sights and sounds of our 8 hours endurance race today. We'll be back again tomorrow for 7 hours for WRL's first stop in California. Looking so far like a great day for racing. Battles continue in GTO at the moment. Moorhead Speedworks as they come across the line here. Safe gap, let's say, 3 seconds back to the AE victory. The 120 Toyota Supra GT4. They themselves a couple seconds now over the 669 from Stack Racing. A little bit of traffic helping ensure that safety margin there. The Stack Racing car was a bit quicker through the corners, so the Super was having a difficult time trying to get away there, but we'll see what they can do now as they come down through turn 5 here. GP1, still the 48 of El Diablo Motorsports leading in their BMW M3, E46. That's currently over PC Racing and Blaze Racing, who continue to have a very good fight, basically since the drop of the green flag an hour ago. Roughly about a second separating those cars at the moment. In GP2, it is the Funk Motorsport BMW 330 leading after the issues for the 83 at Palomar. We do have Velocity Group in the Scion FRS a little bit further back in second at the moment, as we have a slow Moorhead Speedworks. That is definitely not a good sign. That Janetta will most likely be diving into pit lane here on the exit of 15, staying to driver's right here. Hopefully that's just a fuel issue. So back to the lead is the 120 Supra from AE Victory. Looks like the 669 taking a little bit of advantage here, closing that gap back to the Supra. As they work their ways through turns 6 and 7. A little bit of dust kicked up from the Scion FRS of Velocity Group Racing there. As the leaders start to come up on the GP2 car. I believe that is another first-time entry for WRL. The Scion FRS, no stranger to General Production 2. Quite a successful platform, also in GP3 as well. Definitely a very solid car to have to take the fight to the BMWs. Moorhead leaving pit lane here. Coming back out just in front of the leader. That is very important here. So they are still on the lead lap. Just roughly a minute and 53 seconds behind. That said, I believe they are going to pick up a warning for speeding on pit lane. little bit of traffic here from 5 to 6. Gonna help the Supra. Unfortunately, the sister car, the 119, I do not believe has come back out yet. Still getting repaired for whatever is ailing that Supra. Once again, a very familiar sight so far with these 3 GTOs running nose to tail here. Unfortunately, the Janetta having to fight off the Supra to stay on the lead lap here. Supra is going to go to the inside here of 14 and 15, so they're going to be hitting pit lane here. Believe for a scheduled stop. That's going to give the 669 the lead of the race. A little bit further back in class, the 144 Forza Motorsports BMW, also about a second ahead of the sister stack racing car, the 678. .678 comes through the shot there, so I believe the 144 is hit pit lane. So that promotes 678 into second in GTO. So Stack Racing running 1-2 at the moment. NFC for their 5 seconds back of the 678, running third in their Mercedes. On board the 678. Just ahead is the 197 from Funk Motorsport. That is your GP2 leader. Then to the inside. Couldn't tell which car that was. That might have been Singler. Down the hill they go from 9 into turn 10. Coming up behind Blaze Racing and PC Racing with their continued fight for second in GP1. PC getting a little squirrely there in turn 11. As they go through 12 and 13. Again, a good run here goes to driver's left. Set up braking 414. Moves to driver's right on the 43 of PC Racing.
Wow. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
You know, this is really where I initially had the idea to get the ribbon mic that they use for calling soccer games in Europe, because they're sitting in the stands usually, and so they have to have it like right on their face so you don't have the background noise. But they're really expensive. They're like $700 or $800 each. I could not convince Brendan to shell out that kind of cash for a mic specifically for me to use that you have to hold with one hand. So that's not gone well for your boy. Let's do a little quick rundown, JT. Do you want to do a rundown? Give me 1 second. Check this out. Ready? Ready? We'll do the rundown because it's 10 after the hour, which is when we're going to start doing the rundowns. Watch this. Ready? Boom! El Diablo leads GP1, followed by PC, then Blaze, HQ Autosports, Dive Bombers in the Toyota. I didn't go fast enough. Funk Motorsports in the lead of GP2 with that great-looking car. Unfortunately, I can just barely read this on the preview screen, so I should be looking at my own. Velocity Group, Honda Research West, Oh my gosh, there's too many scroll bars. It's going too fast. Oh no, it's a disaster. Stack Racing followed by Stack Racing, I believe, on pit rotation. AE Victory, SoCal Rustlers, 290 of Moorhead Speedworks have already made their pit stop. Same with the 123 of NFC, 144 of Forza Motorsport, 25 of Singular Racing, 9 of Almonte, and the 119 still back behind the wall. Hoping they can get that car back together. That's the overall standings there.
Yeah, I'm hoping the Moorhead Speedworks was scheduled and not a issue. They were just running low on fuel there.
We're into that kind of range, JT. We're an hour and 15 in. We're in the pit window.
Yes, most of our GTO cars have pit, except the 2 Stack Racing cars, I believe. Possibly the 181 from SoCal Rustlers. Dustin says PC may have just pit.
PC is in the pit lane right now as we speak. I can see it. I can see it coming down the row. It's pulling in now. They're going to pull in right in front of Honda Research West. Now, an interesting vagary of the rules in the other series that used to run the Endurance Championship. What? It auto closes. Yep, I have to wait for it to auto close. Anyway, as I was saying, one of the interesting vagaries of the rule set that the other championship uses with the endurance race at this big track that used to be a thing is that you could only put, wasn't it 1 or 2 tanks of fuel in on the pit lane? Right, JT?
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
You're not sure? Oh, okay. Anyway, that is a rule. There's only a set amount of fuel that you can put in the car per pit stop. So even if your car had a bigger fuel tank, you could never effectively fill it unless you wanted to fill it in the paddock. There were safety reasons for that, was my understanding. But as a result, I think some of these cars that are optimized for that rule set probably have smaller tanks because they didn't need to carry this enormous fuel tank around. And so I think that's why you'll see some of these GP2 runners. We're used to seeing GP2 cars do close to 90 minutes. And that is not occurring here.
Well, we were covering more GP1 cars.
Indeed.
PC Racing, yeah, did pit. Blaze Racing, if I recall correctly, usually did go a bit longer in their stops, as would Palomar as well. Unfortunately, Palomar having issues that not able to highlight the fuel strategy today for us at the moment.
No, not this time. We can try to work out the irresponsible math situation later, though. We'll see how that pans out for us. And a lot of green running. I anticipate few, if any, yellows this weekend. Just given, like I said, the lack of car density here. This is a track that can comfortably absorb 60 cars, and we're running with something closer to half of that. I think it's going to mean less contact, which means more green flag running, more good racing. Has El Diablo stopped yet? I don't think they have. Or they just came back out. That's what it is. So they've kept the lead after their pit stop. Of course, we went to commercial break right as the pit cycle began. So that's on me. That's on your boy.
I mean, unfortunately, my timing just shows yet for every lap as pitting.
Oh, hit refresh. As soon as people actually started pitting, it fixed itself on my end.
So it does on the main logo.
Yes.
But if you go to look at the individual laps to see
okay.
It shows every lap is pitted.
Gotcha. Well, you know, what are you going to do? Maybe they do. Maybe people enjoy pitting that much. JT, I can send you... Well, can I send this to you? Actually, I don't think you have a login. I can't send this to you. There's another timing portal that I was given access to. Now I've got timing options galore. The timing vacuum provided by Race Heroes has meant that there's lots of options available. Perhaps we can collate all of us and have like one super timing app and it just checks all the apps and then tries to decide which one's the most accurate, and then only shows you that data. That would be cool. Sounds like a lot of work. I'm going to level with you. 6 hours 43 remaining here. AE Victory 120 back into second position.
I believe Velocity Group did pit this last time through. That has promoted the 322 Honda Research West in their Civic Si to second in GP2.
SoCal Rustlers, I don't think has stopped yet. They're up into third.
I believe that is correct. As the first Stack Racing car does pit, the 678 out of second.
Yep.
.669 stays out again.
Able to get a little bit more fuel economy, I think, out of a V6 lightweight tube frame car.
The important thing, though, is Moorhead was able to come out ahead, stay on the lead lap, and has been able to put down some quicker times to build a safety gap here.
Yep.
They're now about 4 seconds ahead on track. So roughly a minute 52 behind. Also quite important to note that after the pit stop for the Mercedes, NFC sits about 7 seconds behind Moorhead.
I'd love to know what the issue with the 119 is. Unfortunately, I don't have a pit reporter here with me this weekend. Had a lot of good feedback, JT, on the pit camera as well. Which is funny, because I remember when you and I tried to do the pit camera at Sebring, no one liked it. So, times have changed, I suppose.
Yeah, but then previously when we did it at Coda, they liked it as well, so I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. See if we can find room. Of course, if you are an entrant and you would like to sponsor the pit camera, that can be arranged. If you would like some shout-outs, a commercial, a logo on the screen, which can be accommodated, of course, as you can see with the Golden State Endurance Cup logo. We could get your logo in the bottom right. We could say the name of your business every single time we cut to the pit lane camera. Maybe you're not in it for the promotional aspect and you just really want to see it because you think it's fun. Talk to me, talk to RJ, and we can get that figured out for you. And as you know, if you have a product, JT, you know this, understand that if you advertise a product with DriversEye Live, you become a sponsor for life. Literally for life. We love Race Fuels. We talk about Race Fuels and Lino Espresso, two sponsors we had over 12 years ago, and we still talk about them to this day. So rest assured that if you are a sponsor of a consumer product that I can talk about and consume while I'm in the booth, you will get shout-outs for life. It is incredible value. We talk about Shipley's Donuts. We talk about Lupe Tortilla. They don't even sponsor us when we talk about it. Imagine how much I'll talk about your business if you sponsor the pit lane camera. That is my entreaty to you. I think we're going to have the return of the pit lane camera on a very limited basis for Road America, along with some other cool enhancements that are going to be provided by one of the entrants in the series who wants to see the series grow and wants to see cooler features in the broadcast. Everything can be arranged. It's just a matter of money. We just got to pay an extra person to be here to carry the camera around. That's really all it boils down to is, can I afford the travel for an extra person? And right now the answer is no. But that can be changed. So, if you like the pit camera, let me know. we'll work something out. We can even pool it if you and another team want to sponsor it together, and we can do like a dual logo or something neat like that. 100% we're in on that.
I do
Actually,
want to point out that the 669 Stack Racing did pit from the lead, promoting the 120 Supra back up front, a victory leading the race.
Back into the lead. I love the inferences that the YouTube algorithm makes when I'm not logged in based on the IP address I log in from and the location that I'm at. It's some just wild, wild advertisements that are very clearly not meant for me. I'm going to check the YouTube chat. I haven't been doing that today.
Always recommended.
Always recommend. If you've got things to say, hop up into the YouTube chat. Occasionally we get enough chat going that we actually get spam, which always feels good. That if people are trying to spam links for their terrible products, that means we have enough viewers that it's making an impact. And it makes me happy to see, if I'm being honest. By the way, if you are watching right now and you have not liked or shared or subscribed, please do so. It does help juice the algorithm in a very tangible way. It's extremely helpful. I've occasionally, when I'm doing the SCCA, I will sit there and stare at the YouTube numbers, and as soon as Brian Belansky says, please like and share, and then shames people into liking and sharing because he counts the number of likes and then counts the number of viewers and then tells the people who aren't that they're not doing their job. And the wild thing is people go for it, right? 100% it works. It's the wildest thing I've ever seen. I would never personally do it. But he shames people into hitting the like button, and I watch it juice the algorithm and see the increase in views. It's like incredible. So please, if you wouldn't mind liking, sharing, and subscribing or saving or any of the on-screen buttons that are available there on YouTube's thing, that would help tremendously. We're at 207 watching right now, which is on par for a nice WRL weekend, especially when I know you've got other options to do on your Easter holiday weekend. Happy Easter, of course, to all the folks out there who celebrate. Happy extra day off school for the folks that don't, but still like having the time off. Just scrolling through the YouTube chat here. Dominic Johnson, 8380. Hey, this track is not on iRacing, is it? No, it is not. JT, what was the number? Didn't they give a number on what it costs to scan a track and get into iRacing? Was it like 10 grand or something?
I mean, without the licensing, yeah, probably like that.
Let's assume that Matt Busby, who's the CEO of the track here, would license it instantly because he just wants it to be out there. What's the number? Isn't it like 10,000?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Just the amount of workload to not only scan but also to build essentially the track digitally.
As I pointed out earlier, JT, there's not a whole lot of art that has to go on around the track. It's pretty bare. There's not a whole lot going around here. You could maybe do the vineyard over yonder or whatever it is. It looked like a vineyard before, but I think those are olives. You could do the orchard.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, big spin over there.
Turn 6.
Right on the outside of turn 6. Now, the good thing is there's nothing to hit out there until you get all the way down to the orchard, as you can see. So we are showing yellow all the way back at turn 3 and 4 so that people can see that there is a car that's likely going to rejoin. As you saw, there's a lot of dust being strewn up, which means it is not muddy and murky. So that car should be able to make its way back to the racing surface, provided they didn't go off due to a mechanical failure.
Oh, reports from our race control log that they might have lost a tire.
Yeah, that would prevent you from being able to get back on track if you're missing a tire at that point.
Ooh, let's see. So currently missing.
We are going to go full course yellow here. The double yellow has been put out at the turn 3 flag stand.
Is that the 118? I think that might be the 118 from Blaze Racing. That's the only one I'm not having seen come through recently.
Sorry? Just like a few, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I do have the track safety radio in my hand here. They have dispatched a tow truck. So first full course yellow here for a mechanical failure. Let's take this opportunity to run another ad so I don't have to do it during the pit cycle again. So we'll pull up the Continental Tires ad. Home of the greatest tires in the history of tires, maybe even ever, as they say. Some say that the Continental tires on the pace car this weekend are working as intended. The pace car may or may not be a Mercedes CLA from budget. We'll be right back here at Thunderhill Raceway Park.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Golden State Endurance Cup. We're about an hour and a half in. We've had a tire detach itself from a racing car. We believe that it is the SoCal Wrestlers Samson Racing Communication car. One of the contenders in GTO was going long on fuel. I think they had just pitted in, so unfortunately this may be a case of the wheel not being done up quite correctly. So that's brought out our first full course yellow. Did not appear to be any contact involved. I think the wheel merely detached itself, and that was the end of it. So no harm, no foul, other than the cadence of the race here. Of course, Thunderhill Raceway Park, no strangers to doing hot pulls, so long as cars are respectful, we will have a hot pull here while the cars are still on track, and we'll get sent back to green here shortly.
Yeah, looking at the replay, that does indeed look like it was the 181 from SoCal Wrestlers. Which is unfortunate. They were looking to do pretty well in GTO at the time.
Yep. No, doing what they needed to do, I think, and just it doesn't take much to ruin your day here. In endurance racing especially. Now, the good news is they have all day tomorrow to get the car, or all day today to get the car fixed, and then all day tomorrow to race. So your weekend is not fully over. Just flipping back through the YouTube chat here. Got a chat from Chuff, says, never heard of this track before. The full track layout looks like it'd be tons of fun. You would say that from looking at the picture, right? you would think that, oh, it's like a huge track. It'll be a 5 mile. It'll be fantastic. The problem is the other track, I think, is more set up as a school course. It's a little bit narrower. It's a lot tighter. It is not as conducive to racing with these sorts of cars. If you're in, say, like a Miata or a Spec Boxster, maybe even like an E46 race, it can produce some good racing. But for something like this, traditionally the endurance races only take place on the 3 mile track. Just a little bit more convenient, I think, for the pit and paddock situation as well. And indeed, it makes the track rental much cheaper because they've rented out the other half of the track to a track day today. So you get a little bit more cross-pollination here. People wandering over and checking out WRL for the first time. If I was really smart, I would have had a poster printed so that people could watch the broadcast while they're waiting for their run group. But I am not smart, and I did not do that. I think we have firm confirmation that the wheel did come off of the car. Scooby 2.8 dude, don't let the GT3 cars in and car count will stay high. Good news. There is no GT3 class in WRL.
Right, so at the moment, the 128 Victory Super continues to lead. Not sure the exact gap they have at the moment. Need them to cross start finish line just one more time, but roughly 10 seconds back. No, I'd say about. There we go. 3 cars behind is the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta in second, with 1 car separating them from third. Stack Racing the 669, NFC Motorsports another car behind with El Diablo in between them. So in GTO it is the top 6 that are still on the lead lap. NFC 4th, the 678, Stack Racing 5th, and the 144 Forza Motorsports in 6th. Singler Racing, unfortunately, 1 lap down. It is El Diablo in GP1 over the 330 from HQ Autosport and the 43 at PC Racing. After unfortunate issues from the 118 of Blaze Racing and the 383 from Palomar, which I believe might actually be back out on track. Might be them behind the safety car. I'm not sure. Can you tell, Ryan?
I cannot.
I haven't seen the 383 in person yet.
So the 383, I believe, has some troubles.
They did. I believe they've come back out.
Okay. Is that them right there? Maybe? Third in line?
I can't tell.
Let's see. They're going to come to the front stretch here. I now see why Brendan stands every time he commentates, because you can't quite see out the window.
I believe it's the 80 that is behind the safety car.
80 is behind the safety car. 383 is behind the 125.
Gotcha. Okay. The sister car, the 83, in GP2, Mike Anderson let us know that the diff exploded and that currently being replaced.
Got it. Indeed.
GP2 currently led by the 197 of Funk Motorsport.
That's the car right there, the blue and yellow that you're just seeing go away from us.
Yep. Couple laps over the 322 Honda Research West in their GP2 entry. They themselves about 40 some seconds over the 49 Velocity Group Racing Scion FRS.
Yep. In the classic TRD colors.
Yeah, looks very good on that car.
Now, I'm something of a Toyota stan, as you're aware, JT. I did have a discussion with Brendan yesterday, though, about how Toyota appears to be completely rudderless in deciding what they're going to name their racing programs and performance trims. That it's just a complete and total mishmash at this point. I don't even think they know what the point is.
I think they do, but I think we're waiting for like another year or so for the Lexus situation to revolve itself in racing, and then it's going to be a lot more clear.
Well, it's like GR is supposed to be like club racing and trophy racing, but it's just Toyota racing for the high-end stuff, and then TRD is or isn't a thing, and they don't know what they're going to do with the route. It's just a nightmare. It seemed like GR was your racing brand. Then it would make Toyota Racing Development, maybe TRD would have been a good name for your club level stuff instead of, and then GR be your pro stuff, which is what you had already named it. It seems like they complicated the situation for no appreciable gain in understanding or good marketing. But what do I know? I'm just a guy with a microphone sitting in a track. The Ginetta has come out of the pit lane now. They're going to try to catch the tail end of the field here.
Good
Looks
call.
like they are still doing recovery.
Hard to tell, but I think the lights are off on the safety car. Oh, they've never been on. Okay.
I was going to say bold if so, because they are still recovering that car.
Dustin pointing out that safety cars using hazards, doesn't look like the roof lights are operating.
Grooves and Land says in the track, for the lowest class, it'll cost you $150K, pretty easy to build a car. I know that cars can be purchased for GP2 for less than that, for probably a third of that. Now, are you going to have to maintain it and do all that stuff? Is that going to add up to 150 grand? Yeah, probably. But you can buy a car for less than that.
Oh, yeah, substantially less.
There was a GP2 car that was available for sale at one point that was about 18 or 19 grand. It was Montgomery's old car that I seriously considered scrounging up some money to purchase.
Yeah, no.
If it gets into the range where I am willing to buy it, then it's probably too cheap. Let's just put it that way. I've just been looking at the actual YouTube output as opposed to our feed, and I'm always astonished at how much better it looks. Like, I look at the production feed, and I'm like, man, that looks like garbage. What am I doing wrong? Why? This sucks. I don't necessarily want more bitrate if it's going to cause issues with other things. I don't have Vibrant. That's the problem. What I really want is for you, Dustin, to have the improved Discord so you can do the 1080p screen share. I'll buy it for you. How about that? I mean, what's your Zelle? I'll do it right now. It's whatever. I mistakenly subscribed to Nitro thinking that I could request 1080p, which was not how it works. Not looking good. Not looking good. That's okay. 383 is dealing with just resurrected from a multi-year rest issues, hoping it's fixed. That tends to happen. That'll tend to happen. Especially when we're going to new places and there's cars that have sat unused for the last couple of years because the Thunderhill 25-hour went away for a little bit of time and had kind of started to peter out a little bit before that. So it makes sense that there's cars banging around here and there. I have a car that is sat unused for 10 years now that needs new safety equipment in addition to an engine that I have not touched in about 2. So I understand the struggle. It would make a great GP2 car if I could get the motor that I want into it. You'd have to take a bunch of modifiers, but I think it would still be awesome. I think I can do that from here. I think I have to click that I want the higher bitrate. Nice. So now if I come... Oh, look at that. Oh, that's much better. I don't know if you can tell, Dustin, but that looks significantly better. Yep. JT, do you see the stream?
What am I seeing that's different?
Discord. It's substantially higher bit rate now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's much better. Thank you, Dustin, for spending that $10. Remind me to sell you later. Okay. That's fine. I'll end up paying for that either way. That was unauthorized spend. I'll pay for it through Brendan. Indeed. To see that smoke in the distance there, I believe that is from the other event at the other track. I don't know if it's a track day or a drift day, but at this point it wouldn't surprise me if it was a drift day with that amount of smoke. Going green this time by, I hear on the radio.
By Moorhead coming in the top off. That's moved them to 6th in GTO.
But they're still in the lead lap.
Exactly. They're just,
and now they have a fuel advantage. Yeah, that's the off cycle that we were looking for.
Kind of needed because it did seem like compared to the other cars in front of them, they were the least fuel efficient going by the first stint.
Yep. You see the safety car just heading up into turn 9 here. There we go. I really wanted to get these camera angles that emphasized how steep these hills are. Yep. Because it's quite steep. I only wish I had one for the backside as well, but I just ran out. I think that turn 4 camera is going to go away tomorrow. And I'm going to make that the exit of 9 camera. Although there's nowhere to mount it. We'll have to figure that out. But we're going to come back to green here shortly, was my understanding. The safety car, or the course vehicles have been cleared. Flashers are off on the pace car. It's going to pull in. And we're going to fire some race cars down into turn 15. They're going to come on the front stretch at something approaching full speed. Indeed, we do. And the green flag is going to fly. This camera is actually mounted on the flag stand. That's why you can't quite see it. But the cars are going to come down into turn 1. That's one of the AE victory cars going straight back to the front of the pack here. You can hear the cars in the background of my microphone, I'm sure. There's a little bit of a gaggle there. Somebody's getting squeezed. I think that was the Blaze Motorsport car. Everybody seems to have gotten through. As they file down into turns 2 and 3. NFC all over the back of the 80, trying to get around so they can get back into touch with the leader, or not the leader, but the 120. Is the 120 the leader?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay.
But that is the NFC did get by the 669 there on the restart.
Yes, they did. And as we talked about earlier, I think both the 669 and the 290 being a little bit lighter car, it's harder to get the tires turned on as we come back from a slower part of the race. Track is getting warmer by the minute, though. So AE Victory able to streak away here. I think that's the 144. Trying to stay on the tail there. That is a car that's a lap down.
That might be...
No, it's the 25. My apologies.
Yeah, that's Singler, who was unfortunately just barely a lap down at the time of the yellow. So yeah, directly behind the leader there. They're trying to get that lap back. Bit of general production traffic here for Moorhead.
Yep.
And for Forza.
I think both Forza and Singler are still trying to get those cars turned on where they need to be. The neat part about GTO is also the undoing, I think, for a lot of new teams, that the rulebook is pretty open with regards to what you can do to modify the car. But when you get a GT4 car out of the box, you know, on one hand, it's a professionally built race car. It should be good to go. But these GT4 cars are typically raced in a BOP series where you know the performance will be balanced to their made to a rule set, and you don't typically have to do anything with them. So when you run them in an endurance series like WRL, you're open to change wings, splitters, suspension packages, things like that. And if you haven't spent the development time to get those things in, or maybe you have spent the time but you're still trying to figure out the best combination, not quite have the pace of some of these teams that have worked with the cars for a long time. I believe we're hearing that the 119 is returning to the race.
All right.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, just came through turn 1 there.
That's the 119 of AE Victory after having gone out really early in the race for an as yet unknown reason. I'm sure Sarah Montgomery will be by at some point today to let me know, hey, this is what happened. Talked with Sarah and Aaron today. And Laura Hayes in one of the other cars as well.
All right.
Very happy to see them all here in Northern California. Aaron Vogel, very happy to be able to tow the trailer up here from Southern California and not have to fly all over creation. And there's the Almonte Motorsports Porsche 911. I'm glad that round 3 was able to break open the seal on having 991 Cup cars in WRL. I think that's something that was always a possibility, but nobody had been able to make it work. And now that it can be done, I think people are going to continue to do it. Those 991.2 Cup cars, still extremely useful in club racing. And for the level of car it is, reasonably priced. It is moving a little bit slowly here on the backstretch, however. Indeed being passed by a Civic. I can't imagine anything more frustrating.
Looks like possibly flat on the right side.
Oh, okay.
Or at least it was kicking up dirt or something. As it stayed off the racing line. So importantly, the 290 from Moorhead did clear the cars ahead in those last couple laps here, the 678, the 144, and the 669. Now with a bit of clear track to try to catch up to the NFC Mercedes ahead. About 15.5 seconds out of the lead in GTO at the moment. Still El Diablo in GP1. HQ Autosport last time through, running a very similar lap time. Fortunately, I believe they are either just a lap down or about to be put a lap down. PC Racing an additional 18 seconds behind them. You have Dive Bombers running 4th in class, I believe a further lap back. In their very unique Toyota MR2, which is great to see here this weekend. And
Heck of a car. Heck of a car.
The number 80 BMW 3D Racing in 5th, another couple laps back as well. Buck Motorsport comes across the line. That's your GP2 leader. They've got about 2.5 lap safety margin over the 322 Honda Research West with their Honda Civic Si.
Yes.
And they themselves, I believe, a lap over the 49 Sound FRS at Velocity Group Racing.
Can we go back on board that MR2, Dustin? Is that doable? Yes, there we go. Perfect. Here we are on board the Dive Bombers GP1 car. So this is going to be turn 5 here. So they are a little bit behind, or I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. So I am behind. Here we are. So they are coming through turns 7. And you keep the throttle pinned here, and you get through turn 8. Or is that 7, and then now we're going to be at 8?
Correct. That was 7.
This is 8. And now they're going to come up the hill here. You'll see our tripod on the right-hand side. They run a little bit wide. Tripod is right there. You just see it for a blur, and then they go up the hill. But watch how the road falls away here, and then you're on the downslope. It's substantially more impactful in person. It's a pretty steep hill. Then you're downhill all the way here into 10. You can carry a little bit of speed here, get right back on the throttle. Turn in here for 11. And then you've got this, partial chicane. Go around here, and this puts you onto the backstretch. They're going to go right under the bridge. And then to the final turns, 14 and 15. Maybe your double right-hander here. Start slowing down. Get the car all the way back across. A little bit slidey. Got to hold on to it a little bit there in the MR2. And then back onto the front stretch. And again, this shot doesn't quite do it justice because it's a wide angle, but we're going to go uphill here to turn 1. And turn 1, not quite a 90-degree corner, but more like a 45 to 60-degree corner. And then it's going to angle us back towards turn 2, which is going to get you wrapped all the way around. Again, the car just getting a little bit light at the rear here, but that's why you would drive an MR2, because you like that kind of feeling in a racing car. It's through 3 here. And this little kink here that we don't have a great shot of is turn 4 on the approach to turn 5. So as you'll see, we're going left here. This is the sort of regular turn 5 that the serious racing, etc. uses. But you can take the turn 5 at the top of the hill that's even steeper on the approach. And it falls away a little bit more progressively, but it is ultimately a taller turn. So we're working our way through 6. And then 7. So you get this really tight technical first section here at Thunderhill with the S's, with the uphill turn 1, the downhill and away turn 2, the downhill turn 5. You got this kind of rhythmy section. You get to the second part of the lap, and it's really wide open, and it's about the commitment you can carry, almost like the kink at Road America, where you know what the trajectory is going to be, and it's just a matter of how much speed are you willing to carry through those bits of the turn. And then for the final part of the lap, you've got this sort of point-and-shoot situation. So you get a little bit of everything here at Thunderhill. Not a whole lot of super low-speed turns. The lowest speed turn probably either that crest of 5 as you get the car turned, or indeed this 14-15 complex here. Been a couple laps on board here with the MR2. Dive Bombers, folks. Best lap of 2:03. Unfortunately, that's going to put them about 4 seconds adrift at the ultimate pace of the El Diablo Motorsports highlighter green BMW M3. Now, again, that might be the qualifying driver starting the car, which is tradition in WRL, and perhaps the other driver is not nearly as quick. We'll have to wait and see. But that's the other wrinkle with endurance racing here is the pace you see now is not necessarily the pace you're going to see, 3 or 4 hours into it when we've had a couple driver changes, perhaps. So you're not always out of it, even if it starts to look a little lopsided early on. Just pulling up the timing here. The leader in GP1, El Diablo Motorsports, just set a 2:02 last time. Just want to see what their gap is looking like. Of course, it's far enough away that says 1 lap, but I can do the thing. We have the technology. The gap to HQ, correct, so it's going to be the 48.
It's over a lap.
It is over a lap, but let's see here. The
I would say probably about 2:15
behind. Here we go. Let's see what it says, if anything. Oh, that makes sense. 2 minutes, the gap right now, back to second position. So that 2 seconds a lap times 2 hours, that'll really start to make it difficult. And as you can see, HQ Autosport just not able to be in the same realm time-wise. Pretty consistent, but still about a second or two adrift on average there. They got one anomalous time there. I think it's part of a pit lane situation. Of course, the Dive Bombers car currently in 4th position. They're kind of on an island as well right now. We're just waiting for the second phase of this race to begin as we get into different drivers. You got driver change. Yeah, for example, you got Matt Million in the 383 right now. He's no slouch. Brad Dorr in the 3D Racing number 80. So a lot of heavy hitter drivers here. The 197 of Funk Motorsport has really put the spurs to that car, the driver in that. I don't have the driver ID for that car, but they are miles ahead of the 322 of Honda Research West. The Palomar 83 and the 55 of AOA not currently circulating. So GP2, a 3-car battle right now, separated by 4 laps.
Yeah, the 83 is getting its diff changed.
Yep. NFC only 4.5 seconds behind the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks. That's going to be the green and silver Mercedes.
So keep in mind they had been in second. Moorhead was charging through. They did back-to-back 153 flats.
Okay.
Got by the Mercedes and pulled a bit of a gap. Unfortunately, the pace is slowed just a bit. Not sure if that's due to traffic.
I think that's going to be a little bit on the calculated side, JT. I think they know they may be in a fuel economy situation, and maybe once you get your 10-second gap, you've really got to worry about keeping the fuel in the car.
Yeah. It's a good battle, as Dustin's bringing it to the screen here. Battle for 4th in GTO with the 144 from Forza Motorsports with their BMW M4 GT4, and both of the Stack Racing Ligiers. The 669 and 5th and the 678, which just behind 678, blue and yellow. Told that it's Matt Lowell in the Funk Motorsport 197 at the moment. Thank you, Nancy. Go 3 wide here. That's a choice. as they come into 14 here.
Very sorry, I just had lunch delivered.
Ooh.
From the Thunder Grill?
I was gonna ask.
Yep. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember all the good Thunder Grill puns we've had before. You really need to work on those. That was mostly Joseph's department, though, to be fair.
Yeah, if your burger from the Thunder Grill had a Thunder Dill.
That was one of them. That was good, JT. Good shot. Dustin says send the Thunder bill to Brendan, which is true. Probably going to do that as well.
Moorhead does a 53.7, so not entirely backing off. This battle in GTO for 4th continues on. Just a little bit of traffic up ahead, but the BMW should clear the car here. I believe that was a 383 from Palomar. So that is the 678 that has moved into 5th in GTO, getting around the team car from Stack Racing. Last time through, a second quicker than both the car in front and the car behind. So they're going to try to take 4th position here. This is where the car really has a good advantage. It's going to get balked a bit here. That allows the sister car to get right on the rear bumper as well. So they go through 7, go into 8. Gonna peek to the inside, but gonna have to back out. They come over the hill, turn 9. Down the hill as they come towards turn 10.
You know who I should send the Thunder bill to?
Who?
RJ Till. That took me longer than it should have. I feel bad.
BMW stretching its legs here on the straightaway. As we once again get through some of the higher speed corners here. The weight's going to start to hurt. And Stack Racing will once again close right on up. Right to the bumpers they go through turn 4. Or turn 3 into 4. Gets a good run of the exit here. Has the inside for 6. Pass done for the 678. And it looks like the 669 also follows through as well. I assume the 144 just trying to run a wide line for 6, just losing a bit too much speed on the exit, allowing the sister car to also slip through. Up at the front of the field, Moorhead Speedworks has completely closed the gap to the 120 Supra. Come through traffic, Moorhead trying to be on the outside of that looks to be Velocity Group Sound FRS, I believe. Trying to look for an opening. Both these cars running relatively consistent lap times, but unfortunately there's just a speed advantage to the Ginetta at this time.
All right, I'm back. Lunch was devoured. So that's the Moorhead Speedworks car going to try to make it stick around the outside. They are going to stay side by side. Ooh, excuse me. All the way through turn 2. And they got it done. They were able to make that stick. So that's a bold move. I haven't seen that a lot of times where you can stick around the outside of 1 and 2 and make the move stick. But that is the advantage of having that Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. It's got the handling chops to make crazy moves like that. And so that'll be a job done for the Moorhead Speedworks car back into the lead. And they're going to set off into the distance on board that car. And they have a fuel advantage over the rest of the class right now.
Well, I mean, they also need the fuel advantage because it seems like they're not as fuel efficient. So yeah, it's I guess it's important to clear the Supra and try to build a gap here.
I'm also wondering how much of that was a short stop because they haven't run the car in a while and they want to make sure they're doing the right thing to get the car to the end. They don't want to run into the round 3 issue where you run the car out of fuel your first couple times back, you know?
So we do need to keep in mind, remember, that pit in lap, they did slow.
Ah, okay.
Abnormally so.
Sure.
So that was either them getting very tight on fuel or them having
or they had run out. Well, yeah, that's, yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. We got a lot of race left to figure it out. I've somehow tangled my cable in this chair. Wonderful. JT, do you want to know something I never realized because we were always here in December? This room is not air conditioned.
Surprise!
Yep. Go figure. Who'd have thought? I just remember this having a really cold, dirty floor to sleep on.
I don't recall a lot of sleeping during the 25.
So I do. It just wasn't a lot.
Yeah, because I would do the basically the graveyard shift on comms.
Yep.
Like 2 a.m. And then we'd get towards the sunrise when Brendan would take over, and then I'd go out and take photos.
Exactly. Good time to take photos here at the sunrise. Got lots of beautiful hills to play with the light and shadows.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, the 383 from Palomar did not stay out. I believe they've gone back behind the wall.
Ah, okay.
More repair. So there's 3 cars in GP1 currently not circulating. The 118 Blaze Racing, no idea what happened to them. They had been running very competitive, running very close fight with PC Racing earlier in the race. Jason Reich Motorsports, the 357, with their 2010 BMW M3 E90 or E92 platform. Unfortunately, only doing a couple laps before they too went into the paddock.
Well, the good news is you can use today as a test day to get tomorrow squared away.
Yeah, and there's plenty of time left in the race to get back out there and get your money's worth, get some seat time in.
Yep.
HQ Autosport doing a really good job in GP1, running very, very quick lap times for that car, just consistently in the 202s to the 204s this stint. Very similar pace to El Diablo in front, just slightly slower and unfortunately a lap down. But the important part is that they are pulling several seconds a lap over the 43 of PC Racing behind them.
Right.
I believe they're currently at almost a minute difference between the cars.
Well, let's see. I can tell you right now, it is indeed a minute and 2 seconds. That gap has started to swell from 48 seconds to now a minute and 2. And as you can see on the left there, just a lot of consistency. 202, 202, 205. It's probably a traffic lap. 202, 204. Got NFC now a little bit on an island themselves, about 16.8 seconds behind the 120. The 120 about 8 seconds behind the 290. That's Hannah Griffin behind the wheel. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit here as well. It'll have an impact on any of these cars that are downforce sensitive, especially going to these high-speed turns. If the wind is not how you need it to be, you're getting less downforce, or indeed more downforce when you aren't expecting it. Pretty blustery day today. Lots and lots of wind, not a cloud in the sky today. A little bit of cloud, a little bit of haze. It's supposed to be much warmer today. It's supposed to be a much warmer day today on Saturday. Another warm day tomorrow as well. Unseasonably warm in this part of the country in the last 4 to 6 weeks. JT, I'm sure you've gotten a little bit of that as well, but you also got some rain that we did not get about a week ago or so. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we got it, I believe, into the upper 50s yesterday. We did have some rain come through the day before, but we're actually having a good day today.
Sweet. Yeah, so we're going to do an onboard here. Let's select one. Perhaps a stack racing with Rapscallion onboard would be beautiful right now. There we go. Onboard the Madsen Motorsports number 678. And they're just coming down through turns 14 and 15. So this is the apex of 14 here. And you'll notice this car holding a lot more mid-corner speed than the MR2 we rode along with earlier. It's not going to quite have the legs here, as they're already at 100 miles an hour, but they're not going to be nearly as fast on the straightaway as the other cars in class, specifically the M4 and the Toyota Supra. I think closer to the upper 130s when they were drafting those cars. The rental car I was taken around in had difficulty reaching 100 miles an hour by the time we got to the braking zone of turn 1. Turns out a CLA 250 is not an adequate track weapon for a track day.
Lessons learned.
Indeed. Of course, if you want to try out a WRL weekend without coming and running an entire car, you are always able to run, in most instances, you can run on Thursday and Friday. There are HPDE sessions available. So you can come get a feel for the weekend, meet some of the competitors, take a look at the cars, see if there's seats available. They do require that you be an experienced track day participant before they'll give you access to those track days. I believe you have to be advanced run group or instructor. Of course, in a no-contact series, they're able to get away a little bit more with reasonable track day drivers, as long as they're not meant to start the car and are reasonably, as I said, safe. You can participate in WRL on a limited basis. If you have a competition license already, you're good to go through the SCCA or PCA, POC, BMW Car Club of America, NASA, SCCA, any of those licenses, usually good to go. Lots of people out here with FIA licenses, of course. This is a good stepping stone into something like the Nürburgring 24, which Gino Manley, one of the AOA drivers who's not here this weekend, he has gone on to do great things after getting a start doing WRL races, getting some experience under his belt. He's at Bathurst this weekend, in fact.
Ooh.
Driving a Mazda 3 over the mountain.
Yeah, the 678 who we have this onboard with, doing a really good job here, but not able to pull away from the sister car. The 669 remains within a second, just behind.
Yep.
Those cars continue to run nose to tail around, pacing each other.
Well, we spoke with Ken earlier that they've got some experienced drivers at this racetrack behind the wheel of one of the cars, and then the other car being driven by folks that have been driving this car for about 2 years now. So lots of good experience here in the stack racing with Rapscallion, Madsen Motorsports, Ligier. They've done some work on this car as well to improve the downforce situation. In this car, you can really see that compression as you come down the hill. It's a lot more noticeable than it was on the MR2. The car set up a little bit more stiff, and I think the camera a little bit more narrow angle. With the Bucky sticker on there, of course.
We're actually due to get a Bucky's.
What, in Seattle?
Suburbs.
Or Tacoma or whatever, right.
Roughly in between, Auburn area.
Oh, in Auburn. Okay, gotcha. Not going to have the Bellingham Buc-ee's. Actually, unironically, I think Bellingham would probably be a good spot for one because you get all the Canadians coming over the border.
It might break their minds.
The Canadian mind cannot possibly comprehend. The Vancouver mind cannot comprehend a Buc-ee's.
Yeah, the only Buc-ee's I've been to was on the almost on the border of Alabama and Florida near Pensacola.
Ah, okay. There's
That
one
was
right
nice.
outside of Barber.
Oh,
Like literally the freeway exit you get off of, you pass the Buc-ee's on your way to the Barber entrance.
Yeah. I'd never really heard of Buc-ee's before, and I just needed like an energy drink because I'd had a red-eye flight in. Then saw a stop sign, pulled in. It's like, oh my god, what is this?
Right. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a huge fan of the food at Buc-ee's. I think it's pretty mediocre, if I'm being really honest.
It was
yeah.
good.
I think the barbecue sandwiches are too sweet, and they have like an acrid smoke flavor every time I've had them. And other than that, it's just convenience store food. And I don't know, man. I understand the meme surrounding Buc-ee's and like that it's a thing you do, but I'm just not tremendously interested, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the pulled pork sandwich that they had there, and the breakfast burrito, whatever. Yeah, and it's nice and it's fresh.
Right. No, it is reasonably fresh. I'll give you that. And fresh is something I assign a lot of value to when eating. Like it's like In-N-Out, for example. In-N-Out isn't the greatest burger of all time ever in TM, but every time you go, it's extremely hot and extremely fresh. And the produce is good as well.
Well, yeah, they use good ingredients.
They do.
Yeah, the amount of money they spend on a box of tomatoes is wild.
My sister-in-law is now the events coordinator and director for In-N-Out Burger.
Nice.
She lives in Orange County.
yep, that's Irvine office.
Yep. She was asked if she would like to move to their new location in Tennessee or whatever, and she said, no, thank you.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
reasonably
Tony.
confident that her mother knows the NFC guys. And I haven't asked enough questions to verify that, but knowing the business that her mother is in and her mother's family is in, I'm certain they have had dealings with each other. And that's how it relates to WRL. There you go. We pulled it back. Folks, we got him. There was discussion last night about whether it was going to be worth it to go to Chico to go to In-N-Out, which I discouraged heavily. So if you're going to go to Chico, you should go somewhere else, and don't go to In-N-Out in Chico. If you're going to drive all the way to Chico from the track, don't go to In-N-Out.
Hard disagree.
Ugh. There's an In-N-Out on the way back to the airport in Williams or whatever. Like, yeah, just go to that one.
I worked for them for 5 years. I never got tired of the burgers.
I'm not tired of it. I'm not going to drive. I don't think driving 45 minutes to a college town with exceptional bars is
Exceptional is questionable.
What? JT, terrible take.
Look, we went out to a couple. I was never impressed.
Oh boy, here we go.
But then again, I don't go for the beers like you guys would.
I don't like beer either. I like the vibe.
Drinks or whatever, but
Tell me the vibe at Madison Bear Garden isn't immaculate.
eh.
What do you mean, eh? Do you even remember? It was 12 years ago.
That was the one where we had the round table like in the middle of the room, yeah?
No, that was a different bar. That was the one that Joseph and Brendan liked going to. I don't like that one either. Well, with Dustin's return, I'm going to step away for a moment. I will return. Actually, we may want to run an ad here. Let's run an ad, and then I'll step away, and I'll return shortly here. And we'll do another rundown of the order. I think we're going to be getting close to a pit window here, at least in the realm where we're thinking about it. Circling the wagons on doing another pit stop round. 5 hours 33 to go here from the Golden State Endurance Cup, Willows, California, the home of Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
And we're back. Golden State Endurance Cup here at Thunderhill Raceway Park with the World Racing League. Currently about 2.5 hours in for our Saturday 8-hour. We'll be back tomorrow for 7 hours as well. Beautiful California weather. Currently, it's the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, leading overall and in GTO. Over the 120 of AE Victory Racing and the 123 of NFC Motorsports. Currently about a 30-second gap for that lead. Stack Racing currently 4th and 5th in GTO, the 678 ahead of the 669. Not a large gap between them, roughly 3 seconds. Singler Racing up to 6th. Forza Motorsport, I believe, having just come down pit lane here in the 144, dropping down to 7th. Continuing down in GTO, running, I believe, unclassified, the 324 from Honda Research West. That's a Honda Civic Type R. Very fun car, especially for this track. We have the 9 from Almonte Motorsports. I believe 9th in GTO, and then the Stein Motorsports also running unclassified in GTO behind it as well. SoCal Rustlers unfortunately had a wheel failure, turn 6 earlier in the race, bringing out a full course yellow. We have not seen them come back out. The 119 from AE Victory has come back out. They are about 48 laps out of the lead. They'll be using the rest of the day, getting seat time, making sure the car has no issues, and trying to get in a fast lap for a good qualifying position tomorrow. GP1 continues to be led by El Diablo Motorsports. That BMW M3, very quick, from a team that's normally very competitive at any WRL event, but especially so here, having run Thunderhill quite a bit previously. They've got a bit over a lap on the 330 of HQ Autosport. Michael Donick, I believe, in the car at the moment. They themselves have been pulling a large gap over the 43 of PC Racing, who sits third at the moment. Fourth in GP1 is the 121 Toyota MR2 of Dive Bombers, I believe a new entrant to WRL. And a couple laps behind the number 80 BMW of 3D Racing. And then the remaining GP1 cars, unfortunately, are not running at the moment. That would be the 118 of Blaze Racing, the 383 of Palomar, and the 357 of Jason Reichart. Motorsports. GP2 continues to be the 197 of Funk Motorsport. I believe also a new entrant to WRL, running a BMW 330 Ci. They've got a couple laps in hand over the 322 of Honda Research West. Another Honda Civic, that one an SI. And then another 2 laps behind them should be the Velocity Group Racing Scion FRS. Unfortunately, the 83 of Palomar, which has returned out on track, suffered a differential issue earlier in the race that needed replacement. They're back out. That car had been leading at the time. And the 55 from AOA Racing, that BMW, running into problems early as well. Do not believe we've seen that car return yet. Unfortunately, we have not seen the sister car take the green flag today, the 75 of AOA Racing. That is a BMW M2 CSR. It was on the entry list, but has not come out to play so far today. Relatively similar lap times here between the 120 AE Victory Supra and the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. I believe once we got back to the green flag and after Moorhead had taken the lead, we had about a 16-second gap between the Supra and the Mercedes. The gap is currently at 13 seconds, so very slightly coming down there. Both cars doing a 158 last time through. Moorhead, an additional 42 seconds up the road, lapping under a 156. The 178 comes across the line, also doing a 158.4. So similar pace as both cars in front, unfortunately a further 27 seconds behind. Slightly slower lap for the 669 sister car of Stack Racing. Unfortunately, the 144 Forza Motorsport did get a drive-through penalty for their second pit lane infraction for a visor up. They had previously been given a warning for the same infraction. Anthony asks in chat here. Wind not as bad as yesterday, thankfully, but it is present. You can see it here with our turn 2 cam. NFC Motorsports doing their pit stop out of 3rd in GTO. That promotes the 678 as it comes across the line here to 3rd. Another 55 flat for the Jannetta. The next 4 cars behind doing 58s and 59s. As the Mercedes exits pit lane and heads to turn 1. Super comes across the line, 52 seconds back from the lead. It'll be important as we start to enter pit stops here. Just in case, we saw previously, I believe it was Singler Racing, had just been passed by the leader in GTO when we did get the full course yellow. Effectively keeping them a lap down once the field compressed. A little bit of traffic in the final corner for the 290 Jannetta, as I believe it fights the 119, goes to the inside for turn 1.
That is, of course, the first and last place cars in class.
Yes.
A victory currently 48 laps down in the 119. Not a great day. They're having those early issues.
No, but they're rebounding.
Yep. 669 and 678, I think, currently the closest battle in GTO. And those are teammates, of course. They're trying to hold on to the back of the AE victory with number 120, the car that was on the pole this morning. About 40 seconds behind them. El Diablo has lost a fair bit of pace. I reckon they've done a driver change. They are now losing time to HQ Autosport. Now, if you recall, they had a huge pace advantage for quite some time. And as a result, they can afford to bleed a little bit of time here, but not too much.
Yeah, so keep in mind this stint that they've been lapping relatively similar to HQ Autosport in terms of laps. That 204.9, bit more of an anomaly.
Right.
Having done 202s the past 2 laps before, just comes across the line at a 203.1.
Yep. And HQ firmly in the 202s right now. At least last two laps. I looked at it. I saw it change. They did 2 202s in a row, and I was like, wow. And then now I look at the chart, and not especially. So they are 2 minutes 40 ahead still.
Yeah, both cars are ebbing and flowing within a couple seconds of a given lap.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's just that large gap between them.
Indeed. But if we get a full course yellow again, all of that can go away in a heartbeat. Well, there are multiple laps ahead, though, so it's not they can get some of it back really quickly, depending on how they catch the pit cycle.
Yeah, the issue is that they are a full lap down. Probably, I don't know, 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 40 behind.
Yep. Yeah, it's really starting to look like that battle between the Ligiers is the closest battle on track at the moment. Let's look at the 330 to the 43. Take a look at that as well. Yeah, substantial pace advantage there as well. It looks like on that lap 70, the PC Racing car got the traffic advantage back, and there's about a 4-second swing, but they're about 1:30. So almost an entire lap down is the 43 of PC Racing to the 330 of HQ Autosport. So again, two local teams, I think, able to do what they need to do and keep the car out front at a track that is new to a lot of folks, especially being out here on the West Coast. I imagine a similar thing would happen should we go to Buttonwillow, Willow Springs, Chuckwalla, any of those places. You end up with a similar situation. At least Sonoma and Laguna Seca are on the sim, and I think that gives you at least something to think about as you head into a race weekend versus this where you're really trying to learn the car from scratch, or learn the track from scratch, rather. The Dive Bomber is number 121. I just don't think that car has the consistent pace. It looks like kind of a handful. They certainly didn't have this pace at the beginning of the race among the 48 and the 330. But that car is doing a little bit better now. We're also now hearing that the 678 Ligier has now pitted in. Looks like they're going to take on some fuel. Looks like a regular service. Making a driver change as well. So it'll be interesting to see if we double stack the pit stops here or if they have separated themselves strategy-wise enough to not trip over one another. The sister car is now going through the turn 8 complex. Yep, this is them coming up the hill. They're still doing a little bit of service. I don't know if they're changing a tire or just adjusting the pressure. There's people at the front left of that car just taking a look now that they've done their fuel. They've reopened the door. They've shut the door again. They're now giving the all-clear signal. They're going to send the car back out. I think that's going to be a little bit closer than they would have liked. The sister car now still at turn 10. So not likely to lose the lap to the sister car, but again, not nearly the quick and speedy pit stop that they would have hoped for. So now, assuming everything goes well for the sister car, they may in fact leapfrog them and gain some time in the pits. It's just going to depend on what sort of pit situation occurs for them if they have similar issues. And they do not pit in this lap. That gap you're going to see is because of the pit rotation here. May wait a couple laps to see the sister car making its trip in. The 290 of Moorhead Speedworks is in from the lead as well, JT.
All right.
And so now they're supposed to be off cycle, but when was the 120 last in?
I can't remember if it pit
a
under
while
yellow.
ago. So I don't. Here, let's see. It looks like the 120 had stopped right before the yellow. Or perhaps they did stop during the yellow. It's hard to tell because that's when we still have those artifacts with the pit, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I really thought the 290 was going to have a fuel advantage here, having stopped during the yellow and timed that to perfection. I think the 120 stayed out at that point.
I mean, I feel like it would need the fuel advantage to be at the same pit window as the 120.
Right. But, I mean, they're not. The 120's still going. The Almonte Porsche is going to go back to the paddock. Honda Research West also going to come into the pit lane here as the 290 Ginetta leaves. That is going to move the 120 back up into the pit lane, but they are going to owe a pit stop here. So we'll be waiting for them to make their stop shortly. Yeah, it's really starting to look like the 290 is going to have trouble. In spite of their pace advantage, they're really going to have trouble holding on to the lead if they can only run these stints as short as they have been. Let me just see if I can fire up the irresponsible math machine as soon as this pit cycle is over.
I think it'll ebb and flow.
Yeah, but I think it's going to ebb away. More than we would hope for. I'm going to fire it up now and just see what happens. It's not going to be very accurate, but we'll see. It's loading. Takes some time to fire up the prediction software. It has been honed over the last 10 years. Let's see. So, that cannot be correct. Currently has the 25 of Singler with a 72% chance of winning.
I believe in Matt Singler.
I am going to level with you. I don't think that's going to happen. I think there's too many artifacts in the pit situation to get accurate data at this time. The 120 is a lock for 5th, according to this. So, yeah, this is not close. Not close at all. All right. We'll revisit that later. Hopefully the data will be better. Warhead speed work lost about 1:36 in the pits. All right, there we go. And now all eyes are on the 120. The HQ Autosports car is in from 2nd position in GP1. Remember, they were about 2 minutes 30 behind. They are also conducting a driver change. JT, I think we're at the end of a 3-hour window here, and I think that's why we're seeing the driver changes now. I think they tried to run everybody for a full stint, or a full drive time. Would have been 2 or 3 stints, depending on the car. And so now I think we're going to see a little bit of a shakeup, and we may see people catching other folks that we aren't expecting to have been caught. This is sort of the moment in the race we've been waiting for.
Yeah, we're always going to hit stages where, using the ebb and flow reference, some drivers are just going to be more comfortable to the track or the car or the conditions or whatever. So, at one point you'll have one car that's going to be quicker than the other, and then that might change, after the next stop when there's a driver swap.
Yep.
It is quite rare that you have a lineup that is legitimately even in terms of pace.
Right. You
generally are going to have one driver that's going to be faster than the others, to some degree. It might only be, a 10th or 2 a lap, or it might be substantially more, but you do try to figure out when you can put them in the lineup that will be most efficient for your race.
Yes. Well, in WRL, like we talked about, the standard is that you run your qualifying driver at the start. Mm-hmm. And so it makes sense that if you already have your fast driver in, you'd probably want them to do as much of the race as possible. And so that's why you're going to try to squeeze your full 3 hours out of that driver before you start making changes later on in the race. You also want to minimize the number of times you're doing driver changes if possible, because that's going to slow down your pit stop as well. Indeed, we see the number 120 flashing the lights. They're going to come down pit lane. So that is the current leader in GTO, having extended the fuel range substantially versus the 290. The 290 is going to come by the pit lane here right now and reclaim the lead. So that's going to leave the 120 of AE Victory about a minute and 30 or so behind, I think, by the time they finish their driver change and fueling. It's not going to take much, though, JT. If they're only going to lose a minute and 30 here, and the 290 is going to have to stop sooner, you really start to look at how that pattern is going to play out over the course of the race, and it may not be in the 290's favor. Especially if you assume Johann Schwartz had been in the 290 for the first part of the race, and perhaps he isn't anymore.
That may be the case, but Moorhead just did a 154 flat.
Okay, well, then that's not...
it very well could have been different drivers. We don't know. But the point is, if Moorhead doesn't have the fuel advantage, they need to have the pace advantage.
Which they do have at this time.
So we just need to find out, is that pace advantage enough to offset, the fuel advantage that the Super would have, or that the Mercedes would have, or whatever.
Correct.
And yeah, I noticed exiting pit lane here, getting back on the throttle and up to speed, the 43 looked to be either smoking or dropping fluid from the right-hand side. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, especially as it starts to get a little bit warmer here. It's, again, by no means hot. You are starting to see the temperatures creep up a little bit. Track temperature is certainly going up. There's very little cloud cover. I think the gentle wind at this time, keeping my cameras as cool as they need to be.
Woohoo! Something Mike Anderson had pointed out earlier. Once the 83 got back out on track, it was quite quick.
Indeed.
I've been watching for a bit. Consistent 205s, 206. Last time through was their best lap at 205 flat. That's running quicker than most of your GP1 entries at the current moment. Currently a half second quicker than the best lap from Funk Motorsport. So currently looking at pole for GP2 tomorrow.
It looks like we've got rank up gamers in the chat. One of the worst chat commenters, I think, that I've ever seen. Just doesn't understand racing whatsoever. Just absolute and total clown. Erwin's here. See, I was really hoping that would get Dustin fired up enough to be on the mic, and it didn't. Rank Up Gamers is Dustin the producer.
So after pit stops, the 123 did jump the 120. So Mercedes ahead of Supra. There is definitely a pace advantage to the Supra, though. Currently 10 seconds back and closing quite quickly, so we should see a fight for what is currently 4th in GTO at the moment, in about a lap or two. So after the pit stops, Moorhead continues to lead. Last time through at a 156.4, so still really good pace there. The 678 Stack Racing has been promoted to 2nd, also into the 56s, 56.8 last time through. The sister car, the 669, up into 3rd, about 16 seconds back. Unfortunately, the pace not as quick in that car. They are, last time through, pulling away from the Mercedes, though.
Yep. Ken Sanders, of course, in the car right now in the 669. We spoke with him earlier. Probably not quite going to have the same pace as Kevin Madsen in that car, being the driver coach.
It could be the case, definitely. But keep in mind, you know, he just got in the car 3 laps ago. He comes across the line basically at 2:01, so the time is already starting to come down as he starts to get more comfortable with the car. The car is also a bit heavier. So we have a slow car exit of turn 7. I believe that is Funk, our GP2 leader.
I think it is Funk.
Oh no!
So they're dead stick there in turn 8. So that's going to lead to another full course yellow if they can't get the car moving here shortly. Fortunately, that's going to be pretty easy to recover because the emergency crew can just use the cutout there to access the car. So it should be a pretty quick full course yellow if needed. This track in the past, of course, has been known to recover cars under local yellow. I don't know if they do that anymore. There goes the Jetta. You can hear the mighty V8 of the Jetta as they come up the hill for turn 9. I would use the telestrator right now, but indeed it's pretty clear where the car is that you're looking at. I also don't have a mouse, which complicates things substantially. As far as the... Yeah. Forgot to pack that, as it turns out.
Oof.
So I can use the little red dot because I have a trackball thingy in the keyboard on my Lenovo. Yeah, perfect.
Yes, a yellow circle for the yellow car.
I mean, look, it was on short notice. I didn't do it. Somebody else did it for me. Dustin, it's asking me to sign in. I don't have credentials. Wow.
And yep.
And we are going to go full course yellow here. Tool. I can change the color. Here, I'll change the color to make JT happy. There we go. Beautiful. All right. We're going to go right here. Heck yeah. All right. All right, how do I make it go away? Oh, delete. There we go. Beautiful. It says video on, but I'm still stuck with a still. Oh, that was not on purpose. See, I only have a trackpad. I don't have the thing. That's a problem. Anyway. Refresh. I got nothing. Oh, there it is. Oh. Interesting. Okay. All right, so full course yellow here. I think the 120 is really going to wish they had held on another lap or two. Like, you can't predict these kind of things. It's part of the game, is when the full course yellows do and don't come. If the 290, this is an interesting wrinkle, JT. Is it worth it for the 290 to try to get their extra fuel here again? I think the answer is yes, but they're running out of chances to do that and make the strategy work in their favor.
Yeah, they've already been out doing 7 laps. Coming in the top off will be a good call.
And the Mercedes CLA safety car moves out onto the track. They've worked out how to use the cigarette lighter for the rooftop lights. So they're going to pick up the 290 here, who has not stopped. Not stopped at this time yet. This great coverage brought to you by the cell tower right here. I just want to thank Brendan for going to the effort of getting a different cell phone provider for this track specifically.
Right.
Because it's made the coverage substantially easier using just the cell tower that's sitting there. Look at the hill here. This is just insane. So, Dustin, can you take away the timing tower? So as you can see here, dear viewer, there is the second part of turn 5 here. There's a different route that you can take, and the cars would be coming from right here a little bit higher. I don't quite have a camera that does it justice, but there's an even more insane hill that you can use as part of the variety of configurations that can be run here at Thunderhill. And you can't quite see it in that one either. And of course, we are commentating live from right here in the commentary box. Well, on the second floor there, or third floor as opposed to the fourth. Fourth floor has track safety and all those folks in it. This could be another time for an ad. I think an ad is what's in order here. If we can get all these ads crammed in during the full course yellows, then we'll be in a lot better position for the end of the race. So we'll be right back. Try to jump in if there's any green flag racing action. I don't think there will be. There should be at least 2 more laps of full course yellow here as we recover the stricken Funk Motorsports BMW, the GP2 leader. So we'll be right back here shortly after some words from Continental Tire, the Golden State Endurance Cup.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Golden State Endurance Cup. I'm Ryan West along with JT Tammy. We're expecting a special guest star later, potentially. He may indeed already be watching and just trying to take in the vibe, but we'll see. Dustin Allis at the controls. He's on the turret, just firing hot production bullets at your screens. Different shots, different cameras. Thank you, Dustin, for being here today on the holiday weekend. Can I get a W, Dustin, in the chat for Dustin changing his Easter plans so that we can still make this broadcast go off? W, Dustin, in the chat. Here, I'll start. I should change accounts before I post this under a different club's name. Whoops. Yes, indeed it was. It was POC. Here we go. Where are we at? W, Dustin. There we go. Nice. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you. If we could get some likes, subscribes, just any of the on-screen buttons that you feel so inclined to click, it helps us a lot. We would love it if you could do it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to do it. There's 200 watching now, but we only have 113 likes. Makes me a little sad. It's all right, though. We'll get through it. We're big, strong people here at DriversEye Live. Lights are out on the safety car. I think we're going to go green here this time by 4 hours, 51 minutes remaining. We are edging closer and closer to that halfway mark. The 119 right up under the rear bumper of the 120. We'll see what the running order is as we come back to green. The 290 did pit again. We're waiting for the reshuffle to happen as everybody clicks through start-finish. And we're going to go green here. It's the 678 with Kevin Madsen in the lead, followed by the 290, and then the 120 of AE Victory. So AE Victory having gained a little bit of that time they lost back. Moorhead Speedworks only half a second behind the number 678 of Kevin Madsen's Ligier. And they're coming down through turns 3 and 4. A little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of checkup there. I think they're right on the bumper of the 144 is the number 120, so they're trying to get around the 144 here. The 144 having better and better pace as the weekend goes on. The 120 would desperately like to escape here. Yeah, because on the pit cycle there, they've been pinned the better part of a lap down versus the 290 and the 678. The 120 finally gets around, as does the 119. They get around the 144. The Ligier, they're going to go 3 wide here up into turn 9. That's not going to work. I think they are realizing their mistake here. The 144, I think, trying to let everybody through. As they're going to come down to turn 10. They're just getting themselves sorted out. I think that Moorhead Speedworks car really wants to stay on the rear bumper of that Ligier. Come around through turns 14 and 15, heading back to the main straightaway. So the 120 makes its escape. The 119, I think, trying to hold the traffic back to some extent. Not in such a way that's, malicious or anything, but play the team game if you can, I reckon.
Yeah. The 120 needs it, being 100 and 50 seconds back or so.
Yeah. So somehow they've been caught out by that yellow flag situation. That's no fun. So that Janetta, the 290, if they can put a full lap on the 120 here and we get another yellow, it's going to help them substantially in their quest to win this race in spite of having a little bit worse fuel mileage. They're doing what they need to do pace-wise to keep the car ahead. But we just need to wait the extra 4 hours and 45 to see if it's going to be enough. I have an inkling that it is, but we'll wait and see. I'm going to try the irresponsible math button again, see what our projections say. It's going to take a minute for that to load.
.678 defends the inside going into 1. 290 tucks in behind. Looks to the inside for 2. Not enough room. Just gonna try to peek just a bit. Tucks back in.
Irresponsible math is fully broken. Fully broken.
Yellows do that.
Well, it still has Singler showing as the favorite, which is...
Don't count them out.
Again, not likely. It could be the greatest comeback in history. If Singler would have pulled this one out of the bag, I would never question irresponsible math ever again. I don't think it's going to happen, but stranger things have happened. Have they? Yeah. I seem to recall both the NFC car and the GTR 99 having come back from pretty big deficits. In their heyday, NFC would, potentially get a penalty for pit lane violations, etc., and then come back and win anyway. Can you imagine
like every event?
Yes. Can you imagine their domination, JT, if NFC's dominant period was when you only had to do a stop or a drive-through for the pit infractions as opposed to the one-lap penalty? They would have been stopping people by 2 and 3 laps, like in a huge way.
Yeah, it was a bit eye-opening because I remember that season I was counting basically every penalty in a spreadsheet. BMW gets through there. And now the 678 goes around the outside, the 119. Gives him the inside here. Moorhead kind of gets balked, squeezed just a bit, but has the good exit. He's going to try to stay on the outside here, force the issue. As they hit to 6. And clears the Supra.
Very sorry. I had to wish my wife and daughter a happy journey back to my family's place of residency.
EMR2 pulls off to driver's right to help facilitate some of these GTO cars to pass before the corner. Well done.
I think that's Moorhead. Is that them getting the move done, or do they need the next one in line? I can't tell what the situation is.
Moorhead needs to get the
next one, right?
Yeah, the 678 here.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. We have the
looking.
onboard of the 678 right now. That workable? No rear view on the 678 onboard. And the 669 is too far away at this point for that to be useful. Let's take the onboard anyway if we can, Dustin. At least we'll see the driver hopefully looking in the mirror, the line, whether they're frantic or not, or whether they're just kind of going steady. Oh, nice. Frozen. Hell yeah. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, all right, cool. Well, anyway, good try. Way to go, team. The 120 really wants to stay in the position that they're in right now, which obviously is third, but they have that car breathing down their neck. Turn 8. We've got a slow car. I think that's the 119 again at the turn 8, turn 9 location. They're coming to a stop. Goes from bad to worse for the 119. Now, this may, well, yeah. In a very, shall I invoke the name Nelson Piquet Jr. way?
No.
This really helps out the 120.
No.
The 119, of course, having already had problems today and is firmly out of contention. If that car stays there and we go full course yellow, it's going to allow the 120 to get all the way back around behind the safety car. At which point, I think the tactical move for Moorhead Speedworks would be to pit before the safety car gets out so that they won't be the leader that gets picked up. Well, I guess the 678 would get picked up, so it's really going to depend on how they want to play this. There is the potential of getting too cute with it. But as it sits right now, if the full course yellow comes out, the 120 is going to get bailed out pretty effectively. To be clear, I don't think this is an intentional situation. I don't think anybody in the Aaron Vocal camp wants the car to not be running. I think they want the car to be out there doing their thing and showing off for, this great program they've constructed here. Well, it's the second time today, though, that car has run into some trouble. And we are going to go full course yellow. The 290 has not caught the 120, so the 120 is going to get to circle back around and get their lap back. Rob HBMW, if you can send me a message on Facebook, Ryan West, I'm in the Racers group. If you can send me a message that has the SRT or RTMP link, I will happily put that on board on the stream. That's not a problem.
All right, so real quick before we potentially hit up some pit stops here, GTO, the 678 Stack Racing leads, just slightly over the 290 Moorhead Speedworks. The 120 AE Victory Racing Supra sits third. The sister car from Stack Racing, the 669 fourth, and the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes is fifth. GP1 still El Diablo Motorsports BMW at the head of the field. The 330 HQ Autosport almost 2 laps back, and then another lap back to the 43 PC Racing in third. The 121 Dive Bombers Toyota MR2 sits fourth, and the BMW F3D Racing, the number 80, sits fifth in GP1. GP2 is the 322 Honda Research West Honda Civic. A couple laps in hand over the number 49 Velocity Group Racing Scion FRS. And then currently in the paddock is the 197 Funk Motorsport BMW, which unfortunately came to a stop at the exit of turn 7 20 to 30 minutes ago. Still third in GP2 at the moment. Palomar, the 83, out on track, very fast. Believe 29 laps behind the 197 at this time, and closing every lap. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So the 120 was waved by the safety car here, as the safety car then picks up the 178, our overall leader.
Sorry, JT, I'm just trying to see if I have the HQ Autosports link hidden somewhere in history. Mm-hmm. It's not coming up well. I'm going to level with you.
120 currently approaching turn 8, passing the stricken sister car. Will be interesting to see if they come in for a splash here or if they stay out. Safety car, I believe, is currently approaching. Yep, start finish line here. Both front runners in GTO stay out. Recovery vehicles are getting quite close to the Toyota, just a couple corners away. Think in the 120 took the opportunity to splash.
As you should. Would make sense.
Yes. I believe they got far enough ahead of the safety car that they could come in, top off. Yeah, I believe that is possibly Forza leaving pit lane here, Forza or Singler. And then, yeah, I believe that is the Supra as well. So the 120 will be still on the lead lap.
Yep.
And now with an even more significant fuel advantage.
The 120 in coming back around to the back of the pack is now stuck behind the Honda Research West Civic. And I think really wishing that Civic would move a little bit quicker. I think they're going to catch the tail end of the pack in time, but if they decide to go back to green quickly here, because the cars will be at the cutout at turn 10, that'll be a problem, I reckon.
They'll be fine. Yeah, because they got to get to the cutout turn 10. That's driver's right, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, they're just leaving turn 9 now.
Okay. And they are now getting to the top of turn 9, the other two cars.
Yeah. And it looks like lights are still on the safety car,
Okay,
which
perfect. So we'll
does
be
make
right.
sense considering where our other safety vehicles are.
So this does now put the 290 in an interesting position because the 120 has a fuel advantage here. And now they'll be closer to the front of the lead lap.
I mean, they'll be probably, when we go back to green, they'll probably be 15 seconds behind the leader. Supra pulling slightly out of line of the Civic, trying to encourage it to go just a little bit quicker. It does look like they're getting very close to the safety car group.
Yep. I believe it's the 144. It's so hard to tell the singular car from the 144 because they look the same. They both have the default BMW livery on them.
Yeah, the M Sport livery.
Yep. There's two more cars that are even further behind that are going to have a hard time catching the back of the pack here. That are just now going through 5 and 6.
Lights turn off there.
All right.
The exit of 13.
We'll go back to green flag racing. That Ligier is going to lead the pack back to green. The 290 not electing to come in and top off on fuel. I think because of the position they've been in with the 120. They're still going to have the hammer down at the front of the field. I still think their pace advantage plus this track position advantage is going to work out in their favor in the medium term. But we'll have to wait and see how that pans out at the end of the race. The 290's all over the back of the Ligier. I think sells a fake move on the inside there to get the Ligier a little bit more uncomfortable. And then we've seen the 290 make moves around the outside here at Thunderhill. So they're not afraid to make it happen. They're going to be tucked up right on the rear bumper of the Ligier as they come through turns 4. Going to be up over the hill and then back down turn 5. Here they are, and it's right through to turn 6. I think they're going to have another look here. I think they may have enough pace to do this by, turn 8, turn 9. NFC, the better part of a lap down now. A Victory's just got to pick their way back through to get to this battle now. Again, they don't need to do anything pace-wise right now. They do have a substantial fuel advantage, we think. So as long as they can just stay in touch with the leaders here. Now, granted, the leaders now about 2 turns ahead of that pack the A Victory car is in. As we discussed earlier, that Ligier and the Ginetta both make speed in similar ways. Ginetta's going to have a look on the inside. I think this is going to be done. That Ligier is going to drive him all the way to the outside, make him take the not preferred line as they go through the double right-hander back onto the front stretch. The 290, I think, bails out of it a little bit. They want to get back on the racing line, and I think they'll try again into turn 1. A move that we saw them do earlier is get the other car to commit to the inside and then stay along the outside through 1 and 2, and they're going to do it again here. They're going to come all the way to the outside. Don't quite get the overlap they're looking for. They're going to pull back in. They'll try it again a little later in the lap, but I think that 290 has the pace right now. It's just a matter of finding their way through a car, which, as we said, makes speed in a really similar way. They are all over the back of the Ligier, though, as they come through turn 3.
Yeah, and just behind them, on track, the sister car, the 669, is trying to hold off the 123 from NFC.
Yeah. That NFC car, a car that does make speed in a very different fashion. The 120 has picked its way through the GP traffic that they were trying to deal with and now has clear air ahead and can set off in pursuit of these battles. It will make the 290 and the Ligier run a little bit slower at the front if they're battling with each other. 290 not nearly as close this time around. They go back to the top of turn 9 and back down below. They'll head towards the double left-hander for turn 10 and 11. Here they come. The 290 not nearly as close as they were on the last lap. Still, pretty decent run there through the left-right. They'll come down the backstretch here. They're going to show the nose again. Again, just cannot quite get the overlap they're looking for. Close, but not close enough for the Ginetta of Moorhead Speedworks. The Ligier, I think, defended a little bit wider on the way into turn 1 that time around, almost leaving the shallow line open, but making Moorhead go the long way around. I don't think it's worked out well for them. Moorhead's got the overlap around the outside, come towards turn 3, and they do not make it happen. They're going to cut back to the inside, and they'll be outside again for the right-hander here. I really think just trying it on, biding their time.
Chad, this is a missed opportunity to not have an onboard.
Indeed. They've got a lot of cameras on that car. They have camera mirrors on the sides. There's the NFC car following the other Ligier. Less than 0.3 of a second separated them last time by the front straightaway. AE Victory 17 seconds behind. And the battle for 4th and 5th. The 669 and the 123. The 123 even closer. That's the Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes has backed off a little bit from the back end of the 669. You can just see that in my other screen. But it looks like the 120 is already working on catching that battle for 4th. They are separated by a lap here, so this will be the number 120 trying to put the 669 and the 123 a lap down to them. Oh, the Moorhead car has a big run of steam and can't quite do it. They decide to go way to the outside, take a look, and there's nothing there. But they are going to stay around the outside. They're a lot closer than they were. They're going to try to get the nose ahead on the exit of 2. That's going to put them back on the inside for the right-hander of 3, and they're going to get it done here. And we'll just see the Moorhead car come out ahead, having made the move. I think, like I said earlier, they tried that move on a couple times through turn 2 just to see how the relative pace would work, and the 290 has escaped the 678 Stack Racing Ligier.
All right.
And now if we go back to the turn 5 camera, we can take a look at the NFC car trying to get around the other Ligier of 669. There they are. And then that's the 120 right behind. That's the third place car. Just needs to get around this battle, and then they can continue to set off in search of second place. But I think content here, JT, to not get involved in this battle until they have to. You would hate to bin a car on a day where there's so much empty track.
I mean, yeah. I don't think anyone's going to be taking large risks at this point. You know, we're almost at the halfway point, but I mean, we still got nearly 4.5 hours of racing left.
Four hours and 21. We're on we're almost on the downhill slope. We're nearing the peak. People are slowing down. They're starting to take pictures. They're getting their last water break. Soon they'll be at the summit. The 120 already taking a look and trying to see what might be available against that NFC car. We watched this NFC car battle with one of the drivers in the 120, Laura Hayes, this weekend. Laura Hayes, no stranger to the back end of that NFC Mercedes. And indeed, Laura Hayes on numerous occasions was able to tangle with that car and come out with the victory back in the heyday of 2023 and 2024 with Thunder Bunny Racing in the white and purple Supra. JT, fun fact, this 120 is the car that Laura Hayes drove at Pikes Peak that she set the record in.
Sweet, and I was there just a week and a half ago. It was a really cool summit.
Yeah.
Also, want to point out, Laura Hayes is no stranger to Mercedes as well. She was just racing that at Sonoma.
Yeah, for World Challenge. That's a program Laura Hayes is part of where she's had to sample quite a few of the GT4 cars in World Challenge in the last couple seasons. Reminds me of another favorite DriversEye Live racing team that can't seem to decide what car they want to be in. And I think they chase the BOP much to their detriment, as opposed to learning the car. I think the NFC car is going to have to do something here. Otherwise, Laura Hayes, or indeed whoever's behind the wheel of the 120, isn't currently giving me a driver ID, is going to become impatient with the lack of pace out of the two cars ahead. Ooh, the NFC car is going to make the move. They're going to go right down the inside. They're trying. The 120 cannot follow the NFC car through. NFC goes back to the outside. The move's not done. The 669 holds on here.
Yeah, it's a lighter car.
Oh, we're going to go 3 wide. The NFC car on the outside. The AE Victory car on the inside. Or NFC on the inside, AE Victory on the outside. And it almost looked like the Supra was going to get through. Indeed, I believe it has. Yeah, the Supra has made it happen. An inopportune moment for the NFC car has allowed the Supra to leapfrog both positions. And the driver is going to drive off into the sunset away from this battle and attempt to catch the lead 2 cars. JT, was the 290 just issued a penalty?
Not to my knowledge.
Did they pit? And we missed it?
Think so.
We're so busy watching the battle, and the 290 has lap 100 they came in.
That or
JT,
timing missed them.
Either timing missed them or they got a penalty, I think.
I mean, they did already. They did have a warning, but
Interesting. I don't see them on pit lane. Yeah, I'm not seeing them circulating around the track, and indeed the 678 is circulating by itself at the front here. And there's no signs of a white Janetta. Perhaps they came into the paddock while we were watching the battle for 4th and 5th there, as
yeah,
the 120 went through.
Just came straight in.
The 119 is back out. They've just re-emerged from the paddock. Fascinating. A car has vanished. Yeah, Moorhead now following right down the order. That's interesting. That's taken away a substantial point of intrigue in the GTO race, which was how the strategy was going to play out between the two teams. I can see the MSW hauler from here, but the car is not on pit lane in that slot, so they must be in the paddock somewhere. Fascinating. All right. Well, that puts the 678 back in the lead with Kevin Madsen behind the wheel of the Stack Racing with Rapscallion and Ligier. The 120 of AE Victory is working on catching that car. The 669, the 123, a lap down from the leaders, now battling for 3rd and 4th. So that battle between the Ligier and the Mercedes is now a battle for the position on the podium as the NFC car goes cleanly down the inside of the Ligier. Ken Sanders, I think, seeing the writing on the wall there and making it pretty easy.
I mean, yeah, just no real risk at this stage of the race. It's just not worth it, especially when you might have random cars disappearing from track.
That's going to move Singler up into the top 5. That's true. Dustin points out Singler's the favorite. The irresponsible math says so. So this is potentially the start of their comeback. That's Brenna Schubert in the 119 AE Victory car. So that means Sarah Montgomery has gotten out. There's the 120. We see click past, and then the 123 Mercedes-Benz. Very happy to see that car back here. NFC JT doing this weekend without Aaron Povaledo.
Okay, cool. Where's Aaron?
Unclear. But as I understand it, no pro driver in with them this weekend. This is just the 3 of them getting it done. I just want to check back in GP1 real quick. The 48 of El Diablo Motorsports has been in the lead there for some time. I'm just going to show the gap here. I anticipate that it's still quite large.
Yeah, it's over 2 laps now.
And indeed, we're at 4 minutes 19 at the moment. So even after driver changes, a handy 2 to 3 seconds in hand over the 330 of HQ Autosport. So barring some kind of reliability issue, I think El Diablo consolidating the position at the front of the field here. PC Racing another lap behind the 330, and then Dive Bombers another further 3 or 4 laps behind them. So GP1, everybody on their own island right now.
Kinda. PC is actually about 2 car lengths ahead of HQ Autosport, trying to stay on the same lap. They went through turn 1 here.
Gotcha. Oh, I see, right there.
So yeah, they're trying to stay on the same lap as them.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Dive Bomber's falling a little bit further behind, having just picked up a drive-through for another visor infraction. It was about 30 minutes ago.
Well, once you've already had a drive-through, the second one is a mandatory lap penalty. The drive-through only happens one time, so.
Yeah. .3D Racing puts in the best lap of their race so far, a 2:05, 481.
What stands out to me is that El Diablo is only 2 seconds a lap slower than the NFC car right now. .678 of Stack Racing throws up a 155 at the front of the field. A victory at 157 last time by. Try to show that one here. So they've still got the legs on the 120 in lap time, certainly.
Mm-hmm. At least currently during this stint.
Yep. And we've probably still got one more driver. Yeah, almost certainly one more driver change to come for everybody in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Getting closer and closer to that window where you might decide to make the change. Or indeed make the change now and then put your fast driver in for the final stint. I've seen a few different variations on that strategy.
Yeah, also the unknown strategy of whether or not to take tires.
Yep. That is another good question. The asphalt here, not particularly abrasive, but it is an older surface here. And it is a lot warmer today than it was on Thursday or Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got that wrinkle being thrown in as well of what have we done with the tire situation this weekend. We've got a driver that's gone wide at turn 3. It is the 123 NFC. They've ended up in the grass here. I think pushing and trying to find the lap time, something we haven't seen a ton of this weekend that I expected to see a little bit more of, if I'm being really honest, is a lot of these corners are high commitment, and you've got to make sure that you have the car turned the way it's meant to. Now, I don't know if that's what happened or if they had help. I imagine where they were on track, they might have been by themselves. This could have just been the wrong line or the wrong brake or gas opportunity. The nice part about Thunderhill is that it's relatively harmless once you do go off. You just got to wait for the traffic to come by.
Well, it looks like it's getting up to speed relatively well.
Yeah,
so.
they hammered it over turn 5 almost immediately. So I think that they made a mistake and were trying to push a little bit more to find more time and just barely overdid it.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, 35 seconds is the gap at the front of the field here. So last time through, a victory, only a couple tenths off pace there. Still no sign of the Moorhead Janetta.
No.
8 laps lost.
Just kind of goes with a whimper here. It had broken up what was an interesting fight for the lead at GTO that was going to hopefully play out over the course of the next 4 hours.
Yeah, the strategy was going to be interesting for sure.
We're going to go back on board with the Dive Bombers number 121 in GP1. A car circulating by itself, more or less, in the top 4 in GP1. They're on lap 101. The leader in GP1's on lap 108. It's weird to sit here and think about. I can't wonder what this race is going to look like as we go into the night, because the night is not going to happen.
Yep, no nighttime racing at least this year.
Nope. Hopefully next year. So there's been some positive developments in that space. I asked Brendan this yesterday, and he popped off about it. Oh, we got an off. We caught the onboard in the off of the 121. I think also a situation where they're just trying to go a little bit too hard. I wonder if we are starting to see tires start to get away from people. Although only being able to get 4 hours out of a set of tires in these cars would be a little tough. That's not standard.
We'll see. This could also be just a case of long driver stint. Maybe temperatures are coming up.
Yep.
Just kind of in a trance and got caught out briefly.
Really easy to do in an MR2. Really easy to do.
Kind of keeping an eye on this brewing battle for third in GTO. Singler Racing, the 25 BMW. Slowly reeling in the 669 Stack Racing Ligier.
Nice.
Gap is down to about 14.5 seconds last time through. But there was a couple seconds difference in lap times.
We're just about to crest the halfway point here. Golden State Endurance Cup. DriverSeye Live here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Been a pretty pleasant weekend so far. Looking forward to having you all here tomorrow as well. The second race. Only a 7-hour event tomorrow. Starts an hour earlier, ends 2 hours earlier. So people can get back to where they need to go. Give some folks the opportunity to catch a red eye back to the East Coast. It'll give me the opportunity to drive home to my house and be in bed by 8:30. With JT Tammy stepping away, I think we'll go to an ad break here real quick, Dustin, if that's possible. We'll take a quick break and talk to the folks at Continental Tire. We'll come back to the second half of the Golden State Endurance Cup here on DriverSeye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
All right, and we're back. WRL's Golden State Endurance Cup here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Beautiful Northern California. Lovely day out there. Just now under 4 hours remaining, so halfway through our 8 hours today. We'll be back again tomorrow for 7 hours. Still keeping an eye on this battle for third in GTO, currently the Singler Racing BMW. Roughly 8 seconds behind now. As that gap starts to close here, pretty soon we should be having a really good nose-to-tail fight. The sister Stack Racing Lige currently leading the 178. Nice 41.5 second gap over the 120 AE Victory Racing Supra. Unfortunately, the sister AE Victory Supra, the 119, is running into some troubles today. First early on in the race, and then later coming to a stop at turn 8. That car since back out, I believe, and running at a correct GTO pace at the moment. Last time through a 159. So whatever issues plaguing them, it seems to come and go. NFC comes through at a 159.7. Unfortunately, dropping back a bit after their spins. They had a 4 off in turn 1, and then later a full spin and off in turn 3 that we saw on camera. But still running out the top 5 in GTO at the moment. PC Racing and HQ Autosport continue to run close together out on track in GP1. Unfortunately, that gap being roughly 2 minutes and 4 seconds for position. But good pace from both cars and circulating out there together. El Diablo Motorsports 2 laps up the road, leading the GP1 class as they have done, I believe, since the green flag. And it's still the 322 Honda Research West in GP2 with a couple laps over the Velocity Group Racing Scion FRS.
Very sorry to leave you hanging. I was talking to Chad Moorhead there. So they have decided to park the car because one of their drivers is not feeling well.
Oh, no.
And they didn't necessarily want to send both drivers out there to try to burn the car down in case the third driver becomes less ill tomorrow. So they went ahead and wanted to get themselves to the front, show that they were in the lead, and then went ahead and pulled back and said, we'll try again tomorrow and see when we have a full roster of drivers available. What we can do then. But he said he knew that he said, we were stopping with the strategy to try to get the fuel going. I said, yeah, but, I think you're running a little bit shorter than everybody else. And so he said, yeah, we don't have nearly the range as everybody else. Okay, so, had a nice little chat with Chad Moorhead for MSR there in the Ginetta. So that car's fine. They just want to, regroup and get ready for tomorrow, is my understanding.
It's one thing if it's Sunday, where you're going to try stretching your drivers a bit more, but if it's Saturday, you still have another full day racing left, Everybody rest up and get set for tomorrow. All right, last time across the line, Singler Racing's brought that gap down to 3 seconds behind the 669. You can see it going through shot here. Leading this 5 cars is the red and black Ligier, the 669. Then a little bit further back, the 25 BMW. A little bit of traffic. Clears the general production traffic. There's now no cars in between them and their prey.
So we'll just take another look here. JT, have you done a rundown while I was talking to Chad?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit? Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
covering each of the classes.
Nice.
Yeah, as you can see, now 1 second separating these cars.
Yeah, that's the 669 and the 25 Singler Racing team. Singler Racing, my understanding, has a pretty stout lineup. You got Rob Holland. You got a couple folks that are pretty stout in the Porsche Sprint Challenge as well. So good drivers behind the wheel of the Singler car. I think the pace starting to come further and further into that car. Running in the 2-minute range right now, but indeed most of the GTO field's in the 2-minute range. 157 last time by for a victory. 159 for the 678.
Yeah, it seems like most, on average, are going to be running around a 158 to a 201, 202, somewhere within there. Is going to look here to driver's right. Tucks back in, tries to carry a little bit more speed for the exit. He's going to look to the inside here for 2. And yeah, the Ligier is just going to stay wide. Really helping facilitate the pass here. Making sure there's absolutely no unnecessary risk. Good heads-up driving there.
There we are. Is that the 119 right behind as well?
I believe so.
Yeah, I'm going to go with yes on that.
Yep. Here we should see the 119 also get around the 669. Defends a little bit to the inside.
Uh, 678 is in the pit lane, along with the PC Racing, number 43. That is the leader? Yeah.
So 678 is your GTO leader.
Was. Yep. Now it's the 120, AE Victory, back in the lead. The 678, I think, has the best fuel mileage of any of the cars in the GTO field. So now we'll get to see them play the other angle between them and the 120. Let's see if I can create this link from scratch. There we go. Brendan went ahead and hooked me up. All right, and so we're going to have, oh yeah, let's do that onboard because we've got the Ligier behind it. So, Dustin, if you could pull up that onboard that Brendan just furnished us with. And we're just trying to get that sucked into the broadcast. It's not the work of a moment, of course. Ah, there it is, the onboard of the HQ. And look at that, you got a rear view camera as well. And those lap traffic had just got around, but you're currently looking at the back of the 119. The singular car is way up there, just at the edge of the windshield. And then you've got the Stack Racing Ligier ahead of the 119. See this nice track map as well. It shows the dot of where the car's at on track. Their best time, a 2:02.02. Lots of 02s there. 108 laps complete.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's HQ Autosports car. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, the PC car that was directly in front and, pacing the HQ Autosport BMW, unfortunately did pit just a couple laps ago, and I believe they are going to pick up a drive-through penalty.
Oh, I see.
For a second infraction on a pit lane, which is a bummer.
Let's see if this one works. I think we might have the El Diablo on board as well. Take a swing at this one. Let's try that too. Not that they're in the middle of a battle or anything, but just gives us something else to look at.
I mean, you say that they've been actually having a relatively good battle with Forza Motorsports this stint.
Sure.
That gap slowly expanding out as it should with the GTO ahead. But it ebbs and flows.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So the link I had from before for the El Diablo car is now in the Dive Bombers car. So I wonder if somebody has moved that system from one place to another. I know that back at Barber, El Diablo had talked about they may not be able to make this race due to some conflicts that one of their drivers had. They did end up coming, so it could be they let somebody else use the onboard, and then when they decided to come, didn't ask for it back. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for that. I met Claire with my laps again yesterday. Or my races, not my laps. The 181 still hasn't returned to the race. Makes me wonder if they did a lot of damage when the wheel came off, or if they're simply resetting the car for tomorrow.
See, my thought process for that, it wasn't. It was a hub failure.
Okay,
That is my suspicion, because I don't think they had just come in and changed tires.
Sure. I'd be really curious if it was a hub failure on a relatively new car. That's a little strange.
I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen hub failures at this track.
No, it's not. You got a lot of load on that right side. You're not wrong. Turns out if you're using old Jag axles on a LMP3 car with way too much power, that it blows the axle violently out of the car off to the right. I actually had a really interesting chat with Rob Holland about that race as well, the 2014 race that he won with the Rotec Racing TTRS. One of the Singler guys stopped me, and then Rob Holland came over. Rob Holland is in the Singler car this weekend. But they stopped me and came over and chatted for a while. We talked about that. It's like Dive Holland having a whale of a time here. Having fun it again, I think in the same spot, no? Right there at the base of turn 10. Easy to unload the car. They're going to get going again. If you do that self-spin too many times, the stewards won't look kindly on that and will at some point ask you to remove yourself from the car for the rest of the day. So I don't know where they're at in that queue at this time, but got to be getting close. See, he's got the good shifter, too. The shifter in an MR2 normally is cable operated, and you can buy this kit that makes it rod operated instead, so there's less slop. Three hours and 37 remaining here. The Golden State Endurance Classic.
Mike also notes that the BRZ also spun as well.
Ah.
That would be the Velocity Group Racing sound FRS. Don't worry, Mike, it's the same thing. your BRZ FRS GT86 from 50 feet away, plus it's the same thing. So I guess based on the livery that they're running, we should be referring to it as a GT86.
It's only a GT86 if it's a certain year, and it was a trim. Fun fact. My apologies, I've gotten my identification on the car wrong. So on the singular car, the two other guys that are in it with Rob Holland, not Porsche Sprint Challenge. I think I had that confused for one of the other BMWs in the field. Might be the 144. Anyway, no, because it's not them either. I talked about who they were. Anyway, no, the two kids that are in the singular car are from Paradise, JT.
From Paradise?
Yeah, just up the road from here.
All right.
Because they have since moved to Utah. But they grew up driving at this track. So another instance where we have a local knowledge of the track, I think, paying dividends. As the number 25 moves itself up to third.
Yeah, we're starting to get close to the point where we should be seeing more pit stops in GTO here.
Yeah, we're coming around to about that time now that we're a little bit off the top of the hour pit stop with the couple yellow flag sections we've had.
Yeah, we did note on timing 668 did come in. Scott Smith in the El Diablo BMW continues to fly around the track.
Mm-hmm.
Last time through, just under a 202 flat. Slow car turn 2, pulling off track here.
I think that's the MR2.
No,
No, it's just down the hill for me, so I can't quite see. Is that the 80?
it might be. It does look like a E36, maybe an E46 BMW.
Yep. So this will stir the drink a little bit if that car can't get going. We're almost in the GTO pit window, which will get everybody reset with 3 hours 30 to go.
Yeah, that might be 3D Racing. I think there's gray on that car. If there is, it should be them. Should be black, red, and gray, I believe.
All right.
Dustin, enhance.
Isn't this what do they call that on the NVIDIA graphics cards? Can't that just AI enhance for me? DLSS and all that other stuff?
Yeah.
That is a BMW.
Yeah, that is.
I think that has helped more than one would think. Let me go on the radio.
That's
here
an
and see.
E46. You can tell by the.
I do think it's the 80.
The fender, the front fender, with the grill on the side.
We all are going to go full course yellow here. As expected, they are about to go recover that stricken BMW. Again, I think they'll be able to use a cutout and get that car out of the way quickly. But 3 hours 30, this is the time for everybody to pit in.
It's really
some
good
of
for
these,
some of the GTO cars.
Indeed, it's right where the GTO cars need to be. I think the And general production guys are going to end up with a weird stop time here. And it'll line them up to probably 2 more stops before the end. You're at 3:31. Yeah, you've got 2, like a regular stop and then kind of a shorter fill, which you may as well make a whole fill. But it pushes that window out to hopefully get to 1 more stop to go.
And race control does confirm it is the 80.
All right. From where I'm sitting, the way the color looks, the white nose really made me convinced that it was the MR2, but I can't see the bottom half of the car.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little berm in the grass there.
All right, well, while we wait for the stricken BMW to be recovered, let's take another ad break here. 3 hours, 30 to go. Here from the Golden State Endurance Cup on DriversEye Live. It's round 3, or weekend number 3, and this would be round 5 of the WRL racing season. We'll be right back after these words from our sponsor.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Golden State Endurance Cup here on DriversEye Live World Racing League. Third weekend of the season. Come out here to Northern California. Been treated to a great race today so far. We've got a lot of intrigue at the front of GTO. Unfortunately, Moorhead Speedworks decided to pull their car today. NFC, of course, their first race back with WRL in quite some time. They're moving their way on up the field, getting their feet wet, getting ready for tomorrow. But AE Victory, after qualifying on the pole yesterday, maintains their lead after some up and down luck here in the first 4 hours. Back out in front, followed by the 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion. This yellow flag period has come at an opportune time for pit stops. Although that car already being moved. But I think we're going to go green probably in about 2 laps or so. Gives you a little bit of time if you want to come in and get a splash of fuel if you haven't already. You got the 120 followed by the 678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion. In third place, have the number 25 Singler Racing Team. Got some local guys driving that car with Rob Holland. Number 123 of NFC Motorsports in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in fourth position. Fifth place, you have the 669 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion, showing Tom Roberts aboard. Sixth position, you have the 144 of Forza Motorsport. They did get a black flag 1-lap penalty at some point.
Just recently, again.
Eighth position, the number 119 of AE Victory. They're currently 58 laps down after trouble at the beginning of the race and then trouble later on as well. So not a worry-free day for the 119, but the 120 able to have a good outing. In GP1, you haven't missed much. El Diablo Motorsports has consolidated their position at the front of the field, setting a blistering pace. Top to bottom, that car has been incredible. To probably closer to 6 to 8 minutes in the lead, most likely. We'll pull that up as soon as we go back to green. We'll see what that gap looks like. But 48 El Diablo, 3-time winners here at the Thunderhill 25-hour. Long-time entrance, so they know the track like the back of their hand. Able to get the job done. 330 of HQ Autosport. Peter Engels behind the wheel right now. Second position in GP1, followed by the number 43 of PC Racing. They're about 1 lap down. They ran strong their last outing at Barber Motorsports Park, but I believe a new or newish racetrack for PC Racing. So hopefully they'll have learned a little bit, and they carry that with them for tomorrow. Fourth position, number 121 of Dive Bombers, the MR2. They've had a couple issues with some spins, I think, trying to find more and more pace here with the WRL rule set. They're in fourth position. They've also lost a lap due to a penalty. 3D Racing, Blaze, Palomar, and Jason Reichert all not on track right now. .322 of Honda Research West. They are leading GP2 right now, followed by the 49 of Velocity Group, and then the 83 of Palomar Racing. That was Funk Motorsports' race to lose. And then very recently they've had some mechanical troubles. Has pushed them back into fourth position. They will remain ahead of the number 55 from AOA, who has also had problems. They're 100 laps down at this time. We're going to go green here. We've got one of the AE Victory Supras, I believe the 120 leading the field back to green.
Yeah, so keep in mind here in GTO, you do have that gap about 2 seconds or so between the 120 Victory Supra, which is your leader, and the 678 from Stack Racing. Also, just in this fight as well, just a lap down, NFC Motorsports have second behind the Singler Racing BMW. So there goes the 120 there. There's the 669, 123, 678, and one of the 2 BMWs. I believe that is the Singler leading this little group here. Slow PC Racing. I think they just got a little wide right there. Looks like they're getting back up to speed, I think. Yep. Yes. All right, so Singler using the 669 as a wedge, trying to protect from the 123 Mercedes. tunnel down into turn 11. Coming through 12 and 13. Six, seven, eight, unfortunately, is the last car of those 4 cars jumbled together. So they're losing quite a bit of time at the 120, which has clear track ahead. It had been 2 seconds last time through. It is now 6 seconds. And still the BMW unable to pull away from the Ligier here.
Yep.
Gets defensive here as they move up to turn 8 here. 25 braking in the middle of the track there to try to hold back the 669.
I think they'll try as long as they can. The highest position they've been in all day for the 25.
The 678 defending from the 119 that was looking to pass on the inside.
Yeah.
For 11 there, but yeah, the the super flash in the lights, not happy with that defensive driving.
No, not at all.
BMW is going to get a good exit here out of 15. Yep, there we go. 669 gets through. There's now nothing between the fight for third in GTO here. BMW versus Mercedes. Mercedes also defending just a little bit there to try to persuade the 678 to rethink their positioning.
Yep. Indeed.
So that gap to the 120 was 2 seconds at the green. Then it was 6 seconds. It's now 8 seconds. So unfortunately, that 678, where it's really fast through these medium to high speed corners, unfortunately, it has to check up because the car's ahead.
Right.
So it's unfortunately losing quite a bit of time here. That said, the 669 is looking very quick at the moment. 55 flat last time through, quickest car on track. Timing shows Tom Roberts currently in the car. Not sure how accurate that is.
Just currently looking for the survey.
669 is fully caught up to the 120 here, going to try to unlap itself. Unfortunately, the 669 did have to take a pit stop before the full course yellow, putting them another lap down. BMW defends to the inside here. Mercedes looks to the outside, but no, backs out. It's going to tuck up underneath here. Going to try to get an exit out of 14 and 15. It's looking pretty close here as they come onto the front straight. There they are side by side. Oh, there might have been a little touch there.
Let's take it nice and easy, folks.
Both cars checking up, and that's going to give the 678 a run here to go around the outside of 2. If they can get close enough, they'll have the inside of 3 here. Nope, they back out.
Yeah,
Dustin
Mercedes
is
gonna
asking
try
about the
again.
turn signal on the Mercedes being on right now. That is to confuse the BMW driver.
It's true. This is true.
Those are foreign signals.
I don't know, man. Have you seen any Mercedes drivers in the city lately? Like, they're just as bad at this point.
678's definitely looking inside here. He's going to have to back out.
Nah, not enough room to get that
But
done.
that's
off that
going
hill.
to slow his exit here. Does the Supra have enough legs to get it before 10?
The 119 had a look, but it looked like they backed out. If they had kept in it, I think they'd have had a shot here.
Supra backs out. Meanwhile, the 669 did overtake the 120 to get a lap back. It's still 1 lap down, but it is flying at the moment.
Ooh, the Supra's going to try. No, not quite.
Ooh, stacking up a bit here in 3. Question is, how's this going to look on the exit of 5? Unfortunately, that camera seems to have taken a nap. Oh, we get some defensive driving from the Mercedes here. Ooh. So they come 11, 12, and 13. It's a very cool corner to see in person. Mercedes sets up for a run here on the exit. Supra's also looking the same. Goes to the inside of the BMW, gets the pass done. Oh, the 678 had to check up and doesn't look like the Supra was able to avoid. All cars continue. That was quite awkward there, but we continue on. Oh, Mercedes gets a bit deep there, runs a bit wide, gathers it back up. That's a very tricky corner. If you get it just a little bit too deep into turn 3, you just start to plow out. And hopefully you don't get sucked off onto the grass.
Indeed. JT, good news. I've got a guest.
Ooh.
I've got Matthew Singler up here with us.
Hey.
Of the aforementioned number 25 Singler BMW. What's going on, man?
Nothing much. Excited to be here with you guys.
Excellent. We're happy to be here. I'm stoked. As we talked about yesterday, it's always fun to come back and be home, covering the race. So the 25, I don't know if you were listening to the broadcast earlier or not. We have this system where it tries to predict, what's going to happen in the race. And like 3 years ago, it was money. And it worked perfect, and it's awesome.
Awesome.
And it's been not updated, and there's bugs in it and stuff. And so I tried it today just for fun. And it showed you guys with a 70% chance of winning the race.
No way.
At 2 hours into the race. And I was like, you guys were down to the 6th at that point. I'm like, I don't know if that's true. But hey, here we are. You're up to 3rd. We've got 3 hours to go. You've been driving that car to the front. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, super, super grateful to be here with you guys. And like you said, it's really, really fun to be back here at my home racetrack.
Yep.
I remember in 2017, I showed up here to Thunderhill for my first ever Hooked on Driving track day event.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And never in a million years did I think I would be back here with WRL racing a GT4
right
at my home racetrack. And
that's so cool.
And it has been such a blast today. I'm super grateful for our team, and they've made some amazing strategy decisions. And
yeah,
it's just been a ton of fun to drive that BMW around this amazing racetrack. So
absolutely. It's the cool part about endurance racing is you can pull a lot of levers here, right? Mm-hmm. You can change the setup. You can change parts on the car, especially in WRL. That's allowed. You can change the driver that's in there, and then you've got the strategy component to it as well. One of the things we were watching was the 290.
Yeah.
Didn't have really the stint length ability that the rest of the cars in class had.
Right.
But they were doing the right thing and stopping on all the yellows, and they had the pace to make it work out. So, seeing that car go by the wayside is unfortunate. But you guys have been in kind of a similar situation where you're making the strategy work for you. And it's got you, now you're up to 4th. I think the NFC car has just gone by.
Yeah.
In that, super Mercedes that they've got out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, doing pretty well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been really fun, and I really can't complain about being back here. I think that our car is maybe a tad underpowered, but we have, like you said, our team has just been making all of the right decisions, and we've made those crucial decisions that have helped us get to that top 5, which is phenomenal being here at our home track. And we have a bunch of friends and family that came from all around, Red Bluff, Redding,
nice,
Paradise even, and so it's been really fun to have them here and show our stuff.
And be able to show, the fun thing, the cool stuff that you're, able to do when you come out somewhere like this. No,
absolutely.
It's always fun to share the racing, with your family. This is the first time I've been able to have my family with me to do, this job and being able to do the broadcasting. Because for WRL, we're usually at Road America, we're at Barber, we're at Road Atlanta, we're far away. And it sucks to fly my family somewhere and be like, cool, you're on your own for 16 hours. Have a nice weekend. I need to be doing here. So giving them the opportunity to come down and hang out has been really awesome. So I echo all of those sentiments. That's really cool to be doing it here at home. And it sounds like the rumblings are working their way towards potentially reviving the 25-hour here with WRL.
Yeah.
I imagine you guys would be in for that, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We would love to do the 25 hours. A couple years ago, I was able to do it in the Doteki Auto Solutions Supra.
Oh, yeah.
That they ran an E0.
Uh-huh.
And so I did the 25-hour in that, and I would love to do it again, especially in our BMWs. That would be a full circle moment.
Right.
it would give us a chance to come back here and really enjoy this track and compete in such an iconic race.
Yep.
It was such a bummer to see it go, but
a race for a long time that was, I think its position on the calendar meant you had a lot of pro interest,
right,
top to bottom, that would come and do it just for fun because it was at the end of the season. There's nothing going on, and you may as well. And the weather was nicer here than it is a lot of other places in the country at that time, but not great. Still a little bit cold. I think it was. We were talking to Rob Holland yesterday about it being 20 degrees the year that he won it. Where I'm standing in the pit lane and just freezing all night because it was just the random year that, growing up here, that you'll get a weird year where it's like, oh, that's way cold for no reason.
Yeah.
It's really an incredible facility.
Absolutely.
Really happy to be back here. You get the mountain in the distance. You see Mount Lassen. I tried so hard yesterday to frame cameras to get Mount Lassen in the shot, and it just didn't make sense anywhere I tried. I was like, all right.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been beautiful. Talking about the weather, it's been really funny to tell people that I'm from California because when I say Northern California, they all expect palm trees and beaches.
Right.
And then I have to explain to them that we have 4 seasons and, we do get those cold snaps.
Yep.
We even got a fair amount of snow up in Paradise some years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I remember there was a year, I think it was probably was like 16 or 17 that we got like 8 inches of snow in Redding in late February.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa. And people are like, oh, it doesn't snow here. I'm like, no, it does. It does snow here. It snows at my grandma's house up in Weaverville. Like, it snows. We get plenty of snow.
Yeah.
I find that to be one of the funny things about, like, traveling around. My wife and I moved to Minnesota for a time for her to go to grad school. And so they're telling us, oh, you don't know how to drive in the snow. You're from California. I'm like, my snow driving was harder than your snow driving. I was in the mountains, and it's not flat and plowed and all. Like, what are you talking about? Oh.
And it freezes, too. You get the California slush instead of actual powdery snow.
Right, that just kind of moves and gets out of... Yeah.
Exactly.
You just end up with concrete in the middle of the lane that you can't, get up and over. Yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah, it is.
Total mess.
It's really fun to be back here with my family.
Good.
And, like I mentioned, we grew up in Paradise, and honestly, never in a million years did I think I would be out here at the racetrack.
Right.
I remember when I came to that first Hooked on Driving HPDE event, it was just something that I was doing for driver control. It was a driver control program.
For the teen clinic or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did that teen car control clinic, and then the reason we did that is my dad's a fire captain. He just recently retired after 35 years of service.
Okay.
And so we didn't ever have the money or the resources to actually go racing, but we could enjoy going fast on track with the HPDE events and things like that.
Yeah.
And then little did we know we would have the opportunity, for better or for worse, but when we lost our house in the Paradise Fire, we chose to live very minimalistic lives and focus on the things that we really truly loved.
Sure.
And so we were able to take some of that money and put it towards racing.
Absolutely.
And so I did my SCCA driving school out here at this very racetrack, and did the permit races and got SCCA Rookie of the Year out here at this racetrack in Miata.
Okay.
And then went off to Utah for school. So
okay, that makes sense. What are you doing in school?
So I'm studying exercise and wellness at Brigham Young University.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
And I actually graduate in a couple weeks with my undergrad, and
fantastic.
And then off to law school, hopefully.
Ooh, that'll be fun. And so you're already, did you go on mission too? Or
I did,
you
yes.
Did? Where'd you get to go?
I got to serve a mission in Portugal.
Portugal, nice.
And, and so it still speaks Portuguese, and I actually did a minor at BYU in Portuguese. So.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, super neat.
It's been really cool. And I wouldn't change it for the world. It was a phenomenal experience, and then it's been phenomenal to come back here and do this as a family.
Right.
Because one thing, when we say family-based team or a family-run team, a lot of times it's the family kind of organizes it, and then they hire people out.
Right.
But we actually do all of the work ourselves.
Good. Okay.
So in Utah, my dad, spends days, if not weeks, out at the racetrack, working on the cars. And then when my sister Caitlin and I, who hopefully she'll come up and talk to you, but when Caitlin and I don't have classes, we go out to the racetrack and we spend 12, 14 hours working on the cars, and then we head back home so we can hit our early classes in the morning.
Gotcha.
And then for these races, we hire out 1 or 2 mechanics to help us with the pit stops. And
right. I mean, you got to have enough people at some point to make the whole thing work.
Yeah.
Gone are the days. It was, what was it, 2 years ago, JT, that there was teams of like 3 and 4 people and that like it was just 4 drivers, and they were like doing each other's pit stops and trying to, and they weren't tremendously competitive, but it could be done. But you weren't ever going to win a race that way.
You're having fun with your friends.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I like about WRL is it's still on the cusp of being a situation where you can have it be a group of friends or a family, and like you can scrounge and scrape together, and that's what's really important to you. You can come do this, and you can make it happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, like my mom, for example, she does all the hospitality stuff and makes sure that we're fed well.
Right.
And then my wife holds the fire bottle, and my brother-in-law fuels the car.
Oh, perfect.
It's perfect.
Man, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
You can't beat it. That's awesome.
Little did they know, my sister and I and our spouses, that they would be put to work as soon as they married into the family, right?
Right. Well, I've got a friend of mine that she went to school in Rexburg at
Cool.
BYUI.
Yeah.
And so she married into a Baja and Vegas to Reno family.
Oh man.
So now she's like, I'm putting motorcycle heads together and doing all this other. I'm like, see, that's what you need to do is you got to get hooked in with the right group of people. And
Darn right.
So she's loved it, and that's awesome. It brings a lot of people in. You have family connections, and it's cool when people are stoked about it and like, yeah, let's get our hands dirty and we'll get in there and do it with you. It's
Absolutely.
super awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fun. And then super grateful to Rob Holland, who's with our team.
Yeah.
It's we say that he joined our team, but we're not paying him. He's doing this of his own accord and
Nice.
really, really helping us out. It's been phenomenal to have somebody of his caliber helping our team and helping us grow and prepare to maybe make the next step if I can get out of law school and have the money to do it right.
Absolutely. There's several people who have managed to get out of law school and get into this situation and made it work pretty well.
Yeah.
Mo Jadka used to run with Round 3 and then also with Random Vandals. And so he's a longtime WRL intern. I think he has like a lifting injury that he's trying to get over right now. But he did the same thing. He's like, hey, law school, and like, this is it. This is what I'm doing. This is what we're doing. And did well, ran some pro races too. And so I think that's the secret to getting into racing is getting into law school.
Absolutely, right?
Once you're there, you got the path ahead of you. It's worthwhile. You can make it happen.
I know. I'm confident it'll work out, but man, it's a long road, so it'll be good.
That's awesome. No, I'm stoked for you. They have law school at BYU?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I'd like to do their JD MBA program, so law school and business school at the same time.
Oh, nice.
And hopefully get out of there and start making some money.
Making it happen. Are you gonna do law out there? Or are you gonna move back?
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel really drawn to California. I mean, this beautiful weather right here. We left 35-degree weather in Utah to come out here to this 80-degree beautiful spring.
Yep.
And so I feel really drawn back to my home, but at the same time, who knows where life will take us.
Absolutely. And that was kind of how we felt when we left Minnesota. And we wanted to find a way to get back. And unfortunately for my wife's career, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to move back to Reading because that job that she has doesn't exist there.
Fair enough.
But it's like, if we can stay Bay Area adjacent and then still be close to this and be able to come up or go help my buddy out on his ranch that he has up in Cottonwood and
cool.
all that stuff, like then I'll happily continue to do that. So no, it's a great place, and I've been so excited to get to share this place with the people that we hang out with the most, with the series staff and some of the teams that, have run with us for a long time. I'm always in their backyard. I'm always their guest in Atlanta and in Alabama and doing all that stuff. And so it's been neat to be able to share a piece of my home with them. It's like super awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, you guys thinking podium?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, cool.
We're gonna certainly battle our way to the front and see if we can hold on to it. And then if not, we've got all of tomorrow to see what we can do.
To try again. And I'm hoping that we get some of these other cars back as well. And then we'll get more cars back into the fold and we'll have a tighter race. I think in a lot of these positions, the local factor has played in a huge role.
Absolutely.
And so, like, for example, GP1 El Diablo, they've won here a bazillion times. They've done millions and millions of laps here. And I think that's helping them substantially in GP1. But my hope is that as we roll into tomorrow, people have got it dialed in and figured out, and we'll have a whole new race waiting for us.
Absolutely. Get some experience under their belt.
Yeah.
Learn the good spots on track because, heck, turn 2 through 5 are very, very technical.
Yep.
And if I didn't have Miata experience at this racetrack,
Right.
I would be going out there thinking, "Oh my gosh, end up off in the weeds in turn 3 right here."
Well, that's a different beast to driving a Miata too. I understand in those M4s you got to have them set up a little bit loose on this tire to get them to work.
Yeah.
But a big, heavy, powerful car versus a Miata, what's that been like?
Oh, it's been very, very different. I remember when I was racing Miatas, I could do almost full throttle through turn 2 and turn 3, just tuck it up the inside.
Right.
And here I'm having to feather the throttle and having to be very, very, having to anticipate the back end coming around.
Yep.
And I'll tell you what, though, it has been so much fun to drive a faster car around this track.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Miatas are fun, especially when you have a 40-car field.
Right.
But to drive a fast car around this track and have that full
100%.
circle moment for me, like I talked about,
Yep.
it's been amazing. It's been a dream come true, honestly.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for coming up to chat with me. I appreciate it. You
Yeah.
are always welcome, my friend. Anytime you see me walking around, just come say hi. Come say hi in the booth. You're always welcome.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks
you,
for having me,
Appreciate
Ryan.
you.
Matthew Singler from Singler Racing. So we've been following here on the stream the fight in GTO for the lead, which has now changed hands. The 678 from Stack Racing with Rapscallion has overtaken the 120 from AE Victory Racing this time through. Stack Racing. Ligier here, the 678, that is the black nose, bright blue rear end. And the 120 AE Victory has a amberish orange nose by the looks of it, white rear bumper. As we've crest just under 3 hours remaining today. We're definitely getting towards the final phases of the race. We'll be seeing how the fuel strategy here works out between the 120 and the 678. The Stack Racing Ligers have a bit of an advantage here on fuel, or so it has seemed throughout the day. Something good to take note of, the number 80 BMW of 3D Racing has rejoined the race. That was the car that came to a stop. Drivers left in turn 2, bringing out our 4th full course caution. So it looks like not a terminal issue. The car's back out, lapping similar pace to where they were earlier today. So that has them still 5th in GP1 at the moment. Class currently led by El Diablo Motorsports, as has been the case all day. 4 laps back is the 330 of HQ Autosport. And then another lap back to the 43 of PC Racing. Dive Bombers, I'm not currently shown as circulating at the moment. That is the Toyota MR2, currently sitting 4th in GP1, just a couple laps ahead of that 3D Racing BMW. So if that BMW continues on the course it's currently trotting, it should move up into 4th position in the next 3 to 4 minutes. GP2 continues to be led by the 322 Honda Civic of Honda Research West over the 49 Scion FRS of Velocity Group Racing. That gap is currently
bit over 2 laps. And then it is the 83 of Palomar, who worked their way back into third. Unfortunately, number of laps out after having to swap out the differential very early in the race. But that car has very good pace, getting down to a 204.453. Easily the quickest lap in GP2 by a full second. So look to see them starting from pole in GP2 tomorrow. And then back at the front end of the field, the 678 Stack Racing Ligier has pulled out about a 7-second lead over the 120 Supra. 158.7 last time through, compared to the 201 flat. Very well, traffic could have played a role. A little bit of traffic there for the 678 as they come into turn 7, the inside of HQ Autosport in GP1 car. Now coming up on the Mercedes of NFC Motorsport, who is trying to stay on the lead lap here after having a slight off track in turn 9. Last time through, the Mercedes was the quicker of the two cars, but this time through that is not the case. About a half second slower. Troy Ray on YouTube does comment that the Dive Bomber MR2 was experiencing overheating problems. That's unfortunate. At the moment, they are currently looking at a 5th place in GP1 today on debut. Mike Anderson has pointed out the 83 and the 43 have been having a good battle on track together. Different classes, but running similar lap times. Ooh, as I see going through one of our cameras, the 55 BMW from AOA Racing is rejoins. Great to see that car running again. But yes, the 43 from PC Racing and the 83 from Palomar running almost identical lap times at the moment. Those cars being tuned quite a bit differently here. the GP1 car, PC Racing, being a bit stronger on your front straight, back straight, that sort of thing, whereas the 83, a bit more nimble through the corners. Which at the moment means they're going to be put in relatively similar lap times while annoying each other and having fun. .678 has caught up to the rear bumper of the Mercedes. In the efforts to put the 123 a lap down. Coming through turn 2 here, you can really see how the Ligier is able to claw in some of that gap to the Mercedes ahead. Mercedes will have more power in the straights, but it's also going to be a bit heavier. It's going to show in these sweeping corners here. Ooh, forcing to the inside. There goes the 678. Mercedes driver will not be happy with the Ligier tracking out there. .678 defends the inside under braking for turn 14. Mercedes is going to try to get the exit here out of 15. Not sure it's going to be close enough to force the issuance 1. We'll see. Nope. Now with clear track, Ligier is going to start to pull away here. Unfortunately, I'm unable to locate the 55 AOA BMW. I suspect they've returned to pit lane here. Oh, no, they exit pit lane. So partially right. Good chance they are currently diagnosing earlier issues to see if they've been fully resolved. Hopefully they have been. They can get their drivers a bit more seat time in the remaining 2 hours, 40 minutes here. get set to run a solid effort for tomorrow's 7 hours. Tomorrow's race will start 1 hour earlier than it did today, so that will be 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern. Just keeping tabs at the front of the field, the 678 has about a 20-second lead over the 120 Supra. Supra with a nice healthy margin back to the Mercedes. About a minute 25. The Singler BMW themselves, another 47 seconds back. I believe the 669, who we see go on the inside of Diablo here into 14, I believe a minute further back as well. .56.3 for the 669. Good lap time. Both of the stack racing with Rapscallion Ligiers doing a 156 in the last lap. Currently the fastest times in GTO at the moment. The NFC Mercedes also into the mid 156 as well. .203 flat for El Diablo Motorsports this last lap. Currently the quickest in GP1 by a healthy margin. A little bit of traffic here coming through turns 10 and 11. Featuring the 83, the front of this group here. The 669 will pull off to driver's left here for the overtake. A couple car lengths back to 44 PC Racing. Looks like car 80 of 3D Racing and the GP1 leader, the 48 of El Diablo. And the 55 BMW of AOA Racing, who's going to go ahead and put in a second flyer here. Vita Racing's going to run a bit wide here in turn 2, allowing El Diablo to pass on the inside. Good heads-up driving there from the number 80. At this point, he can tuck in behind the GP1 leader. Try to observe where that car is finding its pace. Unfortunately, the 324 of Honda Research West, the Civic Type R, has been on pit lane or in the paddock for a bit now. That has allowed the 322 sister car, the GP2 leader, to catch up and will be overtaking them at the end of this lap, moving up into 10th overall. Really solid effort for that Honda Civic. Currently has a lap over the 49. Scion FRS of Velocity Group Racing, which should be noted is lapping a bit quicker at the moment, to the tune of 5 seconds a lap. We'll need to keep an eye on that over the next hour or so. If that pace differential continues, we could see a new leader in GP2. Bit of traffic that last time through for the 669. Ligier of Stack Racing with Rapscallion. They're currently trying to catch up to the 25 of Singler Racing, that BMW currently 34 seconds up the road. Both putting in 201.4s that last time through.
Very sorry, JC.
Oh,
taking care of some things here as well. Got one more thing to take care of. Here. Potential additional commentator being added to the roster at this time. Just trying to coordinate that. Let's see. So NFC got back around Singler, I see. That happened while we were chatting.
Yes.
So stoked to see them here. Learned a little bit more in the background around how that team is set up, and that's pretty cool what they're able to do.
They come out and they have fun. I mean,
yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't seen them since Daytona until this weekend, but it is good to see them pop in. Come back to us because they did run with us full time previously. And look, we do like to point out that WRL is a fantastic grassroots series to run in. This is basically the best place you can be for this kind of racing in terms of bang for your buck. The amount of seat time you get per dollar is fantastic compared to, other series that you may find. And so a lot of people will come to WRL to learn this type of racing, to build their knowledge, to build their experience before, following what other motorsports pursuits they may have, aspirations, if you will.
Yep. And some people stay around and have a good time, and other people move on to greener pastures. I was just talking to him about Cole Lofsgaard, who is now the substantial points leader in Mustang Challenge. I actually had sent a message to Mo Dadka because I remember Mo and Cole having come on the show after Cole's foray into the Lamborghini Super Trofeo and how he talked about he hates pro racing and all this other stuff. And so Mo had posted something that day that Cole won the races. And I sent a message to Mo and I said, "Oh, is this Cole? I hate pro racing, Lofsgaard." And he said, "I don't think he has a choice anymore." And I said, I think I agree on that one. But a lot of careers have been developed, like the actual good paying driving careers have been developed out of WRL. And just getting the opportunity where you can find it, taking what you're given and doing the most you can with it, paying off really well. Glenn McGee's another one, obviously, that we talk about a lot, that he's turned it into a paid pro GT4 gig, driving with VDSR this year, I believe, and then also still gets to have it go in the JTR Miatas.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was super great to see Cole race in person at Sebring in the Mustang Challenge. Also seeing Johan running in the Lamborghini with 89X. That was super cool.
Yep.
So yeah, it's great to see, drivers that come to WRL and, go race elsewhere as well.
Mm-hmm.
And, we'll still see them run in this series as, every season. And it's great to see not only the competitiveness in WRL, but also how that translates to other series.
Yep. Oh, it's something we see a lot, JT, where you'll get a Champ Car team or a Lucky Dog team that will come out for, one WRL race. And it's a team with kind of a funny car, and they, got a good story, and they're good friends, and they enjoy it. And you get here and you realize that the rule set here allows for a lot higher level of competition, but without a substantial increase in cost. And I think a lot of these people go, whoa, okay, hold on. This is a little bit more serious. Palomar is one example where, they did pretty well in NASA, and I think they did well in some other stuff, and they decided to step up to WRL. And for their first, season or so, I think had a hard time adapting to the level of competition that we had here, and now have become stalwarts of the series and always performing and having an excellent run in GP2 and GP1 when they're around. It's a great opportunity to step into something a little bit more serious, but with a similar level of commitment, financially.
Yeah, I mean, I got a slight glimpse of that in the chat earlier when people were talking like, oh, hey, Funk Motorsports in this race. I raced with them, and I think they mentioned Lucky Dog. That's another case of just seeing those teams kind of work their way up in terms of don't know how to say this, but not necessarily a ladder system, but a new form of endurance racing that might be a bit more attractive in terms of what you're getting out of your weekend experience. This series offers many great things. The amount of seat time you get, the rule sets that allow you to explore different avenues for building a car, modifying cars, that sort of thing. How well your competitors value fair racing.
Right.
This is not a contact series. We're very, very strict in terms of safety measures, both on the track and the pit lane, everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So this is definitely something that it's great to see other people experience this and open their eyes in a sense to what WRL offers this community.
Just spoke with one of the drivers on the 80. They had a tire go down, which led to their spin. So he ended up parking it on the infield to make sure that we didn't, get in anybody's way and all those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Well, they've gone back out. They've been lapping. Decent lap times in GP1. They've moved up into 4th in class. So it's looking like a good quick recovery there. And then I also noted the 55 BMW from AO Racing has also come back out.
Yep.
They ran into issues very early on today.
No, I think we are really settling into a spot here where everybody's looking forward to tomorrow at this point, where we've, the race to some extent has settled itself where it ought to be, as happens in endurance racing more times than not, when you don't have repeated yellows with wave-by procedures and artificial close racing as provided by other endurance racing organizations in this country, without being too specific. And so you end up as Brendan talks about, in a rhythm where, you know, the team with the fastest car and the best drivers is going to end up on the front, and barring any kind of weird thing, you know, we've seen that. And so you've still got to make the car last another 2.5 hours to get to the end to claim that trophy, but that's part of the game as well. You know, is El Diablo only out front because they're running the car ragged and it's going to blow up with, you know, 20 minutes to go? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think tomorrow offers a new day and new opportunities for basically the whole field to have a great time and enjoy the nice weather. Although the wind has died down, it's starting to get a little stale outside, so the temperature is rising a little bit.
Yeah, and even though we're looking forward to tomorrow as well, I mean, we still got 2.5 today.
Yep.
2.5 hours. I'm keeping an eye on the 49 here. The 49's been lapping pretty quick in GP2. They are closing in on the 322 Honda. There is a large gap to overcome, but at the current pace, it's doable. You know, we are seeing the 669 here. Well, as I mentioned, that it has overtaken for 4th place. The 25, I believe, has come down pit road.
Yep.
So yeah, there's still plenty of stories left to write here in this this endurance race as things unfold. Going through shot here, we continue to see a group of 3 BMWs that have been running relatively close together. PC Racing, 3D Racing, and Palomar, their GP2 entry, the 83, which had been in front of this group earlier. Lost a little bit of time though, so drop back just slightly, but all 3 cars running very similar lap times, having their own little battle.
Yep.
Out comes the 25, leaving pit lane into turn 1. Something else happened recently. The 324's come back out as well, the Honda Civic Type R.
Yep. Again, I think that Honda team really looking forward to using that as a opportunity to test this weekend.
Yeah, it's a little weird in terms of the classification that they're running.
Yep. I think the change was the tires available to them. They were not in a position to change from the tires they already had in their garage. I really think that was the only problem that they had brought up. That was not confirmed to me, obviously, but I thought I was hearing that being discussed.
Yeah, because we do have 2 cars that are GTOs in the GTO class, but are technically running, I guess, out of spec or something.
Yep.
So they've been running with an asterisk on timing.
Well, JT, how badly do you want the turn 14 camera fixed? I can leave and go do that, or I can stay here.
I'd say let's go ahead and get it fixed.
Go get it fixed? All right, I'll go do that.
It's a good camera.
Yep.
Yeah, that is our braking zone for 14. I mean, Dustin, if you'd like, yeah, we can do that. We can go ahead and I don't know. I don't really watch the time, but yeah, we can take an ad break. I'll bring us back after we say hello to our friends at Continental. Hit it.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires. You can feel confident.
All right, and we're back after saying hello to Continental Tire, the smart choice in tires. On board with HQ Autosport, number 330 BMW, 330. Currently running second in GP1. Unfortunately, a couple laps out of the lead from El Diablo. But at this point, just having a nice consistent race. Showing Peter Engels on board at the moment. Allegedly with a heart rate of 130 BPM. Giving a nice thumbs up to pit wall and us, maybe. Showing us lovely onboard here. Long sweeper of turn 3. Left-hander 4. Up the hill and down a turn 5. Gets loose there. You saw the driver making a quick correction. Through goes the Singler BMW. Something these general production cars having to deal with every single lap. Not only are they, trying to push the car, trying to drive as quick as they can, safe as they can, in a consistent manner. Cars fighting them every corner. They also have to be aware of traffic, both slower and quicker. So, trying to use their mirrors as much as possible, track movements of cars coming up on them, which elevation adds a little bit to the difficulty in it. That is a super important skill set for drivers to have in this type of racing. Looks like close to 120 miles an hour before the braking zone in turn 1. Last time through was a 2:07.3. Interesting. I'm not seeing PC Racing out on track at the moment. Seeing them has lost a lap here. Yeah, Mike, I believe they may have pit. Not showing them as circulating, and here comes the 55 out of the pits. A different BMW. There we go. Here comes PC on pit exit. And in comes HQ. Both HQ and PC had been running nose to tail earlier in the race quite a bit. Unfortunately, at the time, there was roughly a 1 lap difference between them. But it looks like the fuel strategy is still roughly the same for those two cars. So it looks like the 330 will have a new driver coming in to relieve Peter. Unfortunately, this is going to leave the 83 out on track with no one to play with for the moment. Hopefully they'll find each other again later in the race. So the 678 did pit. Couple laps ago here, dropping them down to second. 36 seconds behind AE Victory at the moment, who should be due very soon. I believe we last had that Supra on pit lane during the full course yellow. About 70 minutes ago, give or take. As we see the car exiting turns 12 and 13 here. Down into 14 with our restored camera. Stays out for another lap. At the moment, looks like quickest car on track is the 25 BMW from Singler Racing. Timing showing Caitlin Singler in the car at the moment. Putting in a 157.2. As NFC comes out from their pit stop. Oh no. Let's go ahead and change to a different camera here. There we go. It looks like turn 8. Car came to a stop, smoking quite heavily. Driver did get out of the car as we go red flag. Now cars here are going to come to a stop on track where they are in a safe manner. This is going to allow safety vehicles to come out. Doesn't look too bad here. Driver's okay. Driver's out of the car, which is always the most important thing. Good shot of the big wing on the Mercedes here.
Are we off?
As you can see, cars still stopped on track for the red flag procedure here.
I imagine as soon as we get this car recovered, we'll get back to square here. The turn 14 camera has returned.
Woohoo.
There has been a lot of interest, JT, from the track day crowd coming through and watching. They're all up on the bridge, hanging out. It's always nice. I think making racing accessible to people who are already doing track days is like the best thing you can do for WRL, etc. You know, an event like this where you can have another event going on that is a track day event on the other track, and inviting people to come over and hang out is the best possible solution.
I agree. It's fantastic advertising.
Yeah. For road racing in general, not just WRL. I mean, obviously, I'd prefer they come and hang out and do WRL for, cheaper than a lot of entry fees for some stuff. And you get more track time as well.
Some notes in the YouTube chat about a tricky issue of restarting cars here.
Yeah, with the hills and
not just that, but
and the radio dead zones and stuff like that.
The fact that the cars are sitting.
Yeah.
Some, I assume, like the 83, are a bit low on fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, drivers are not going to be very comfortable in their cars at the moment.
Right. Brian Guidanelli wandered into the chat. Did you say hi to him?
I did not. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian. Brian, you won't believe this if you are listening still. I didn't realize when we did that Toyota Prius Challenge thing back in whatever that was, 2014, 2015, I never made the connection that you were the same Brian that did all the Race Hero stuff when I was there. And so to tell this story on the air, with the guys from El Diablo, I happened to be placed on their team to do this like efficiency challenge thing at Sonoma when the new Prius came out it would have been like 15 or 16. And I was just placed on El Diablo, and it was the El Diablo guys and Brian Guidanelli. And I didn't realize it was Brian Guidanelli that was on that team until I was talking to one of the El Diablo guys about it at Barber last month. They're like, yeah, Brian was there too. I'm like, Brian who? Like, Guidanelli. I was like, oh, you mean like Brian? They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, geez, okay, got it. And like, yeah. Anyway, hung out with those guys, 10 years ago. It was a good time.
Small world.
Yeah, really small. Mike Gorman, awesome broadcast. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
Mike is good people.
Yes.
As Dustin points out, the safety car has left pit lane.
Oh, good.
Most likely will go park in front of the leader, which is the 120 Supra VE Victory.
Yep.
And I believe then we will transition to full course yellow.
And they'll give it a couple laps, and then we'll send it again. I think we're going to see a lot of pit takers. Unfortunately, the red flag happening at 2 hours to go really undoes a lot of the fun pit strategy. Because it's going to put everybody on a square 2 hours remaining, which is basically one stop to the end for every car in this field. You stop now, and then you got one to go. So how people choose to play that's going to change up a little bit, and which driver you put in and when. But when the strategy's offset by 30 or 40 minutes, I think it makes for a little bit more interesting end of the race. But here with 2 hours remaining pretty square, I think the strategy will be what it is. The good news is it'll bunch all the gaps right up, and everybody will be on the same strategy. And any cars that are on the same lap will be able to race each other for positions here to the end. Brian says small world. It was a small world, and I appreciated being included in that team, which I'm not sure if any of you folks remember because it was 10 years ago now. But that was really the first time I got to hang out with a group of adults that were in racing because I was probably 21 or 22 at the time, and like fresh out of having been to college and such. And so it was just really a fun time. I have the trophy from the Prius Hypermiling Challenge somewhere around here. Definitely the slowest lap in Sonoma history. Amen to that. And the slowest lap in Sonoma history, but not the least informed lap, I would say, if I recall the other teams that were there who were substantially out of their depth trying to figure out how to make sense of the whole thing. Gotta love the Prius efficiencies, though. Indeed. So there was, as I recall, and Brian or El Diablo can correct me on this, there was a target speed. It was like the target average speed was like 35 or 40 miles an hour that they wanted you to maintain. And it was how many MPGs can you get going around Sonoma at an average of 35 miles an hour or faster, I think it was, over the course of a single lap. But there were 2 designated passing zones. And if you didn't pass somebody who had the strategy completely wrong, you would end up following someone trying to do 3 miles an hour up the hill past turn 1. Whereas obviously, JT, you would know the strategy for that would be to coast up the hill and try to carry speed.
Yeah.
And people would just come completely off the accelerator and try to get it just to do the electric up the hill. Because, as I recall, some data science person that was there told them that that was the best way to do it, which obviously the El Diablo guys understood that, like, that's not how that works at all. No, you need to carry speed. And so I spotted from the top of the grandstands while they did it and would try to call out, like, hey, you're coming up on one of those cars again that goes up the hill really slow. You're going to want to get around them, which they'd burn more fuel. And I think the reason they ended up winning was they found, I don't know if they found the loophole on purpose or not, but the most efficient lap was the one where they got to do the in lap for the pit lane. And they won by that margin, I believe. But it was a great time. It was a really fun event. I wish they made that into a thing. All right, so the cars are moving again. We got the AOA car back out as well. A good omen for tomorrow. We'll see here. The safety car has found the 120, and they'll set off here. Just want to make sure everybody gets moving here. So far, so good. I think there's going to be a lot of cars here that are hammered down trying to catch the tail end of the field before making their pit stop. There's going to be another set of cars here that wants to trundle around at a reasonable pace, ensuring that they're not running out of fuel and getting the cars back going. But it looks like everybody's managed to get the car moving.
So the leader does take to the pits here.
Yeah.
The 678 stays out.
It would make the most sense for every single car to pit in right now. Like, if you're not, I don't know what game you're playing at, unless you think...
It makes sense for the 678. They pitted about 5-6 laps ago. They have a bit more fuel efficiency at this stage.
Right.
So if they can make the rest of what they have right now last until, an hour 5, hour 10, whatever it is, then they're good with that one stop left. Whereas right now the Supra was coming close to its pit window, I believe. So it needs to come in now anyways.
Yes, exactly. Oh, heck yeah.
There goes Palomar on pit exit. Where I'm wondering is, where is the 49?
I'm going to send over a photo, Dustin. If you could post this on the stream, it justifies my long-winded story that I keep telling about Toyota Prius Challenge. It's proof that it happened.
Out goes Supra, out goes El Diablo. Question is, where is that Scion?
Indeed.
If it is on pit lane, is it going to be the safety car out? Out goes Singler.
Yep.
Currently 4th in GTO. And there goes the Scion.
There we go, Dustin. If you could get that in there, that would be lovely.
Unfortunately, because the Scion did not beat the safety car out of pit lane, they will be 2 laps down, I believe.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Yep, that's me. I never thought I'd be one of those people, but like, dang, I was skinny back then. And even then, I wasn't that skinny. But I was at least like working out and having a good time, being healthier. Fantastic. Look at that. Anyway, that was the Prius that won the challenge. And that was us. Yeah, that was the team. As you can see, it's 4 people who know what they're doing and me. So that was a good time.
211 miles per gallon over a single lap.
Yeah. See? Well, that's not just me that remembers that.
At least.
They also had these goofy cars that would like lean. They were like a 3-wheeler, but the whole car would lean. It felt like you're in like a little 1-person gondola. And so they had like an autocross course set up for it. But you couldn't try to apex everything because you had to wait for the thing to like flop over the other side to get it to turn. So you had to move it more smoothly. It's a good time.
Whoa. Yeah, the sun's got enough temperature going that it's starting to affect the cameras here.
Yes, it is. That turn 14 one is the only one that genuinely just faces the sun, and I I have all of the available
Possible
shade protection on it, and it's already too hot, unfortunately. I should have planned ahead on that better. That's on me. You know what? I'll take the L on that.
Looks like we lost turn 2 cam as well.
That is unfortunate. They're dropping like flies, and it's the wind. The wind has completely stopped, and so now it's not as cool as it was.
Heat soak.
Yep. I think the turn 2 one I have a shade on as well, so that's really not cool. Dustin, the telestrator's broken. Oh, here we go. Oh. Hey, there we go. 81.4. Man, if I was on the East Coast, I would start talking about real feel right now. But I'm not, because I'm not a loser like that. Relative humidity of 15, that is true. There's just no shade. Like, no wind movement and no shade. Just the sun beating down. A classic Northern California day.
In comes the safety car.
Perfect. So we'll go back to green here. And the good news is they'll all trip timing here together. Wow, we're going to go 3 wide into turn 1. That's the 119, I believe. Yep, going to go down the inside of the 123. Not for position, of course, but a car I think that they're excited to keep underway here.
I believe the 678 came in to top off here before we went back to green.
Okay. That'll be good. It gets you just a little bit more distance, right? So you're an hour and 46 here. You know, it gives you the opportunity to wait out a potential additional yellow flag and make the stop short, or you can, you know, just run out of fuel and then you'll still be within 1 stop. So with an hour and 46 to go here, just have to keep the car on the island.
I mean, yeah, the fewer cans you have to put in, the better.
Yep. Civic's not doing too shabby right there. Able to stay ahead of the Supra.
Our gap across the line was 12.5 seconds. Meanwhile, the 2 Hondas on track, fighting for 10th place.
Nice.
As you can see, the that battle has gone the way of the Type R.
Yep.
The 324.
One of the last years they did the Thunderhill 25. I came up here after doing the Coda commentary remotely, I believe. Must have been 21 or 22. And there were, by my counts, 8 Civics entered that were that sort of age. So there was a couple from Spoon. There was a couple that were from what appeared to be actual HPD. And then there was the Honda Research West guys as well. And there were a ton of them. And there were more Civics driving around a racetrack than I have ever seen in my entire life. AE Victory Racing with 10 seconds in hand over the 678. Do we think that AE Victory is going to have to use 10 seconds more fuel in the pit lane? Maybe. But we'll have to see what the strategy ends up being on that. On one hand, I think AE Victory probably has a pit team, but the stack racing with Rapscallion guys knows this even. So not all over for the 120 yet. They are given an opportunity here. They've had a lot of stuff fall their way today, but as with anything in endurance racing, you have to be in the right position to take advantage of things falling your way, and they haven't. If they had had the luck that the 119 had today, this is not a win that looks very certain.
So I'm not seeing a driver listed for the 120. I do see Ashley Freiberg in the 119, though.
Okay. There's a collection of race car drivers in the 120. It's Laura Hayes is named against that car. Michelle Abate as well. Let me see who else was in the... I know they posted about it.
56.3 last time through, so the car is definitely picking up pace here.
Okay.
That explains it. We're wondering the lengthy time the 43 lost on the pit road. They also lost a lap as well for a pit lane infraction. .156.8 for NFC there, across the line. Minute 33 behind 678. So still on the lead lap here for that Mercedes. Last time through, 2.5 advantage to the Supra over the Ligier here.
JT, I'm currently launching 2 special guests onto the DriversEye Live World Racing League broadcast. One we'll hear from in a little bit as soon as we get him into the TeamSpeak. But the other one is going to be Rob Holland is here chatting with me. Rob, thanks for coming to chat, and I appreciate it.
I'm a special guest. I love that.
You're a special guest.
Hell yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, Rob, we talked about this yesterday a little bit. You came here and crushed it in 2014.
2013, I think.
2013.
Yes,
Okay, whichever one.
2013. Yeah, no. Well, it wasn't just me. I had a great crew with us. It was the 25 Hours of Thunderhill. It was a great race for us. I had Rob Huff, who was the World Touring Car Champion at the time.
Yeah.
Kevin Gleason, who ran with us in World Touring Car later on, and I think is the only American to ever win a World Touring Car race.
Right.
Jeff Altenberg, who was factory Mazda driver and was, I think, Dominican Touring Car Champion at the time.
Okay.
And then my business partner, Roland Pritzker. And we just had a phenomenal team and brought all of our guys over from the Nürburgring in Germany. So we had a bunch of Germans around here. Some Audi factory engineers with us, and it was an amazing time. It was an absolutely amazing time.
No, that was a super, super cool program that got set up there. It's not going to let me do the permission key that way. It was a super cool program. That car, as far as endurance racing specific cars go, that was a cool looking car, man.
It was a beast. I mean, that thing is so much fun. It's one of my favorite cars. And I actually just found it. It's in New Zealand.
So I remember it had been sold probably like 7 years ago. It was like right pre-COVID, like 18 or 19. It got sold to somewhere, either Australia, New Zealand. It's still down there?
Yeah, no. It literally popped up on the internet, and I was just like, wait a second, is that car? So
yeah,
we brought it over for the 24-hour, and then we brought it back again a few years later for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Right.
And that car set the front-wheel drive record.
Yeah.
And it took the factory Acura team several years to break it. And they did by, I think it was 6 seconds.
Perfect.
And then Catherine Legg now is coming back, I think, this year to try to take her stab at it. So,
okay.
But that car, we got the front-wheel drive record, and we didn't change it at all. So it still was an endurance race trim. It had endurance gear. It was geared for the Nürburgring.
Okay.
So it's
so
geared
you could have messed with it and made it, better.
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
So that car is honestly, it's one of those cars that you look back on all the cars I've had a chance to drive. That's the one that kind of sticks out to me. It was just such a great car. And we had such great success with it at the Nürburgring. We had 9 or 10 VLN wins with that car.
Right.
We ran in the top 10 overall. I think we finished 6 a couple times, and then I think we finished 9th in the 24-hour qualifying race with that car. So
cool.
The car, I mean, for a 400 horsepower front-wheel drive car, that car just punched above its weight.
Yep.
And I was talking to a guy last night. That car is actually the grandfather of the modern TCR cars.
I was going to ask that. How much of that car is Audi RS3 TCR underneath?
It's a little different, but the thing is all of the engineering lessons that they learned. That team is the team that built the RS3 LMS cars.
Okay.
And a lot of lessons came out of that. So So I mean, it's kind of cool to be part of that history and still see it kind of the genes in the modern day touring car.
100%. We're still seeing that class going. It's one of those things that I think when Audi decided that they were going to step away from the endurance racing stuff, a few years ago, I kind of thought that would mean that TCR was just going to wither up and go away. And you're still seeing them in IMSA, and I think Honda's still pretty committed to that program. And you've got the Hyundai and Seat and all these.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I mean, touring car. I mean, that was my bread and butter for years. I came in at the factory Dodge team, and then went to the Volvo team, and just had such great success in touring cars. And then obviously went into British Touring Car, and then the World Touring Car Championship. So that's just near and dear to my heart. And I would really hate to see it kind of die in, wither and die on the vine type of thing.
Right.
So it's good. I'm going to head back to Macau next year, which is one of my favorite races.
Yeah.
And so we're going to do that in the TCR class. And just have a bit of fun,
Yeah.
I'm kind of on that, like, it's nice, I'm at that point in my career where I'm not ready to retire yet. I'm having a lot of fun.
Right.
That's why I'm here with the Singular Racing guys. I'm just having a really good time.
Yep.
But it's more that I want to. I just want to enjoy stuff. I want to go to the races I want to go to. I want to hang out with the people I want to hang out to, the drivers, and race against the guys and bring them onto my team. The guys that I've raced against wheel to wheel for years, and so it's kind of nice. It's that little I would say victory lap, but it's just it's a nice ride into the sunset.
Oh, sure. I think you're at a stature in the sport at this point that if you wanted to call it a victory lap, I don't think anybody would begrudge you that. I think you've done an incredible thing, especially for American motorsports over in Europe. You did so much by being at the Nürburgring, being in British Touring Car, and really getting it out there. That it's not just NASCAR and IndyCar. We can do it all here.
No, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was one of those things that British Touring Car was actually the thing that got me excited about motorsport. I was a professional bicycle racer. And I was watching, the British Touring Car Champion back in the Super Touring era, where the cars were, they were F1 cars. Like the teams like Williams were building the cars, and they were I got a chance to drive one, and they're just unbelievable.
Awesome cars.
And it was really, to me, it was cars that look like street cars. Looks like the cars that I was driving every day. And I would watch them on TV and go, how do you do that with a street car? There's no way. And so that was, one of the things that was great after the unfortunate demise of the Volvo touring car program. I was looking around for something to do and had no home. And Lee Neffenegger over at HPD basically was like, hey, I know you want to go to British Touring Car. We've got a team over there that's running a couple of Hondas. You should reach out. And gave me the contacts and the rest is history. And it was very cool because the neatest thing about all of it was that when I made the announcement, everybody got a hold of it. Turns out I was the first American driver, to race British Touring Car since Dan Gurney.
Wow.
So Autosport magazine. Wait, this is the coolest thing ever. So it's actually, let me loop this all in. It's a great story. It has a Thunderhill ending.
Of course.
So we go and do this and get this whole Autosport article written about me being the first American since Dan Gurney, which was just unbelievable for me. That Dan Gurney's like, I don't have many heroes. Dan's my hero.
up there.
Like Dan is he's the guy.
Yeah.
So first of all, being mentioned in the same sentence as Dan Gurney was an honor to me. But so I was here for, I think it was the year we won. And I was wandering around the paddock and I was chatting with a guy and he's like, well, I was telling him the story and he goes, Dan Gurney's granddaughter is here. And I was like, oh, I've got to meet her. I've got to tell her. So he pulled her over and I just said, look, your granddad's a hero of mine. Just want to let you know that I'm racing in British Touring Car. So if you talk to your granddad, please let him know. Like I'm thinking of him when I'm in the car. So it was super cool. I'm walking through the paddock like 20 minutes later, and she's over there. And she's like, Rob, come here. And I walk over, and she's like, here, and hands me her cell phone. And it's Dan on the other line.
Dan Gurney on the telephone.
and Dan is just like the most gregarious guy. He's talking my ear off. He's like, okay, where are you at? Snetterton. Oh yeah. No, it's a new course. And like we literally talked for an hour. So cool. And I'm like, finally I was like, Dad, I'm really sorry. I've got to go start the race. I got to get in the car.
Cut off a living legend, but dang.
I know. Well, so and then he said, look, come by All American Racers. He's like, I'd love to sit down and have lunch with you. So several months later, I did and got a chance to sit down and chat with him. We talked for hours and. It was a great honor, and I'm still like, it's to this day, it gives me goosebumps. It was the coolest thing ever.
That is so awesome. I love hearing stories like that, and it's one of the cool parts of WRL to try to tie it back a little bit. Got to pay the bills, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But we get these people in WRL from time to time. Like you're here. We got Buzz McCall comes around, and he'll tell stories about it. And there's so many people in motorsport that are no longer under like the intense spotlight. But they have all these cool stories to share, and I'm so pleased that there's a place that we can do that and hang out and do it casually.
No, it's awesome.
It's great, and I just thank you for coming. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Thanks for helping the Singler guys. Like this is.
Oh, they're amazing. They're such a great family, and it's one of those things. Is that I had a weird path into motorsports. I basically did Skip Barber, Pro Barber Dodge, and then literally Dodge factory team, all within a year and a half. So. I didn't go through the whole club racing thing. And so, coming on board to work with them, it was great because you could see the passion that they have. And honestly, Caitlin and Matthew are super talented. I mean, I'm not saying that like as a, hey, super talented for club guys. They are super talented. They are, actually Matthew set the fastest lap this weekend. So, I mean, I'll hats off to him.
Absolutely.
And so I really want to do what I can to help them get to the point where, they can maybe make it into SRO or IMSA or whatever it is they want to go do.
Yeah.
And, and so it's just good fun. It's good to see that, like, that family team and, where I can kind of use my 20 years of experience to hopefully help them get to the front. And we were running in the top 3, and we're hopefully working our way back there.
You're still top 4 right now.
Yeah.
You got that NFC car up ahead of you. One of like the most experienced and one of the quickest teams in WRL.
Yeah.
Has decided to come here to this race.
Of course.
They haven't been in like a year, and like this is the one they show up to.
So and you're like,
all right.
No, it's tough.
That's a cool car. That's Aaron Povaledo put that car together, helped him figure it out.
Aaron and I were teammates at the Volvo program for years, so I know Aaron well. But no, it's and it's good racing. We're still having some development we need to do to the car, but it's basically taking huge steps forwards every race, and I think it's really exciting for them to see that progress. progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Like even today versus yesterday, just seeing the lap times.
Yeah.
It seems like it's already coming together to where we're close.
Yeah,
we're
100% we're there.
close.
We're there, and I think it's just a matter of just a little bit, things here and there. I think as that happens, it'll come, and I think these guys are going to be competitive. And I think we've got a really good driver lineup, and the car is like we're probably missing like a second and a half, but I think as soon as we get that. To take a last gen, F82 versus the G82 and the Supers and the Mercedes,
right?
And the fact that we're that close now, I think that really says a testament to the team and their dedication and their focus on getting this done. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
And Matthew was saying he's got a friend of his from the University of Utah that scanned the car for you and is trying to get some aero stuff working for you. So I think that's going to be a big help too.
Yeah, no, and they're at the bottom end of a very, very steep learning curve. So it's let's focus things in the right direction. And I think like the biggest things were set up and making sure we've got the horsepower we should have and maximizing the car as it is to the current rule set as a stock car. And then once we've got that, then we can move forward and kind of say, okay, let's do, dampers and
all
ABS upgrades and all the other fun stuff. But we're there. I think by the end of the season, I think you're going to see us, if not on the podium, at the top of the podium.
You're there, absolutely. No, it's a heck of a team. I love seeing new teams come out, and I love that there's a rule set that encourages that little bit of tinkering to where you can even out some of the discrepancies between the two. I don't think you're ever going to get perfect, but you're at least going to get to where you're in the realm. And
BOP is always such a tough thing, and hats off to RJ for really kind of making it work and doing a great job with it. It's funny because when we were back in British Touring Car, that field is the most compact field I've ever run in, and from front to back, you're looking at a second. And that was 35 cars. I remember we were at Silverstone, and looking at qualifying, and I saw. We were 7/10 off of pole, and I'm like, okay, good lap. And I'm like, all right, got on the radio to my engineer. I'm like, all right, where are we? And he's like, P23. I'm like, oh. And you're like, are you kidding me? And it's one of those things you're just like 0.7 of a second. Like that's a sneeze,
Yeah.
And so, and people were complaining about BOP back then when you're looking at 0.7 of a second. So, when you're trying to really kind of get these cars that are together, that are big cars and have all these different engines and suspension and driver lineups and everything. Yeah, the BOP is a tough one. So
absolutely. I'm just gonna fire up the telestrator here because we're gonna press all the buttons we can press. If I've got buttons, and they left. So there was a Team Honda Research West Civic stopped at the top of turn 9, but they got going, so we'll be good to go to the.
I'm actually surprised. I mean, we've had pretty good running here.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. It's you have such a wide variety of driver skill sets, but yet we really haven't seen any big accidents, any real massive contact, and and that was I remember that from the 25-hour days. It was a really good field of guys who just were racing respectful. Right,
you're racing respectful, and should you make a mistake, I think at Thunderhill more than anywhere else. You've got room.
Yeah.
You've got room to mess up and have issues.
You can drive back to Willows before you hit
exactly. Right. You got to take a detour through the olive trees.
Right,
you'll
exactly.
Get there. I think it's really great for club racing, especially, and it's something like this where you're, getting later in the day, tires are maybe, wearing out, that kind of thing, and you've got the safety to be able to, still try to push the limit and see where you're at. I have kind of an interesting car question for you.
Sure.
I think it's interesting. JT, you'll remember the days of the E90 M3 ALMS, GT2 car, and the the complaint that was always levied at it was, of course, it's not competitive because it's a touring car, not a GT car. And so that sits in the back of my head, and I'm thinking about, I've got Rob Holland sitting here. It's like, does the M4 GT4 car drive like a touring car? Like, it's rear-wheel drive. It's a little bit more power, obviously. But do you have that big sedan feel still, and you're trying to move the car around? Or does it feel different enough that it's a different skill set?
No, I mean, it is, kind of more like a touring car.
Mm-hmm.
It is, if you look at it from kind of the horsepower level and from the handling, it does, you kind of have to muscle the thing around.
Okay.
It doesn't want to do what you want it to do. The cool thing about British Touring Car is that the suspension was all bespoke suspension. It was push rod, front and rear suspension. So we had a much better setup, and you could work the car a lot better. Yeah, the GT4 cars are it's a big touring car. You know, it works really well at the big power circuits like Road America, and you know, and I think when you get to a tight circuit like we ran Barber, it's tough, you know. And you know, when we was it 2 years ago, we won the GT4 class championship in SRO, and I remember at Barber it was we were on pole and it was like BMW. And I'm like, sorry guys, it's just a Porsche track. What are you going to do? And so it is. But it's the great thing about motorsports, though, is that you get to take, cars that are more, bigger sedan cars versus sports cars versus, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, turbo, normally aspirated. And that's I have a lot of fun at Pikes Peak for the same thing. That, build your car. It doesn't make a difference. You want to bring a diesel semi truck. Bring your diesel semi truck. Let's go. So, it's fun this year. We've got I'm running Kelly Moss's GT4R, which is it's a new car for them. They've built it from the ground up.
Oh, cool.
It's a Cayman platform with GT3R suspension and aero and everything.
Okay.
But it's still a normally aspirated car. We've got Rick DeMann building us a 4.7 liter motor. So
he knows what he's doing.
He does.
Yep.
So it's a 625 horsepower engine at sea level.
Right. And
we are not at
the
sea
top.
level.
It's going to be.
Yeah. So last year we won it in the 992 Cup, and we were 297 horsepower by the time we got to the top of the hill. So it's a big spec Miata by the time you get to the top. So this year I've got to run against David Donner in the Porsche Turbo S. It's a stock car, but they'll be running 800 horsepower. And, and then we've got J.R. Hildebrand, the IndyCar driver, who's bringing a ZR1 Corvette C8.
Oh, the new one. Yeah.
So that'll have 1,000 horsepower. So by the time I get to the top, I've got an IndyCar driver with 3 times my horsepower that I've got to run again. So it'll be fun though.
It'll be super cool.
I've got great aero. I'll have great Yokohama tires, and so it'll be good.
I've enjoyed watching with Pikes Peak as we've evolved and we've gone. It used to be a multi-surface rally thing, and I think even in the early days of it being fully paved, there was this groundswell of like the Volkswagen IDR and all these like really high performance, like road circuit machines, with all the downforce and everything. And it seems like the shift has now become, how cool of a street-based car can we get and have that start setting records and stuff? Because the IDR is cool, don't get me wrong. But that has very little bearing on anything I can ever do usefully. Whereas if I could go to the store and buy a ZR1, which is a stretch, obviously, but just to be a little bit closer, right, a little bit more approachable. And I think that's especially, you talk about. One would talk about striking while the iron's hot, where motorsport has this kind of buzz around it because of Formula One. It all trickles down, and trying to get it, hey, you're really not as far from this as you think you are.
Absolutely.
It's a really cool thing to have.
Well, and the nice thing is that, you look now and motorsports has really gone to the manufacturer homologated car, and it's I won't say it's bad. I mean, I love the cars, and it's great because it allows people to race. In fact, there's a GT4 class, homologated GT4 class at Pikes Peak, which is great because people who don't want to have to build a specific car for the hill climb, it's their gateway into it, which is awesome. But it is, I grew up in the era where you build your cars, and I was involved with a number of either factory programs or privateer efforts where we were developing cars. And that to me is it's a really fun thing to have, to be able to engineer your own cars, to do your own thing, and and then take it to an environment that's as extreme as Pikes Peak is absolutely fantastic.
Man, still scary as hell though.
Oh, it's good fun. It's good fun. One more story. There's a driver who I will remain nameless, but a very, very well-known, very, very fast driver, and. First time I had been up, that year, first run, I get to the top, and this is in practice, and I'm like, I think I've lost it. Like, I don't think I have the ability to do this anymore. Like, it was scary as anything. I was like, really. So I'm chatting with this guy, and he goes, "Oh yeah, first run? Yeah, I'm scared too." He's like, same thing. He's like, do 2 or 3 runs and you'll get it. And sure enough, but. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're so brave," and I'm like, "Guys, I'm scared when I go up there. I'm not like, it's not a thing where I'm just like, yeah, there's no fear. It's there are corners that there is literally like if you go over the edge, it is 1,000 feet straight down.
Right.
There is no stopping. Getting 200 past go, and you are going off the edge, and that is it. You're going straight to the bottom. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Rob, I want to hold on to you for like 2 more minutes here because my second special guest is going to come, and I think he's better prepared to ask you a question. I just want to make sure I get him into the thing.
Let me see if I can.
Okay, good. JT's going to square that away for us. Let me just run down the race real quick while we get that going. GTO still number 120 at AE Victory Racing. We're just talking about Pikes Peak GT4 class. Laura Hayes is in that car.
Laura is one of my favorite people. She is amazing.
Yep.
So much skill, so much talent. She's racing SRO again this year and really just crushing it. So I'm really happy to. It's always happy to we see each other here. It's like big hugs and it's the whole Pikes Peak family. But Laura is. It was funny. I saw her at Pikes Peak. It was a few years back, and she was running a turbocharged car.
Right.
And she beat me by like 0.3 of a second. I'm like, oh, she's in a turbo, that's whatever.
Right.
I was in a normally aspirated car. And then it happened again. And then again, I'm like, okay, she's got some skill.
She's got the
I'm really glad that she's getting some opportunities and some looks, and I'm hoping that she gets a lot more.
She was one of the most dominant drivers in WRL for probably about 2 years of just like running the tables, smoking everybody. It was incredible.
And that is pure skill. She is she's definitely one of the top, and I'm glad she'll be back on the hill again this year. So I'm super excited to see her there. She's back in the Toyota family again. And happy to see her here too.
678 Stack Racing with Rapscallion in second position. They're 11 seconds behind the leader here. So we're still going to take a look at that and see how the strategy plays out. We think Stack Racing has a little bit of a fuel range advantage over the 120 right now. They are going to have to make one more stop. We're starting to get into that window here in about 15 minutes or so. Third place, the number 123 NFC Motorsports in the Mercedes. The number 25 of Singular Racing Team, and then the 144 of Forza Motorsport rounds out your top 5 in GTO. So my other special guest is going to join us. This is television's Greg Kramer. Greg, are you with us?
I am. Hi, guys.
Hey, Greg, do you have any questions for Rob Holland? Because I feel bad that I'm trying to interview Rob Holland, and I don't know anything about anything. And then I have Greg Kramer come in. It's like, Greg Kramer knows what to ask Rob Holland.
Greg and I go way back, way back. Greg is one of my favorite people in motorsports, and we haven't talked in years. So you guys might have a just go take a break for an hour. And Greg and I will take over.
Rob, so good to hear your voice, my friend. Yeah, let's not date ourselves too bad, but yes, we have. We have, matter of fact, not to throw you under the bus, but I remember calling you when you backed down the front pit straight at the start of a World Challenge race. So that was very early in your career, and man,
that was Thanks for bringing those memories back, Greg.
Yeah, but you know what? That's all it got from there was better, and you ended up becoming an absolutely superb talent, man. So.
Oh, thank you so much, buddy. It's great to hear your voice, and I love. Honestly, you were the voice of World Challenge for me. It's anytime I hear your voice, it just brings back all of those memories, and we had some good times. We had some really good times.
Oh, absolutely. That format that they had back then with just GT and just touring car running separately, and just the level of talent, not just from the drivers, Rob, but also from the entrants.
Oh, absolutely.
There were some top-tier entrants that it was just for real,
Yeah. I mean, the fact that I was able to connect with 3R Racing and such a talented group of people there, and, the fact that, the factory Dodge program, building those touring cars and, getting my first pro podium at Road America, beating Randy Popes. I mean, those were some amazing times. Those were some amazing times. I had to throw that in there because Greg mentioned the backing down pit lane thing, so I had to kind of redeem myself there.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I probably should have started with your podium beating Randy Popes, and then later.
Yeah, you really should have, Greg. Come on, man.
Man, I apologize. So, how's things going for you now?
Oh, dude, it's been amazing. I still am just wake up every morning super happy that the fact that 20 years on that I'm still paid to be a race car driver. That was something that little boy Rob Holland never would have imagined in a million years. Everybody wants to grow up and be a race car driver.
Right.
No one actually is a race car driver.
Yep.
And the fact that I can still have that is I can put that on my taxes, professional race car driver, 20 years in a row, is really cool. So yeah, things are going great. Actually, oddly enough, 3R, I actually bought 3R Racing. So
Oh, no kidding.
Whoa.
yeah. So
Really?
yeah, that got a lot of surprise. Yeah, no, it was one of those things. Bob Robb kind of stepped down from things, and Dax needed a partner, and so I threw my hat into the ring, and Rotec Racing was founded over in Germany at the Nürburgring, and we had been there for a number of years, and then we kind of started winding things down a little bit. We still are over there, but we brought all of our stuff back, and I needed a base, and so I started talking to 3R because they were 15 minutes down the road from my house.
Right.
And long story short, it just made sense to partner up, and so I'm a majority owner. So
That's fantastic.
yeah, great opportunity with Colorado and everybody, all the great people out there.
Well, and I love. I was born in Colorado. I didn't live there very long, but I have always had a real affinity for the place, and I'm so glad to hear that. You're back there, based there, and it just sounds like that was just the perfect merger, if you will.
Yeah. How you doing? Tell me what you got going on.
Well, I'm recovering.
You still got your voice.
I've got my voice. I'm recovering from some spinal surgery that went wrong.
Uh-oh.
And so I'm dealing with that. But otherwise, as I tell everybody, from the waist up, I'm great.
Well, that's the best looking party anyway. So.
Well, exactly. So yeah, it's going well. And I'm still doing announcing whatever I can. I missed a good portion of last season while I was recovering. The surgery was in May. And it's just been let's just say it's been a medical misadventure the whole year. But I appreciate that. But I've been able to do some stuff. Actually did the Porsche Owners Club race out in Nevada.
Yeah,
cool.
With the guys from DriversEye Live here, and it was absolutely awesome. Dustin did an incredible job of cutting it, and Ryan was just on top of it, producing it, and I think we knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
So that was big fun.
Crush it. It's nice to have Greg here on his farm league tour while he's getting back into the swing of things before he goes back to the majors and leaves us all in the dust. So
yeah.
I'm pleased to have him when I can.
No, you got the heavy hitters now. Like when you get Greg on board, that's the guy. Seriously, I'm not kidding you. Like that,
Yeah.
like Greg hearing your voice again, it just literally brings back all of the World Challenge races, and that was yeah. You are
And
that
talking
voice.
to you, that era to me was very special.
Yeah.
It was so fun, just enjoyable. Everybody was there. Not a lot of there's always a little politics in racing, but nothing like we find these days.
No.
And it was just joyful. It was just joyful.
And you look at it. I remember. I think it was either my rookie year or my sophomore year. I remember lining up at Sebring, and I think it was 30 some odd cars in the grid, and 18 of the cars on the grid had podiumed or won a World Challenge race. So you talk about a deep field. I mean, it's the Pierre Kleinubings and the Jeff Altenbergs and the Randy Popes and the Chip Hers and James Safronis and everybody was out there, and and that was the fun part about that. It was just, I think, one of the deepest fields in American racing. I mean, it really was.
It was.
Yeah. So just amazing. Just really good times. Really good times. I was very lucky.
I wouldn't sweat that too much because just between you and the fence post, I'm enjoying calling this stuff a lot more than I have been calling some of the pro stuff recently. This is
fair enough.
One of my favorite events has always been the runoffs, because it's grassroots. The people are there out of a love of competition. They're not rolling in big paychecks from racing. They're there just for the love of it, and everybody shares that, and it's just a lot more fun. And now branching out with you guys a bit, I'm seeing more and more of that, and I'm just having a blast.
No, it's really cool thing to have been a part of. We've grown it to this point. I've talked about this weekend, several times that this is where we started. Really, this is where Brendan, started putting in the effort, and I kind of clung on to his coattails to get to where we are now. And I'm just pleased to continue to be able to bring this to the people. And it's not so much that it's a commercial success and we're selling ad spots and everything, but it's really for
that's
people.
not your McLaren in the
No,
parking
that's
lot?
not my McLaren, unfortunately. I have that old orange Ford pickup that's out there. But it's about bringing this cool thing to not only new people who are looking for it, but people's families, and giving people the opportunity to see, like, hey, this is why my dad leaves 4 or 5 weekends a year, or 6 or 7 or 8 weekends, and he comes back and he's excited. What is it that's going on? And to get questions asked and to make them feel like they're a part of being here, because you got school, you got jobs, you got all the stuff. And so being able to bring that connection back to your family and your friends, and to be able to kind of show off a little bit, like, I get to do this cool thing. Come try it with me. Come hang out with me. Let's do it. Has been just incredible. And so I couldn't trade it for anything else in the world. Well, I'm not saying I wouldn't like an F1 commentary job, but I'm not that good, obviously.
I wouldn't say that. You do a great job.
Thank you.
And honestly, being able to bring this to people who might not be able to make it to the track, and I think get the exposure for WRL, because it's a great series. I mean, I've known RJ for a number of years, and I've always been a big supporter of the series, just because I think it makes motorsports so much more accessible. And that was always the big thing for me is getting into the sport. I think that was always the hard part. I literally fell into it, and if it hadn't been for that, I don't know what I'd be doing now. But two, I mean, it's unfortunate that that's how you have to find your way into the sport. You have to either have family or friends that do it, or you just luck into it, as opposed to having it way more accessible. And I think that's what WRL does, is it really opens the door for a lot of people. So I love being out here. I love supporting the series, and RJ does a great job. So
I was just talking to JT about this earlier, that this track is like a uniquely good opportunity to bring motorsport to people, because you've got either a track day or drifting or both going on at the other track. And it's people are wandering over and like, what's this all about? It doesn't take much to wander down and ask somebody, like, what does it really take? And I think WRL uniquely, you've got competition that's reasonably high. It's not easy to come and do it. You got time, like your pit stops got to be tight. You got to be committed in the car, the whole nine. And it's not as expensive as doing SRO or trying to go do Spec X5 or all that kind of stuff. And so it's a really approachable entry point. And the way they do the licensing here, it's if you're a good track day driver, there's a path for you to get into this without having to do the whole song and dance of the
Take
they're not going to let you
3
start
years
the
of
car.
school and this, that, and the other.
Exactly. So I think this is unique, that we're hopefully getting people to come to the same direction.
And honestly, the level of skill out there is great. The level of awareness is amazing. I'm always really worried. You come up on a slower car and you're flashing a bit, and like, does he see me? Does he see me? And then you get a finger out the window, and it's he saw me, gave me a wood by. Like, this is great. And so really, really cooperative. I don't know. There was I was doing some robust defending earlier, so I'm sure there was a little choice of fingers that I got out of that one. So. But again, everything.
Rob, all the stuff that you're doing these days to kind of get out there and promote this series and stuff, and then, you're spot on about the talent in these series. Just because they're not out racing in pro racing doesn't mean there's not extraordinary talent. I mean, some of the finest racing, that I've seen over the years is, in like Spec Miata and, well before that in the IT classes. These guys were and gals were absolutely phenomenal talents. They just weren't doing it with massive budget and on a pro level. And, I think, and it's so important to have this type of sort of grassroots series, as you guys were talking about, to, introduce people and go, hey, let's go out to this thing, see what it is, and check it out. Because most people, once they get to the track and see it, they tend to really, fall in love with it. And the cool thing about motorsports, you can play basketball, right, or football or whatever, but it doesn't turn into a lifestyle. Your paycheck provides your lifestyle. When you get hooked into racing, it's your life. It becomes a lifestyle, but you immediately gain this huge cadre of friends. People you can call, they'll go, I've never met you, but we've heard talk, and you need a place to stay or some help towing a car, whatever. The community comes out, and that to me is really, really special. And you will race, rub mirrors off each other's cars during the race, but you get out of the car and you go, that was awesome. And, it's a whole different attitude. And, the one thing that I've seen, I hope some of these other series maybe start to emulate it. And I hope it's okay to mention Grid Life here, just on the fact that they do these festivals where all day long it's cars, whether it's drifting, whether it's racing, whether it's super lap, but at night they have amazing music. And when I've worked some of those events, what's blown me away is, you see these people come out and a lot of them are there for the music, but it's not playing during the day. So they come and they watch the racing. And then the next day, all those people that are there for the music that night are now packing the outside of the track watching. And, to me, that is such a compelling way to keep bringing, new fans into the sport. And Lord knows we need that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, and that's I think the really great thing about this era of motorsports. I mean, I think with the popularity of Formula One, and it's really kind of put motorsports in general more on the map even than it was before.
Right.
And and I think from that perspective, it is opening people's eyes, and they're starting to go, hey, again, how do I get in? And looking at, like you said, Grid Life, looking at WRL, looking at all these grassroots events that are just so inviting for people. It's awesome to have that type of thing, and we do a huge fan fest for the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. There's 35,000 people that show up. And the number of questions that we get, like, how do I get into motorsports? Or how do I become an engineer in motorsports or a mechanic? And it's just amazing. And I heard for years that, young people, they're not into cars anymore, and the automotive culture, it's just dying and whatever. And I'm like, that is not true at all. I am sorry. There are more, I've got more kids calling me up, how do I get into motorsports than ever before. And so I think we're kind of getting into a new golden era of motorsports where you're going to see a lot more interest. And, I was joking around with Jeff Altenberg the other day, and we were talking because with the proliferation of sims and how good they are. iRacing literally scanned millimeter to the track surface. It's amazing. And it gives access to everybody now. So when I started, there was none of that. First time I was at Road America, it was like, which way do I go out of the pits, guys? And but now it's everybody's got this access. And Jeff and I were joking that we're really glad we didn't start now, because we probably wouldn't have made it as a pro driver, because these kids are so good coming up. So it is really I really do think it's kind of a new golden kind of era of motorsports. And I think we're really seeing the ground floor of it, and sky's the limit. So
absolutely,
I'm glad to ride the last crest of the wave into the sunset.
Well, you're absolutely right. With the explosion of the popularity of F1 from that, Netflix's DriversEye live show, and it just continues to seem to be burgeoning. You've got now a lot of fans that don't have huge money, right? It's reached beyond that smaller group of people that are very well heeled and all that. And, now people are really getting into racing that don't have big budgets.
Right.
And, so you could see, I could never do that. Yes, you could. It wouldn't be in a Red Bull Formula One car.
Right.
But, man, I'll tell you what, you'll have way more fun in terms of actual racing.
Absolutely.
Than a Spec Miata.
Yep.
100%.
Just got to come out and do it.
Yep, and that's the big thing. Is I think it's everybody I've talked to is let's realistic expectations, and start at the beginning. And again, that's I've been working with Matt and Caitlin, the Singlers, and they're both they're great because they understand this is the bottom rung of the ladder that they're going to climb, and whether it's IMSA or SRO, that's where they want to go. But they know that it's tough on budget, so they've got to do the hard work of finding the sponsors and raising the budget to go. And I think that's what I'd love to see is that people that are that dedicated to it, that they're we understand that I don't have $500,000 or $1 million check to go race, SRO or IMSA. But I can work and get sponsors, and I've got something to offer them.
Yep.
And they're doing a great job with that. That's why I'm super excited to be with the team and help them kind of get the recognition that hopefully gets them a look at an SRO or an IMSA seat.
Absolutely. Well, Rob, I don't want to take up all of your time. If you're cool to hang out, I'm cool to hang out with you. If you've got stuff to do.
If you had air conditioning, it would be so much better. They literally, they stuck him up in this thing, and it's like windows on all three sides, and it's just like, it is like 20 degrees hotter than it is on the level below. So
I mean, I was telling JT about this earlier, that the only times I've ever come here to broadcast a race were in December for the 25, and so the lack of AC was never a problem.
The great thing is that I have never ever been to Thunderhill if it hasn't been December. So I came up to Willows and I'm like, wow, it's beautiful up here. Yeah, it's all green and rolling hills, and I'm like, oh yeah, because it's spring.
Right.
I get that. So
Yep.
yeah, I love it up here. It's a lot of good memories.
It's beautiful, beautiful. I just want to check back in with the race here real quick. The GTO still as it ran before, 120, 678, 123, 25. About the same gaps, roughly. You got 18 seconds from the NFC car up to the 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion. 18 seconds in an hour is a big ask, especially when you're not doing, they were about 3 seconds faster that lap, so that's something at least.
The 678 did pit.
Yep.
I think like an hour and 5 to go. I believe we are still owed stops for the 120 and the 123.
And then got Kevin Madsen in the car. Kevin's a wheeler, so I think he's going to start clicking off some good lap times out there.
Absolutely. We got the 48 of El Diablo. They're now at least 6 laps ahead, which by my count is over 10 minutes in the lead of GP1. They took the lead, never really looked back today in GP1. One of the more experienced GP-level teams at this track. They are here, and there's not a whole lot anybody can do about it. HQ Autosports, another experienced team at this track, number 330 in second position, followed by PC Racing, number 43, the long-time WRL entrant, PC Racing. Usually a pretty stout car. They've had some reliability issues in the last couple of years, but last race out, they were pretty good. This race, they're pretty good too, but unfortunately, they've run into the juggernaut that is 2 cars with extensive mileage around this circuit. Number 80 of 3D Racing. Yeah, exactly. Lots of local track knowledge, Greg. For this track, especially, that doesn't feature heavily on sims, that becomes a premium advantage to have. 80 of 3D Racing back out and circulating. They had lost a tire in turn 2, so it's good to see that car has come back out. GP2, Honda Research West, number 322, another team with a lot of miles at this circuit, leading GP2, followed by the 49 of Velocity Group, about a minute back, so about half a lap behind. And then in third position, there were 83 at Palomar Racing, another West Coast entrant that's seen a lot of time at this track. In third, the 197 of Funk Motorsport. Had some issues today, and frankly, I walked by the paddock earlier to reset that camera, and nobody was in a hurry to work on that car. So I don't know if it's already ready for tomorrow or if they're wrapping up for the weekend. So hopefully we get to see them again tomorrow, but if not, it was a blast seeing that car out on track. It kind of gives you the rundown of the cars that are still circulating here at Thunderhill. 56 minutes to go. Anybody who stops now will be making their last stop of the race. Everybody comfortably within their stint length. JT, I think I covered it all. I don't think.
Yeah, you pretty much got it.
Usually I come to you to do the things that I missed, and unfortunately.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep some tabs here. I'm trying to keep an eye on Velocity and Honda Research West for that fight in GP2 to see if that gets any closer.
Honda Research West is in the pit lane. I don't know if that's the unclassified car or the GP2 car. I can't tell from here.
That should be the one with the wing, which should be their Type R in GT.
Okay, got it. Okay, fair enough. Well, Greg, thank you for jumping in at short notice. Just the prospect of talking to Rob Holland and Greg Kramer at the same time was too good to pass up. That was really going to bail me out of what I think was beginning to be a bummer. I'm like, oh, thank goodness. Someone can save me. No, it was fantastic hearing both of you chat about the times. You know, I grew up watching all that stuff, man. I enjoyed the hell out of it, watching Pirelli World Challenge and watching British Touring Car and all that stuff. And you'd get the reruns on Speed TV in the winter, and they'd do the PTCC and the DTM. That was another one that you were talking earlier about how 7/10 ended up being miles off.
Yeah.
I remember watching Joey Hands smoke everybody in ALMS and be dominant, and then go over to DTM, and it's like, what happened?
Yep.
He's not that far back.
No.
But far enough that you're down the pecking order. And
it was the same thing. I mean, honestly, I went into British Touring Car, and I had no aspirations. I didn't think I was going to go in there and smoke the field. I mean, the talent there is insane. But I figured I was a solid top 10, qualify, top 15, and sneak into the top 10 here and there. It was the hardest thing. I was like barely in the top 20, and it was a fight to get into the points.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you look at it. These guys, have lived their whole lives in the UK, and there are a few tracks there, but it's not like here. And their tracks, a drive to the track is if you drive more than an hour, you're in another country at that point.
Right.
We go up to Scotland, and I think the drive to Scotland is 6 hours, and everybody complains about it. It's like, a 6 hour drive. This is the worst. I'm like, guys, the closest pro track to me was UMC at the time. So, and I'm like, guys, that's a 10-hour haul, and they're like, what? And I'm like, it was amazing when I was living at the Nürburgring that Spa is an hour away, and you look at the Hungaroring and all of these like legendary Monza. I literally used to drive down to Lake Como almost every weekend.
Oh, cool.
And it's a 5-hour drive, and Monza is just another 15 minutes from there. And it's just like, it's the most amazing thing. And but the problem with that, though, is that all of the drivers have all of these opportunities on these tracks.
Right.
So they know them intimately. And, here I am, the American who's like literally like my first lap at Knockhill was the first time I'd ever seen Knockhill. And I'd watched the videos. And I was like, okay, well, this will be interesting. It'll be like kind of a lime rock track.
Right.
And, when I got there, that was an eye-opener. That was, that's I don't know if you guys have seen the famous picture of me, is that I was in qualifying, and I got into not paddock, the last 2 corners from the end, and I tightened the line just a bit too much, and I clipped the sausage on the top of the hill.
Bounced the car.
I am literally, it was inches from going over. And a photographer got that picture, and it was the BBC picture of the week in Knockout. It was just me on 2 wheels, just like hanging on for dear life. And so
Welcome to British Touring Cars, Mr. Holland.
Yes, that was the other fun thing, is that you go up to Scotland and you get all these like kids that are super excited, because that was the cool thing about British Touring Cars. Like the fans are just passionate. It's NASCAR over in the UK, and go to Scotland and you have all these 15-year-old, 12-year-old kids, and they're and you're just like, I know you're speaking English. But I have no idea what you just said.
No clue what you said.
Not a clue.
Sorry.
And then you're like, can you say that again? Again, one more. Again.
Slower, maybe?
I write it down on a piece of paper. But it was so much fun. It was definitely highlights. And it's funny, to this day, I get fans, Facebook or whatever, asking me when I'm coming back.
Right.
And I'm like, guys, I'm an old guy now. Jason Plato retired.
I was going to say, Jason Plato's there. I mean, he's old.
He retired.
Did he?
He's running a team. He's running his own team. And Matt Neal sailed off into the sunset. So, I kind of was like, well, I maybe need to just gracefully not come back. But
sure.
I still I have unfinished business. That was the one thing, as I really, it was a tough journey into British Touring Car. I mean, it was. I mean, it should be, because it's one of the top series in the world. But I never did it with one of the top teams. It was always like, because those top teams had seats filled for the whole season. So it was really hard for me to come in and, as a guest driver and do a 1 or 2 off. And so, when I had some, we had a couple of guys come in, Colin Turkington tested for us just to help us out to make sure. And I was a 10th off of his time. And I'm like, okay, if a multi-time champion and I'm a 10th off, but I get to the track and I'm, 7, 8, 9 the second off, then, it's definitely in the car, and there's not much I can do. So I really always wanted like that one shot, like
shot to drive the Vauxhall or whatever.
Yeah, right, exactly. Give me the BMW, give me the works team car, and let me see what I can do. So, but good dreams. But
if I jump in, just going back to the Joey Hand thing, I talked to Joey about that, and he said the problem was, he goes, like you felt, Rob, he didn't know the tracks.
Yeah.
Right.
And he looked at them, and they, were, roughly, rough sims compared to what we have today,
Right.
And everything. But he got there, and he said the thing that really struck him was that that top 15 of those drivers. He said when the lights went green in pit lane, he said it was onto the tip of the sword right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, I'm out there still kind of trying to figure out the track.
Which way the turns go.
And so he said, I'm just getting inundated. And he said, right when I started to, feel, really get a handle on the car and really starting to feel that, and I was showing some speed and everything. And he said, I was so excited about the next year because I thought I'm ready.
Yeah, right.
And he had a few runs, where he wasn't that far back, as you talked about. But that that pack is so tight. At the was at the sharp end, and he said, I think I could do it, and then they pulled him from that program, sent him back to the States.
No, and it's the unfortunate bit. I mean, it's the European way, and that's always the tough thing is that the Europeans always look at Americans as the cowboys,
Right.
and we're like the pat us on the head and send us back to NASCAR type of thing, and that was always a frustrating thing, and that's why the time I had at the Nürburgring and the success I had at Macau and stuff, it was really nice to kind of get that respect. I had my engineer in British Touring Car he was a tough SOB, and the year we ran we built and developed the Audi, the S3 that we ran there, and Steve was tough. Like, he was tough on me, and it really kind of hurt me a bit because it was like, I know I'm a good driver.
Right.
And
You come out of doing World Challenge and you're the man.
Yeah, and I was, we finished. I finished third in the championship before I went over there, and I'm like, it was tough. But so the great thing was that we did the test with Colin. We had another driver that came in, Alex McDowell, who was a World Touring Car driver. Same thing, and the pace was all there. And then, I think once Steve saw that, like, my pace was right there with the top guys, he kind of understood that, the car's not really where we need it to be, and there's some other stuff that we need to work on. And the nice thing to me was when they came out to the Nürburgring, because World Touring Car was doing their first race of the Nürburgring, and none of those drivers had experience.
Okay.
And so we had a lot of those guys come through Rotec because they were trying to get it, because we had the fastest front wheel drive car at the Nürburgring, and it was the closest in speed to the TC1 cars that we were driving.
Yeah.
And so we had Gabriele Tarquini, Tiago Montero, Sebastian Loeb, Rob Huff. We had everybody coming through our program, and so it was great. I was working with some of the best guys, and until Rob Huff pipped me by, I think it was like 0.8 of a second, I still had the fastest time around the Nürburgring. And it's like, so I'm like,
pretty good.
I felt pretty good about that. So when Steve came with his driver, he came to me and said, "Can you help us?"
Right.
And that's when I went, okay.
You made it. They understand.
They understand. Yeah. Yes, I'm not just the Yankee, the cowboy, the NASCAR guy. So it was really good. It was I got to that point where I was really just kind of happy over there. And then of course I got married and came back to the States and left it all there. So
Hey,
I tell
Rob,
my wife, I gave up the Nürburgring for you, hon.
Ooh, that's love.
True love, buddy. True love.
Man. Nothing. Yeah.
I only say that because she's not listening to this.
You were racing in World Challenge when they combined the GTS with GT, were you?
Yeah, it was a necessity, I think, because the car counts had dropped. And the problem was, and this is...
Real quick, were you there the first event that they did that? Johnny O'Connell's comment in the driver meeting?
I think so. Was that St. Pete or something?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Johnny O'Connell said, "It's great to have all you GTS drivers here. Obviously, your cars," he said, "your talent's not questions. Your car," although, and he was concerned, but he was a classy enough guy not to say that. He said, "But your cars aren't going to be on our pace." And he said, "It's really critical that all you guys remember that, all of us at the sharp end in GT, when we come out of the pits for that first practice, we're on it." And be ready for that.
Yep.
And that always stuck with me about what a great piece of advice is. This isn't take 3-4 laps and warm up now.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and we were seeing some of that. We were seeing some drivers come in that didn't quite have the pro experience, and You know, and honestly, it's, you know, I started, you know, the pro thing so late in life that I still remember, like, you know, the first couple of races, and it's deer in the headlights. You know, you're really just like, you are drinking from the fire hose full force, and it's really, really tough. And when those guys leave the pits, it is go. There is no, you know, there's no playing around, warming up tires, and, you know, getting your feet wet. It is on it. So, you know, and it's really interesting, because that was the thing that helped me getting into like British touring car, because, you know, from first car to last car, those guys are all pros, and they are the, like, you leave, you better be on it, and if you're not, you're going to get run over real quick.
So we're just going to take a look at GTO real quick. Yeah.
That looks like the top three. We've got maybe a little bit of a battle developing, especially between second and first.
So the 120 has, and the 678 is moving.
Yeah.
We've still got that 10-second gap, but we've got 2 seconds in hand of the last lap. So that 678, do we have that 678 on board still, Dustin, or do we have the other?
No, it went out.
Oh, it went out. Oh, not too bad. Okay.
I think Kevin Madsen just set his personal best lap, 54 dead. So he has got the bit between the teeth.
That is pretty fast. A victory last time here. Actually, I'd like to go over here and do this.
So real quick, you know, just top
go
three
for it.
right now are covered by 51 and a half seconds.
Sorry, 53.
So yeah, that 53.
There we go.
Yeah, 53.8.
Top three with a fair amount of time yet to go, covered by well under a minute.
Yeah.
So the time has come down in chunks.
Battle. Yeah, there's a nice little battle going on with GP2, Honda Research West out in front, I think. But you've got Velocity Group is now under a minute behind them.
Yep. 43 minutes to run here. If you have a huge pace differential, I think it's still in play.
Yes.
That if you keep that up, you can make the catch. It's just a matter of, can you click off these basically qualifying laps to make the catch that you need to make. Trying to go through here. So I got that graphic to work. Great.
Yeah, it looks like the Ligier is the fastest car on track right now by a chunk.
Yep.
He's going to be reeling in the A victory guys for, you know, 3 or 4 seconds a lap.
Right.
Yeah, he's already got it down to just a tick over 8 seconds in that one
That's
lap.
still
alone,
coming.
so
Oh my goodness.
Flying.
Yeah.
Yeah, their slowest lap in the last 15, 20 minutes has been basically a 157 flat.
Yeah. Now, Kevin's got the bit between his teeth. They put him in and said go.
Yep.
Which is great to see. And that's, you know, again, we've been talking about the talent here, you know, in terms of the drivers. But you look at, you know, guys like Kevin, you look, Bill Alberlin's here. You know, you've got some really, really good drivers. And I think that's really great to see, because that means the teams that are working with these drivers are getting kind of the best advice.
Right.
And so hopefully those teams are taking that advice and then moving up to the next level and really going in there with a lot more experience. So super excited to see this.
It's the cool part about endurance racing is you have this middle stanza of the race that stuff starts to spread out considerably.
Yeah.
And they have a habit, even without, you know, the wave around and all the other nonsense, they have a habit of working themselves back to where they started.
Yeah.
Where your two strategies eventually converge right at the end, because people are trying to get to the same place. And it's happened again here, where the 678 now catching the 120 at a pretty rapid pace, I reckon. I think we're going to be probably under 7 seconds the next time we come by start-finish here. So we're under the back stretch, and then they're going to go to turns 14 and 15 next. And there they are. And we'll just trip the timing here in a moment. And there we go. The Supra.
There he is.
And the Ligier. That's 4.6 seconds. So took another 4 seconds out of the 120 last time by. So that's a pass I think that's going to occur momentarily. And I don't think there's going to be a ton of battle for it when you have that kind of pace in hand. Now, granted, that Ligier makes its lap time in a little bit different way, right? So you get a little bit more power out of the Supra, a little bit more leg on the straight, but you got the Ligier working some traffic right now, and that's a car that really needs to be in the turns. Oh, they got held up. Yep. That's going to hurt a little bit to get around that Civic.
Well, as I'm sure you'll attest, Rob, the best friend you can have in traffic is horsepower.
Absolutely. No, and that was
You know?
when I was in the car and we went back to green and we had the Ligier behind us and we were dead on tires, and so I was running a few seconds off from what we could normally run, but I was able to hold them back for probably 5 or 6 laps fairly easily. It wasn't until I actually caught lap traffic that they were able to get by. Mainly because you just park them in the corners. You know, There's really no place to pass, and then use the power out and see them on the next corner. So it's that was kind of a classic. Hold them up behind, and then I knew they were gonna get me at some point, but it was one of those things that we were still in the hunt at that point. I think we were still sitting P3, and it was more about holding them up as long as possible and hoping for the cautions to fall our way. And fortunately, they just didn't do that.
Not quite.
Yeah, we're getting there, man. I'm really excited about the team, and Matthew and Caitlin. I'm really excited about their potential, and it's been really fun working with these guys and just seeing how the team is getting closer and closer to the front. So you got to see us on the podium one of these days.
Oh,
soon.
yeah. You're there. You're knocking on the door. That team is knocking on the door. It's going to take the right things to fall into place and get the good run and get some luck on the yellows. And I think you're right there. I really don't think it's that far off at all.
No, and I'm excited to see it. I mean, you look from where they were a new team last year. Really just joined at the end of the season, didn't get much running in.
Right.
They're new to a lot of this stuff and running the team on their own. So to make the big jumps, and those guys, John and the whole family is just they're great, because I've raced for a lot of teams that they say, oh yeah, we want your advice and we want to learn from you, and then you give it to them and they don't want to listen.
Right. It's like, well, not like that.
Right.
I
want you to tell me what I already know, and just confirm that. And John and the rest of the team are not. They're just sponges right now, and so it's really great to see them come along.
1.9 last time by.
Yeah, and I've just been watching the roll speed right now of that stack racing entry. You can just visually see it. They've got so much more grip right now, and they're just able to just carry speed through these turns.
It's a very, very well sorted car, and the aero grip and the mechanical grip. It's just you watch them. You're looking in the mirrors going into the corner, and they're right there.
There
you
it
go.
is. It happened.
Done.
So it happened through turn 8 and 9 right there. As they come back down the hill, that stack racing Ligier is going to have had the lead of the race. I think for the first time today, JT? No? Did they have it a little bit when the 290 was in, like, kind of hour 2, hour 3? That's the only other time I would think.
Earlier, when we were dealing with Moorhead and stuff like that. So you had the 290, you had the 678, you had the 120, all more or less swapping.
During the pit cycle.
Pit cycles, yellows, that sort of thing.
Gotcha. So they take the lead on merit here with the pace, both pit stops having been completed.
And I'll tell you what, the pace that the stack racing entry forced the victory racing entry to run, they've added a good 10 seconds over their margin, unfortunately, to the 123, the NFC Motorsports GTO machine, because they just cannot manage those kind of laps right now.
Greg, some background. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the Velocity Group entry that's in 10th, second in GP2, they have, they've been running laps a bit quicker than the car up front, and they've got it down now just a little over 50 seconds, but they are quickly running out of time.
Yeah, they're going to, I think, come to where it's going to be close but no cigar, I think, unless they keep this incredible pace up.
Yeah.
They're going to have a hard time. They're not quite catching just fast enough. You can see the last 5 lap times there. Just not quite where they would need to be to make that in 30 minutes. Another hour or two, potentially. But I think in 30 minutes it's going to be a hard time. So background for you, Greg. That AE Victory, that's Aaron Vogel's team.
Oh, okay.
And so that's an all-female lineup in the 120. I think headlined by Laura Hayes this weekend. And I just don't remember. I don't know if Michelle Abade's in that car.
Yeah, Michelle's there. I think is it Ashley Freiberg.
Ashley Freiberg. She's
yeah. There were a few other, and they are all quick. Hannah is in the car as well.
Grisham,
Yeah, Hannah Grisham. Raced against her in SRO. She's another talent, and it is great. It's great that they've put this together, and they put a really, really great group of women in the cars, and to be able to be this competitive, because it's competitive out here,
right?
And they've got a lot of skill, a lot of talent. So I'm really excited to see them out there.
Well, this team, not even JT 18 months ago, was in kind of that position where they were not the fastest car on track, but they're thereabouts, and they can run in the top 3 and they can run in the top 5, and on the right pit cycle they can have the lead for a little bit. And so it's all kind of come together for them this season. I think this is only their second weekend because they were at Barber, right, JT?
Yes, I believe so.
They were at Barber, but they weren't at Eagles Canyon. And they're looking much, much better this season. I think they've got a good handle on the car. I think the setup's there. I think the experience is there for the team, having kind of stood that thing up from scratch from before. And I think that they're going to be one of the teams to beat over the course of the season. But the 678 putting on a strong showing here at Thunderhill this weekend.
Yeah, if I recall my history correctly, they brought Laura Hayes on board that program to really start to figure out the Supra platform.
Yeah, and they have her as much as they can, but she's also pretty highly involved in that TCB entry where they've got the TCB and Stoic Supras as well.
Yeah, and so we saw at our last event in Barber, podiums both days, and both cars on the podium, second and third on the Sunday. So we're definitely seeing AE Victory becoming extremely competitive at this point.
A force to be reckoned with for sure in WRL, and also helping launch the careers of some of these female drivers coming up through the lower rungs of the racing ladder and doing effectively what I understand to be is basically a gong show to give the seat away each season for the young up-and-coming drivers. So a cool program to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, it's great to see.
33 minutes left here. I think we should say hi to Continental one more time and just make sure the bills are paid. I've got a fuel bill at least to get home. The flight isn't prepaid. I still have to pay for the fuel. And if Continental's check doesn't go through because I didn't do enough ads, then I don't know how I'm getting home. You know what I'm saying? So we'll be right back. We'll talk to Continental here shortly, and then we'll come back and we'll see the last 30 minutes of the race. Nothing but green flag action on DriverSeye Live in the World Racing League.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Golden State Endurance Cup, DriverSeye Live's coverage of the World Racing League. It's round 3 of the season. Getting started off here with some great tracks. We're at Thunderhill this weekend. Here in about 3 weeks, JT, we'll be at Road America with hopefully some cool enhancements to the broadcast, a little bit more emotion, if you catch my drift. Deals are in place to potentially make a big addition.
Interesting.
We'll leave that to RJ and Brendan and all the people who handle the things. They don't trust me with money. It's because of my criminal background. I don't get to be a part of the money discussions because I had some run-ins with the law.
Understandable.
Yes, exactly. See, Greg understands. I was never indicted, but it's difficult for me to trade stocks in the state of Oregon at this point. So that's why I moved to California. 27 minutes left here in day 1 of endurance racing action at Thunderhill Raceway Park. The weather about 80 degrees now, I think, more or less. The wind has stopped. It is completely still. Thus, it's taken out some of my cameras because we can't get the heat off of the camera, and it's just being baked in the sun. But it is a little bit cloudier as we get later into the day, which will not help me tomorrow. But I'm hoping that cloud layer helps us tomorrow morning. Keep a little bit of heat off the cameras. We're on board with the HQ Autosport number 330. They're running second place in GP1 right now. A heck of a build on that thing. I believe this is the one, JT, that has the 4-cylinder turbo, like the modern engine in the E46 chassis. I think that's this one, right?
I would say you're probably correct. I can't keep track of all the different E46 builds.
Sure, that's fine. I think it was theirs that they had built, and they were one of the first teams to get that kind of motor-transmission combination together and working. There's been this mild squeeze on parts availability, especially in the endurance racing circles, where you have the E46s going through engines and transmissions quite quickly. And we've talked about this several times the last couple of years, that it's just getting that little bit harder to find good condition straight sixes, and the professionally built racing ones, I think, are being built for sprint racing and not for endurance racing. So it's getting harder and harder to make them last a full weekend. So this 4-cylinder, the turbocharger, I think that's this one. Mike Gorman also runs, I believe, the same engine in his BMW program when he's here with Open Throttle. Not here this weekend, but I anticipate he will be at Road America along with a lot of the other long-time entrants. Dustin, do you have the schedule graphic? No? Okay, that's a Jordan special. We'll figure that out for tomorrow. We'll show off the remaining schedule for the World Racing League this season. Under the Competition Motorsports bridge. That bridge has already had 3 or 4 different sponsors to it in the last several years since they replaced the original bridge, which was Ferrari of Silicon Valley, which was, I believe, either hand-painted or very meticulously printed onto some plywood and applied. And my understanding is they paid for the bridge when it was constructed, and as a result got to have the rights to that bridge the entirety of the time it existed. But Hyundai launched, I believe it was the Ioniq 5N, and they had taken over sponsorship of that banner for a while. Haggerty had taken over sponsorship of it when they had done that huge media blitz a while back. Now competition.
Haggerty was really in the thick of things for a while there, weren't they?
Yeah, it's strange, Greg, that you're really in the thick of things as your business changes, and then once the business change occurs, you kind of retract from some of that. Yeah. Who knew?
Sadly, that happens all too often.
Yep. It's a problem I think we face in racing specifically, and endurance racing more specifically. And Greg, I'm sure you've seen it, where you get somebody who's excited about it, they come in, they blow a bunch of money for like 3.5 years, and then poof, gone. Off into the ether.
Yeah,
forever taken away from us.
It seems sometimes like they just haven't really done their due diligence.
Yep.
And they're racing in, say, Ferrari Challenge, if you're talking really big budget guys, and they think, well, I can afford this. Mm-hmm. Let's go to SRO.
Right.
And suddenly it's a lot more races, and it's a lot more fiercely competitive. So now you need to make sure you got the latest tricks and bits and everything, and the budget just goes to the roof, and pretty soon you realize, I can't keep this up.
Right.
And it's like, well, you should have really probably done a bit more, due diligence. Although, of course, the team owners are going, yeah, we can do this for you, and so you get these people that come in, like you said, and they spend. It looks impressive, and then they're just sort of gone.
Yep.
And it is
unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Yeah.
One day, I hope that we can have a little bit more sustainable participation. One of the most sustainable racing entrants that I can think of, and he has gone all the way to being Formula One adjacent, would be George Kurtz.
Yeah.
In 2012, 2013, Brit and I were talking about George Kurtz driving radicals around this track at the 25 hour. Just as like, oh yeah, guy, it's driving radical, great, lives in the Bay Area, awesome. And now he's a part owner of the Mercedes Formula One team and has an IMSA team and a WEC team and SRO team and sponsors World Challenge and does all the things.
Yeah, he not only drank, he snorted the racing Kool-Aid,
Yes, absolutely.
And but he's been able to sustain it, and I think it isn't just him. He's been able to, if you remember when he got into World Challenge, and he started doing these big tech summits at the events. So you'd get all of these really, really high-end tech business people that would come in and, enjoy the thrill of racing. They'd get rides. They could do some drive-alongs, that kind of thing. But then they'd have these big business summits. Well, part of that plan was to get these other people interested in racing.
Right.
And, then he was able to put together some really effective partnerships, and he's just been able to blow it up.
Absolutely.
Woo! Nice pass. Got them both.
Indeed. I think that is the Singler car right there. That's Caitlin Singler, who Rob was speaking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Great talent in the car, up and coming. We had spoken with Matthew earlier. Great conversation I had with him. Had a little bit of chat offline, too. Matthew and Caitlin, Greg, grew up about an hour from here, up in Paradise.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
So they familiar with this track.
They've been around here.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that, sometimes people that are a little bit newer to it, they come in and they go, well, how do these young people come in and they're just immediately so fast? And it's like, well, they could well have driven 1,000 laps on this track in go-karts.
Right.
They know this place.
Yep.
And they had to just transfer that knowledge from go-karts to like a Formula Ford or, nowadays maybe Formula 4. And then, okay, now I want to try a sedan and I want to try one that's got downforce, but they've got that track knowledge. And like you said, it's key, especially, I thought that was a brilliant point that, if this track isn't one that's really, on a lot of sims,
right.
Track experience here is going to be massive.
Absolutely. As you can see on the onboard, Greg, I don't know if you know much about this track. I don't know if in your SCCA exploits you ever made it out here.
No.
But it's a big rhythm track, and this first section right here, it's really about commitment and being on the throttle at the right time to make the car stick, and then also trusting right here as you go up and over turn 5 that the other end of it's still going to be there once you finally get sight of the apex. And then you come along to this back section here through turn 6 and 7, and you can really start to wring out the car. But again, it's about commitment. How deep are you going to go here in 7? Are you going to breathe? Are you going to dab the brake? Are you going to shift down? A little bit slower car, obviously, makes it easier decision to make. And we'll take the apex of turn 8 here, and we'll head up to turn 9. Got my tripod just on the right here as they turn in their left. And again, you have one of these blind crests. Yep. And you see a little bit of a shake on the wheel, and then you come right back down the hill into turn 10, another little double left-hander here. And then you've got pretty point and squirt, more or less, run to the line here.
Yeah, the interesting thing, too, when you have these blind apexes, approaches, and then the backside, it falls away just a little bit.
Yeah.
There's something counterintuitive that sometimes you need to do to keep the car planted, and it's as you crest that, and the back naturally gets a little light. And if you're still got some turning input in, and it starts to go, the last thing you want to do is lift.
Sure.
Then all the way goes to the nose and around you go, and you don't want to mash the throttle because it's just going to break loose and spin. You've got to just give it a gentle little push on the throttle just to get the weight to transfer back a little bit, get that rear to bite. And it's just so counterintuitive because everything, every instinct in your body, if you're relatively new to racing, is saying, geez, lift, man,
Yep.
It's kind of like the old Turn 11, once, when they still had the dip at Road Atlanta. And you drop into that dip and you climb up into 11 at ridiculous speed and you'd apex right at the top of the hill. And as soon as you got to the apex, it would fall away. I did my first couple of driver's schools there. It took me a while to trust the instructor and go, all right, I'll see how that works. And, I came out of that turn doing that, just a gentle push. I had a good 500 more revs and it was just flying, down through 12. Those are the little nuances. It's called balancing the car on the throttle sometimes. It's incredibly effective. And I've said this so many times, right? Every lap of racing is a lesson in applied physics. And that was a moment when I learned what role physics plays in this sport.
Yeah, I've oftentimes heard from people who they'll talk about you really want to start off doing like long travel off-road vehicles because it's forcing you to learn in a really exaggerated way how the car moves underneath you. And, if you're in an off-road truck and you're trying to take a turn, it's not going to turn unless you're on the brake. You've got to get the nose down or you're not going to have any grip. And it's the same thing coming out. If you've got the tail end up, the back end's going to come around, especially if you're in like a buggy or, something like that. And you do have to balance it on the throttle a little bit. And so I've got a lot of friends that wouldn't dare to, be caught road racing because they're scared. It's, oh man, it's going really fast. Oh, I got cars right there that'll do incredible things in a side-by-side. I'm like, dude, it's the same skill set, man. Like you could do it. It would be just fine.
Well, that's why I think, oddly enough, a wonderful training ground for drivers is, like the 3/4 midgets when they're young.
Yeah.
Because on dirt, it moves so much more and you can get, familiar with it. Or if you're up north, some of my first driving experience was ice racing. Talk about a car moving underneath you.
Oh, yeah.
And, it was my instructor, the first Road Atlanta school, really, they could see me coming down through 12 was where they could really just watch. And I said, how did I look? And he said, yeah, we could tell you're an ice racer.
Gotcha.
And I went, really? And he goes, yeah, you got nice drifts. It wasn't too sideways out of control. And I just felt comfortable. And it was because of that earlier experience. Ice or dirt, especially if you can, get them to run the, the midgets, counter direction.
Go the other direction sometimes.
So you get that feel going the other way. And, it's just a great training ground.
Absolutely. Well, Greg, it seems like your wealth of experience means that you're going to contribute to this in a great way. Are you excited to come see us tomorrow, too?
I am.
Okay, perfect. Good.
I'll be honest with you. I have not watched fully a WRL race yet. I've watched snippets here and there, and I'm really, really looking forward to it because, I've heard so many people talk about what a great series it is. For somebody that, they don't have the massive budgets, but they want to do endurance racing and they want good competition. And then, of course, the great camaraderie. And they just talk so highly about the WRL. So, yeah, I'm really excited.
Right. No, and it really is top to bottom, too. You've got the good competitors. And then on the series management side, you've got Steve DeBrecht and Jim Davis doing, racewrl and doing driving stewards and stuff. And it's two guys that have been around road racing for a really long time. And I think you get that kind of pro feel at the pretty amateur budget, and it makes it pretty awesome. And you get a huge variety of entrants, and that's what makes it so fun. Is anybody can do well on any given day here, and as long as we keep the racing clean, which this weekend fortunately it has been extremely clean, it makes for a really, really enjoyable time spent at the track for sure.
Well, and anywhere you can go, like you said, where you've got good cars, good drivers, good field. It's not big budget, but, I've said for many, many years, and I've seen, these series just come and go because they think they're big pro series.
Right.
And I've said, being professional has nothing to do with money. That eventually comes if you're a professional. But being professional is an attitude and an approach.
Yep.
And if you run it professionally and you make sure your rule set is fair, and then you are extremely consistent in your application of those rules. So a driver might feel, I'm not happy that they did that, but at least I know if another driver does it, he'll get the same punishment.
Exactly.
And, if all of those things are there, you've got a great racing series, especially for somebody who eventually, might think about getting up into the pro ranks, and they understand that already. But in a more grassroots version like this, that still is ultra competitive.
Right. Absolutely. Well, with 12 minutes remaining here, JT, what are your big takeaways from the race today?
I do want to give us a quick update.
Yeah,
PC
of course,
Racing
please.
did have some sort of issue. They have been, I believe, either on pit lane or in the paddock last 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
They do have a large enough gap ahead of the 3D Racing BMW that they should hold on to third in GP1.
Got it. Okay.
But that does lead into what we have been seeing today is reliability being a key factor in keeping the cars out of the paddock, off of pit lane, out on track, circulating. Because this is turning into very much a classic endurance racing that we've been seeing today, and I expect we'll see quite a bit tomorrow as well. We are seeing that drivers taking care of their cars are still out there doing well. They're the ones that are not being super aggressive are still circulating, and so it's you are seeing the more aware drivers benefiting quite a bit more today, and so that's always good to see.
Absolutely. The cars that have stayed on track have stayed, more or less together with their pairs, such as there may be. In some instances, I think the pace differential, especially like GP1, for example, is such that it's difficult to stay on track with everybody else. But everybody kind of stayed in their lane and ran the expected times. Had some yellow, of course, break it up a little bit. I think make some battles a little bit closer as well. But in GTO, that's really the takeaway here. You had issues for Moorhead. You had issues for Stack Racing. You had issues for AE Victory. Now, they made it back out, obviously, so we expect to see them, full strength tomorrow. But we had a couple of these two-car teams become one-car teams, and we had Moorhead end up dropping out as well. So I think we're going to have a more robust field, especially at the front in GTO, as we start the morning tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to watch the 119 this stint. It's showing Ashley Freiberg in the car. She's been absolutely hustling. I mean, just last time through, 155.5. So that car, unfortunately, has come to a stop, 2 different times today. Whatever issues that were plaguing them, but the car clearly has pace. So once they can get that reliability fix, it's going to be right there. Same with like the 83 from Palomar. That car absolutely flying. I believe it is still a second quicker than any other car in GP2, but they had that diff failure. So if they can go tomorrow without having any issues in terms of car reliability, we should see them do extremely well.
I agree. I believe the Funk Motorsports hauler just left, which is too bad for our prospects in GP2, unfortunately. That car was an incredible vehicle. But that'll be good news for Honda Research West and Velocity and Palomar. And AOA, I think, won't have the late start that they had today, so that'll be another car to kind of slot in where Funk Motorsport had to falter, unfortunately. We'll have nice weather again as well. No rain, nice and clear, nice and warm.
No doubt our cameras will love that.
Indeed, they will love it. I'm going to have to come up with some other solutions for that because I can't access a lot of those. Although it is showing me which ones I do and don't need. I'll say that much.
Yeah, that is true.
I would like to have the Turn 8 camera and the Turn 2 camera back, but the Turn 6 camera, I'm like, maybe I'll put that somewhere else. It's a little bit windy up here on the bridge. Get up to a little bit higher elevation, you get a little bit more wind off the coast ranges there. Highway 162, you're about 15 minutes from being in the forest from here. And then another daunting 2 to 3 hour journey before you're actually at the coast. not tremendously far as the crow flies, but a twisty road that would take some time to get down. Stack Racing with Rapscallion, they were able to work out a 35-second gap over second place, the number 120. So the 120 is going to miss out on having won from pole by under a minute, I reckon. I think they'll still take a second place, but I think you always want to convert your pole positions into wins.
Well, obviously the car's got the speed.
Right.
So it's frustrating then not to be, as you said, being able to convert it to a win. But it, things happen in racing, and it just looked to me like the AE Victory car just had run off the tires essentially,
right.
And were just they just didn't have the grip in that Stack Racing Ligier, right?
Right.
Yeah, it was glued to the track, and you could just visually see the amount of speed they could carry through the turns. As compared to the other car, and that sometimes is just how it works. When you do your stop, what do you have left on the tires? Fuel consumption. All of those things play into a key role, obviously, into endurance racing.
Well, and it's down to vehicle selection as well. So, for example, this advantage that they hold at Thunderhill, for example, over the course of a stint where you're a little bit easier on the tires and lighter car, a little bit less power, but it doesn't matter so much because there's not a whole lot of low-speed turns here. You don't have big braking zones for the most part. Everything's pretty high speed at Thunderhill versus going to somewhere like Daytona, where that car is going to have a lot harder time as it hits the wall with all the aero, and the Supras and the BMWs will motor right around it because they weigh 300 to 700 pounds more, but they've got more power to make up for it. So some of that's in the selection of the tool as well.
Sure, and the other thing to keep in mind is you're looking at the 120, the AE Victory Racing, that Supra. It's got more power, which generally means it carries more weight. What does that do? You got to accelerate the weight, you got to slow the weight. And then you've also got to carry that weight through a corner, and all three of those things, when you've got more weight than a competitor, are brutal on tires. And so if you're out there near the end of a longer stint, you're just by the weight of the car. If you're really driving it, you're going to take too much out of the tires, and you could baby the tires, but then you're losing huge amounts of time.
Right.
And so it's truly a balancing act. I love this turn sequence here.
Greg, I ran out of cameras. I was going to put one on those two tire walls that are right there on the apex and have one looking away, and I just didn't have the cameras to do it. But again, I'm thinking about replacing that turn 6 camera, putting it somewhere else. So that's in play, and then I also kind of want to put one looking towards the downhill section of turn 9 on the exit.
Yes.
So I'll have to decide how I'm going to work that.
Those, I call those my commitment corners, the commitment meters. When you've got a blind approach into an apex that has a little fall away on the end of it, it's so easy to overslow that because you're like, and then you come over the crest of the hill and you're like, I could have carried way more speed, and then conversely, then you go hammering in the next time and you turn in a little too soon. And now you just completely overshoot the exit. Those are the fun ones, where you can just get the car to dance right on that edge, and it just carry, as much speed as is physically possible. That's the joy of the game.
Right.
And even better if you can then into the next turn stuff it down the inside of somebody.
I think we're going to come around on 2 laps to go here for the leader. Probably closer to 1 lap.
Are they using the what's it called, the Cyclone? Is that?
No, they are not. They use the lower version. I think there was discussion about using it, and I think somebody was talked out of that. which is probably the right move for an endurance race.
Yes. Because like I said, I'm not real familiar with Thunderhill, but just in looking at what I'm seeing here and looking at a track map, it sure seems to me to be a difficult track to pass on.
It is. There's passing opportunities, like up into turn 1, for example, and that turn 1 to turn 2, we've seen people pass for position on the outside, and you can show somebody a move through turn 2 and then work them all the way back into 3 and 4 and make it stick there. So that's a space. We have seen people outbrake people into turn 10. That's workable.
I could see that. Even 11, if somebody doesn't get out of 10 well and you just nail it, you could surprise them there. And I would think 14 is probably the best overtaking.
Yep, you can get some overtakes going into 14 too.
Yeah.
You usually have a little bit of traffic help there as well for endurance racing, that they're trying to stay way high or stay way low, and it gives you a couple more opportunities to catch somebody on the wrong line. And the track out there for 14 and 15 is super wide, so there's a whole number of different creative lines that you can take out there and not lose a ton of time, we'll say.
Right. Well, what you were talking about through, if you show them, throw them the dummy into 2, and get them to bite, and then, I call it get out of rhythm. Other people would say get behind in their steering.
Right.
But if you could get the driver in front of you to do that, get offline, they either have to just slow immediately, get back into their groove, because if they then try to just keep going, it just gets exaggerated with every corner through those S's.
Right.
And eventually you're just going to be able to drive right underneath them.
We watched who I believe was Johann Schwartz do that move like 3 times today in the Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. It helped by the fact that he's in a Ginetta and it's a lot lighter car, so he can do more with it through the corners. But he sold that move, I think, 3 solid times for position and made it work. And it was incredible to see somebody go the long way around turn 3 and stay on the outside, and then you're on the inside of 4. And by that point, you got to get back to single file to take 5, because you're not going to go too wide over turn 5.
Right. And, and you also learn in those situations like you're talking about, you can be very effective on the overtakes if you learn how to park somebody.
Right.
And that's an art. That is a talent in its own right. And if you could do that well, man, you could be super effective. And Johan, I think still has the world record for the longest drift.
Oh, yeah.
And the man is a wheelman. No question about it. I announced him in touring cars in World Challenge for a number of years. And, what he could do in those cars was just spectacular.
There's a lot of
these racing here. This is awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of these World Touring or World Challenge guys, Greg, hanging out in WRL that come and go, and Rob Holland and him and Aaron Povolato and Randy Post and
Aaron?
Aaron was in this NFC Mercedes.
Yeah.
He really helped them get that program off the ground, and there's a great clip of Aaron Povolato battling Kyle Busch in like a Fury car at COTA a couple years back. And so that's an incredible clip if we can pull that out somewhere.
Wow,
the onboard on the Chevy is even better, but that is not for public consumption, is my understanding. I'm sure it's been long enough now, but there are some heavy hitters that come through, especially in the GTO field here to do driver coaching. We do have the white flag right now, so we'll see the checkers when the stack racing with Rapscallion Ligier comes around with Kevin Madsen behind the wheel.
He's driven a great stint, hasn't he?
Yes, absolutely. So he's going to come through turn 14 and 15 here and on to the front straightaway. Comes out wide. The checkered flag is going to come out, and then you'll see him across the finish line right there at the 5 board. That is where the finish line is here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Kevin Madsen brings home the Ligier JS2R for Stack Racing in the lead of GTO. They'll be followed by the number 120 of AE Victory, the 123 of NFC Motorsports. The 25 of the Singular Racing Team doesn't quite get onto the podium, but a well-fought day, having come from much further behind. The 144 of Forza Motorsport, and then the 119 with AE Victory Racing, having had a tough day with some reliability problems, finishes the race in 6th position. GP1, we'll be seeing El Diablo Motorsports. That drove a flawless race today. They're going to come out, I believe it's 8 laps in the lead of GP1. Absolute domination. They will certainly be going to the dyno afterwards, but they were very confident when they were dynoed yesterday after qualifying, and I think they'll be confident again, knowing they've got, I still believe, the most experience of anybody else at this track anywhere. They're followed by the 330 of HQ Autosport, no slouches themselves in the BMW E46. The 43 of PC Racing ran into some trouble, but they will be credited with 3rd position here. Another strong top 3 outing for PC Racing in the World Racing League. The number 80 of 3D Racing overcomes some problems losing a wheel or having a tire get cut down in turn 2. That's the number 80 BMW. The 121 of Dive Bombers was running into some overheating issues. That's the MR2, Greg. SW20 MR2 here in the World Racing League. And then 6th position, the 383 of Palomar Racing, I think a car that also had some issues. Showing Nick Romano behind the wheel most recently. Another former Thunderhill 25 car. Number 118 of Blaze Racing also ran into some troubles earlier. A local team, I think they're out of Las Vegas, but they're big on the Utah, California track day crowd. Jason Reichert Motorsports also a day to forget. We'll hopefully see them tomorrow. In GP2, the 322 of Honda Research West brings home a win in WRL, followed by the 49 of Velocity Group Racing, the 83 of Palomar, the 55 of AOA. Once they got going, we're going pretty well. So the AOA car, we're looking forward to seeing them tomorrow. And then the 197 of Funk Motorsports retired early, unfortunately. So, JT, Tammy, anything else you'd like to finish with?
No. Super excited to see WRL here at Thunderhill for the first time. Put on a great event. Just super well done today, and I'm looking forward to some more tomorrow.
Fantastic. Greg Kramer, you were here with us for about an hour and a half. Sounds like you enjoyed your time. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it too. Yeah, you've whetted my appetite for WRL. And,
fantastic.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be part of it for the entire day, and just listen to you guys. You guys know far more about the series right now. I'll certainly be happy to jump in with some observations and chat and the like. But I'm just really looking forward to just learning from you guys about this really, really cool series.
Fantastic. Well, and of course for Dustin Allis, who's been at the controls all day, overcoming some strife, fixing our sound issues, fixing all kinds of things, providing me with a telestrator to play with, the whole 9. Dustin Allis crushes it once again for me. I really appreciate it, Dustin. Thank you. Coverage does continue tomorrow. Thunderhill will be 7 hours tomorrow, beginning at 8 p.m. Pacific. We don't give times on the Eastern time zone when we're on the West Coast. Everybody makes us figure out the times for literally everything of all time. And now that we're on the West Coast, you guys can figure it out. So 8 a.m. Pacific, we'll be back an hour. Exactly. We'll be back an hour earlier, or we'll be on an hour earlier than we were today, and we're going to finish 2 hours earlier so everybody can get back to their homes in a reasonable time frame. So for everybody here at the World Racing League, I'm Ryan West. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you again tomorrow. Thanks.